You're too much. The mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan saw how powerful Yi Futian's aura was, and several of them pounced onto him immediately. Holiness of Nirvanas. Yi Futian took one look at them and found that there were Holiness of Nirvana class monsters among those mighty ones. Many of them launched forward at the same time, extending their demonic auras to shroud the space Yi Futian was in. The huge shadows of the rats pounced and tore down the stampeding divine elephants. A terrifying shadow of the divine elephant appeared above him after seeing several of the rat monsters coming at him. Trumpeting of elephants were heard from above him. The space trembled, and the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions burst within him. Boom! When Yi Futian stepped out once again, a terrifying scene appeared above in the sky. The elephants rushed and stomped the sky. The shadows of the rats were crushed outright as they were stomped on by the rushing divine elephants. Furthermore, those mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan felt stifled. It was as if their souls were being put under terrifying pressure. Yi Futian stepped out again. He looked like a giant god of the divine elephants when he stood tall in the air, so much so that the holiness of nirvanas among the rats felt an overwhelming pressure all about them. Those rats stopped moving. When Yi Futian lifted his feet and began walking, that handsome silver-haired young man seemed to have become extremely tall and imposing, like that of a god. The divine elephant shadow, which shrouded his body, moved alongside him. Yi Futian stomped at the next moment, causing the divine elephant to do the same. Thousands of elephants trumpeted in an instant, as they tore through the sky. Boom! One rat was sent flying right while spitting up blood. It seemed that his powerful defenses were unable to do nothing to protect it. The blood in its body raged and howled, while his bones continued to break. Boom, boom, boom. Trembling noise continued to be heard, and one rat after another was sent flying almost at the same time. One of the rats, who was a holiness of nirvana, continued to charge forward. Yi Futian took a look at him and threw a single punch. That space exploded in a frenzy at that very instant. The terrifying, devastating attack blasted onto the body of that holiness of nirvana rat, causing him to grunt in pain. His bones broke, and blood spilled all over before he was sent flying. It took mere moments to cause internal damage to all the rats who were in front of Yi Futian. No one was left standing before him as everyone was downed. The bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. A holiness of nirvana rat monster coldly eyed Yi Futian from elsewhere. His body then rose to the air, and he began walking towards Yi Futian. Towering demonic aura swept all over the place from his hand, which was holding a terrifying ritual implement, an imperial level piece, causing him to emanate extremely threatening aura. He stepped out and walked towards Yi Futian, emanating an extremely terrifying and ferocious aura. Yi Futian looked down, gazing at the rat as he stood above in the sky. Those dazzling yet pitched black eyes of his exuded contempt. Celestial light burst, and he shot for the clouds. A celestial soul was conjured above him shortly after. Yi Futian's eyes came to look demonic at that moment. The rat, who was shooting above, flinched slightly as if he sensed the threat posed by that soul. Yi Futian looked at the rat and took one step down as if he was stepping onto the soul of that rat. The rat dazzled all over, and an incredibly huge rat shadow appeared, shrouding his soul. Voom! Yi Futian walked right to the rat and threw a punch up close. That huge rat lashed out with his claws in retaliation, clashing with Yi Futian's punch. A raging hurricane whipped out through the sky, shredding the space all around them. Yet, there was a silhouette seen within that huge rat shadow. It was as if it was about to be shaken out of the body by the terrifying tremor, causing that huge rat body to stay fixed in the air as if time had stopped altogether. Yi Futian threw yet another punch without mercy, blasting at the sky. PFFTT blood was seen spilling from that rat's mouth as he was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. The rat's body trembled violently, and he looked extremely disheveled. His soul was severely damaged as well. The ritual implement that he had taken out was not actually of much use. His soul was overwhelmed and damaged. There was no doubt that if they were to continue fighting, Yi Futian would have ended up killing him. That rat was a holiness of nirvana, yet he seemed utterly helpless in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not stop there. He continued stepping out. Every single strike caused a mighty one of the purple gold rats to end up severely injured, allowing others to free up their hands to take on those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He, on the other hand, did not do anything against those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He behaved as if that had been his plan all along. Enough. A demonic emperor-class figure of the rats was heard saying. His voice reverberated throughout the place. His might shrouded the entire battlefield. It was apparent that it was not only the saints who showed up at the scene. Ren Huang and demonic emperors of a myriad of forces were present as well, and they were all very powerful. Seeing a demonic emperor appear among the rats, the Ren Huang of the celestial gate of vast heaven emanated towering pressure as well. The fighting throughout the battlefield was halted for the time being, even between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Everyone turned their eyes to a single direction. That silver-haired figure dressed in white stood tall in the air and looked extremely dazzling. He alone defeated all the mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan who attacked, causing the rats to look extremely beaten down as they laid there, defeated. None of the rats had been able to stand against him, which resulted in that scene right there and then. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the demonic emperor of the rats and said, "Didn't you rat people ask for this in the first place?" His actions against the purple gold rat clan were to serve as a warning. The fighting between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate dynasty had nothing to do with the rats in the first place. If the rats intended to meddle in their affairs, then he would have emerged to subdue them. The mighty ones who were all downed at the time made it clear that all they did was tantamount to asking to be insulted. "Step down," the demonic emperor of the rats said. One rat after another flashed and backed away, looking very displeased. That battle was like a slaughter instead, and it seemed as if all of them had been taken down by just a single person, making all talk about fighting to be nothing but a joke on their part. All the other forces, who were only there for the show, were somewhat shocked as well. A force without such top-notch geniuses would surely end up being squashed by one figure after another. It was no surprise why Qin he claimed before that Yi Futian was qualified to fight to become the most brilliant one below the Renhuang of the realm. Many mighty ones from Heavenly Mandate Realm and Shangxiao Divine Palace eyed him. While the battle was one that was fought in a rush, what Yi Futian had just pulled moments ago compelled them to take him seriously. There was perhaps only a handful of people even from a place like Shangxiao Divine Palace, capable of fighting him, after all. The rats all backed away from the battlefield without saying anything, as they had lost the right to do so altogether. Although the fight was brief, things were undoubtedly dire, nonetheless. After the purple gold rat clan backed down, the ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and those from the celestial gate of vast heaven glared at each other. It seemed as if a formless fire of war had enveloped the entire place. "You're all still at the Shentian Pavilion, and I implore you all to restrain yourselves." A voice was heard at that moment. The mighty ones were all able to sense that powerful might, which was from the Shentian goddess. "Please forgive our trespassing, goddess." Lin Yu of Shangxiao Divine Palace bowed and gestured at the air above. They were at the Shentian Pavilion of Brahma's pure sky, after all, and their action of going for each other's throats without any regard for the rules was definitely rather rude. With the goddess emerging to interfere personally, there was no way they could have continued fighting. The students of Divine Music Palace at those from Shangxiao Divine Palace. Yang Sui looked at Yi Futian and said, "I hope to seek your guidance again if the opportunity presents itself, Sir Yi." He then turned around and left after saying that. The sparring session with music that he extended to Yi Futian saw him losing to the other man, suppressed by the demonic instrument as he had been too sure of himself. Even though he had indeed been tricked by Yi Futian, he was still at fault nonetheless. Yi Futian told Yang Sui that he was about to use a Renhuang class Guqin, yet Yang Sui paid no heed to it. As such, he ended up being defeated by the demonic tune from the instrument right away. Furthermore, Yi Futian's actions at overwhelming those from the purple gold rat clan compelled him to reassess Yi Futian's combat prowess as well. He was not alone in that, as everyone from Shangxiao Divine Palace had probably underestimated that young genius cultivator of Heavenly Mandate Realm. The people of Shangxiao Divine Palace turned around and left one after another. Yi Tianyu shot a look at Yi Futian as he passed by as well, which seemed to have a lot of weight behind it. "Let's go," Futian lowered his voice and said. Everyone turned around and left, heading for the palace which they were staying in. Xiantian Pavilion was mostly quiet again after that. Night fell, and the blue sky above Xiantian Palace shrouded the entire place in its grandeur. Futian trained in peace in the palace, yet his thoughts remained somewhat restless. Footsteps were heard at the moment. Futian opened his eyes and said, "Please come in, Goddess Qin." Someone came to him after he said that. She wore a cape and came alone in the night, looking rather lonesome. Qin he came before Futian, smiling and asking, "Am I getting in the way of your training, Sir Yi?" Futian smiled and shook his head. "I'm thinking of something as well, so much so that I came to pay you a visit." "Well, that sounds like we share the same thoughts." Qin he smiled faintly and sat quietly across Futian. Her jet black hair rested on her shoulders, and her skin looked even more fair and radiant under the moonlight, making her really look like some goddess who was beyond the reach of mortals. Futian smiled after hearing Qin his words, feeling rather warmed. Qin he looked at his handsome face and chose to sit and continue looking at him. "Am I that good looking?" Futian said in a joking tone. "Indeed." Qin he nodded and continued, "Your looks are indeed rare in the world of cultivators. Too bad that one can't simply rely on looks to get their way about the world of cultivators. I wouldn't have needed to train otherwise," Futian smiled and said. Qin he smiled beamingly at him but quickly became silent. She looked at Futian's eyes and asked, "I heard that Genie came to pay you a visit before?" "Indeed." Futian nodded. "What did she say?" Qin he asked. "Hardly anything." Futian smiled and continued, "There are many things that I could guess at, even if she were to not say anything, after all." Qin he continued to look at Futian's eyes after hearing what he said. A warm smile was seen in those deep eyes of his, which looked rather wise as well. Qin he knew that Futian had really gotten it. Even if they were to say nothing, they seemed to truly know what the other was thinking. That feeling was something only experienced between soulmates, and it felt mystical. "I was sent to train in Brahma's pure sky when I was very young, and becoming the Empress had always been a goal of mine. I hoped that I'd be able to create my own era someday, becoming the object of faith for all female cultivators in the world. That is one goal I've been working to achieve for years." Qin he began to talk about things that seemed unrelated to anything, but Futian chose to listen quietly nonetheless. "Training was hard throughout the years. I've defeated many and became a goddess of Brahma's pure sky. I'm now known as the number one, and I'm one more step closer to achieving my goal. As for the matter of a companion, it was something I had never thought about." Futian was able to relate to her. She was a woman who had her sights on furthering her training. Her training was her faith, her religion, yet the ones at the upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky wanted her to marry someone all of a sudden, so she definitely was resistant to it deep down. One's state of mind would have definitely been very stable if one were to be able to get into Saint Plain in the first place. Even if one were to meet someone they had a liking for, it still would have been impossible for them to be swayed from that faith, which they had been holding onto for so long. Qin he looked up at Futian as she said with a smile, "You are of unmatched appearance, and your talents are second to none, Sir Yi. It is so much so that few in all of the heavenly mandate realm are able to compare. If I were to have met you when I was younger, I might have actually asked you out on a date and wanted to be with you." Her tone sounded somewhat joking, but those were indeed her true thoughts. Qin he really did like Futian, but she did not want to see them end up like that. "Please, if you keep showering me with praise, my head is going to float away." Futian smiled and added, "You're a rare beauty yourself, Goddess Qin. I'm afraid the likes of you are of a handful, even if you were to be compared with everyone throughout the entire heavenly mandate realm. I'm very glad to have one good friend like you, too." "A good friend, eh?" Qin he looked at Futian and smiled while saying in a low voice herself, "It is a beautiful thing indeed, and I'm very happy to have gotten to know you, too. The pleasure is mine." Futian nodded. Qin he then rose with a smile, looking up at the crescent moon in the air, and said gently, "I suppose lacking something can be beautiful after all." She then left the place shortly after, and he did not say anything more. He did not even send her off. He simply watched as her beautiful silhouette disappeared from sight. After Qin he left, Yi Futian then asked, "You done snooping around?" Cough, cough. A handsome figure emerged without looking at Yi Futian, who walked past him and said in a low voice instead, "Don't mind me, just passing by." Yi Futian looked at Hua Qingyun, and it was then he truly realized that the dashing heir of the Hua clan of the celestial gate of vast heaven was indeed very thick-skinned. Middle of the night. A man and a woman all alone. No flirting and all riddles. "Man, this is boring," Hua Qingyun muttered as he left with his head shaking, seemingly feeling the scene to be quite pitiful. This caused Yi Futian to feel baffled. Yi Futian left and came somewhere else. There was someone sitting cross-legged there. Moonlight shone on that man's robe, making him looking regal and solemn. That man opened his eyes and called Yi Futian as the younger man walked by. "Futian," he said. "Teacher." Yi Futian came before Qi Shengang and said, "I need to seek your guidance." "About the matter with Qin, I suppose?" Qi Shengang asked. "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded and continued, "I wonder how I should make my choice, and if my choice will turn out to be correct. I get the idea more or less with the thoughts you two share. Both of you have your own resolves. So what is the problem?" Qi Shengang asked. "I wonder if what I do is too self-centered, and if it will bring about a bad outcome," Yi Futian answered. "Everything happening in the world has its own course, and everything is interconnected. All things that have happened have their own causes and consequences. However, no one can truly foresee the future, so how would you know if your choice would lead to a bad outcome for sure? If you were to choose another path, would it be certain that the outcome would be a good one?" Qi Shengang then continued, "This is just like how it was back in Dali all those years ago. Your decision to leave was indeed a good one, but did everything happen as you expected it to afterward? Yi Futian chose to leave Dali without killing Li Yarrow, yet the Prince Regent went after them all the same. Yang Yuan ended up saving them. Eventually, the royalty of Dali became doubtful of the imperial advisor, which led to a series of events from then on out. In hindsight, your decision had indeed been the best. A man will only have to be able to hold their head up high and live up with their conscience with the choices they make. Regardless of what happens in the future, there will be no need for regrets then. What we can all do is to make the best out of the present instead of deciding the course of the future," Qi Shengang continued. Yi Futian felt the weight on his shoulders being lifted after hearing what his teacher said. He then replied, "I understand. Go now," Qi Shengang said, and Yi Futian left with a nod. Qi Shengang continued to shut his eyes to train after Yi Futian left. The light on his body dazzled as he melded with the great path. Yi Futian ceased thinking about anything else after he returned, choosing to shut his eyes to train instead. The silent night seemed unusually long, and Shentian Pavilion itself seemed unusually quiet as well. Cultivators of all forces trained in silence, waiting for the dawn to come. He would come to her conclusion on the next day. She could not have simply left all the cultivators hanging, after all. Yi Futian entered a mystical, calm, and immutable state in the midnight. It was as if he was so steeped into his training that he turned into a statue, yet he sensed his will spreading and existing everywhere, allowing him to see everything. At that moment, a silhouette seemed to have appeared in his mind as he continued to train. It came seemingly out of nowhere. That face was one that he was very familiar with. What happened in the world hardly fazed him when he was steeped in training, yet when that silhouette appeared, his heart twitched violently. It was as if he had been hit by something. "Ji Yi Futian uttered a single word. His eyes opened all of a sudden. It was as if he had forcibly yanked out of that meditative state in an instant. That silhouette in his mind gradually blurred and eventually dissipated. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. He shot to the air, and his eyes looked terrifying. He scanned the place with his will in all directions. While it was entirely possible that the phenomenon happened because he missed Gu, his plane level would have allowed him to tell the difference. When it happened previously, he thought it was due to his spiritual will being in a shaky state, thus causing a hallucination. But a hallucination yet again. This couldn't be Brahma's pure sky. It definitely had something to do with the place. He pursued the silhouette all the way when he last experienced the phenomenon, and eventually came to the place where He was. That was a training ground in Brahma's pure sky. The Sentian Pavilion, which he was currently in, was within Brahma's pure sky's territory as well. Back then, Jiyu was gone because she summoned the will of the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. Was it true that Jiyu was truly still alive and somewhere in Brahma's pure sky then? Otherwise, how else could her appearing in my mind twice be explained? He wondered. But then again, he was puzzled as to why he was unable to see anyone anywhere. It was a sleepless night for everyone, and in the early morning of the next day, countless people gathered in front of the Sentian Pavilion in Brahma Sky City. They had been paying attention to the thing going on in the Sentian Pavilion, which was related to his marriage. It could even affect the political geography of the heavenly mandate realm. However, they heard that he did not make a choice yesterday but instead let the cultivators of the forces stay overnight in the Sentian Pavilion. On the top of Sentian Pavilion, a conflict had broken out, and during the battle, Futian vanquished all the warriors of the Purple Golden Rat clan with overwhelming power, greatly embarrassing them. Many people imagined how that battle was like. How powerful was Futian? Many people also felt that he was more likely to choose Futian. After all, he had a closer relationship with Futian than with others. Today, there should be a result. On the Sentian Pavilion, the people of all forces headed toward one place. They would come to the Sentian Hall, where the Sentian goddess would formally summon the people of all forces. In the vast area, all forces of the heavenly mandate realm had arrived. Everyone looked toward the Sentian goddess in front of the Sentian Hall. Beside her, he was also there. Yesterday, he had been thinking for a whole day, and now the Sentian goddess would know her decision. The warriors of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had arrived, and they stood opposite of each other. However, at this moment, they did not look at each other. Yi Tianyu looked toward the direction of He. He knew that yesterday he went to visit where Futian and his companions lived by herself. Not only Yi Tianyu knew, but many people knew about it, too. However, would Brahma's pure sky really allow He to make such a decision? He had chatted with He in Futian City. He didn't mind her and Futian being friends, but Brahma's pure sky would not allow her to get involved with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Now, Futian was standing on the side of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and this time he even came here to represent the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Then, if he chose to make friends with Futian, everything was different, and it would no longer be a matter just between her and Futian. Yi Tianyu also wanted to see what he and Brahma's pure sky would do. Everyone stayed quiet. Sentian goddess's gaze fell on He. He looked toward the crowd and took a light step out. She took 2 steps forward and said, "Among all the warriors who broke into the Matrix yesterday, may I ask who wants to seek marriage with me?" After hearing his words, people looked serious. Was he going to select? Sure enough, she would select amongst the people who challenged the Matrix, but before, there were only 3 major forces: Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and Demon Sky Court, which could be considered as entering the Sentian Pavilion. A figure walked out from the crowd of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty quietly. It was Yi Tianyu, and he was the only one who came out. In Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, no one but Yi Tianyu was eligible to marry He. "I have always admired Goddess and am willing to cultivate with you for the rest of my life. I promise that I will not let you feel lonely on your way of cultivation," Yi Tianyu said. Although he did not need to rely on a woman to cultivate, he wouldn't mind having such an outstanding woman, such as He, as his spiritual partner. Besides, this was related to the whole heavenly mandate realm. He pursued the great path of laws, but his priority was to let the heavenly mandate dynasty stand on the top of the heavenly mandate realm. He smiled and bowed her head to Yi Tianyu. Many people noticed his expression and faintly felt that she seemed to have some changes and looked a little different from yesterday. But no one was clear what kind of change it was. After Yi Tianyu stepped out, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the direction of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, or in other words, fell on Futian. Although Demon Sky Court entered the Sentian Pavilion, They didn't seem to have the intention to compete, and they were not able to compete with them. They were all clear that the spiritual partner selected by Qin He this time would surely be either Yi Tianyu or Yi Futian. But at this moment, Yi Futian was standing quietly in the crowd of the celestial gate of vast heaven, with no reaction at all. It was as if the thing had nothing to do with him. Yi Futian also noticed people's gazes, but he was still very quiet and did not move. Many people had strange looks. What was going on? Yi Futian, he didn't want to compete with Yi Tianyu? Even the cultivators of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven looked at Yi Futian full of doubt. People all knew that Qin He and Yi Futian had a good relationship, and they once lived in a palace together. When Yi Tianyu went to visit Qin He just received him at the gate. The difference between her attitudes toward these two men was obvious. If Yi Futian competed with Yi Tianyu, the probability of his winning was high. At least, Qin He would be inclined to choose him, as long as Brahma's pure sky did not interfere. This time, everyone had assumed that Yi Futian would compete with Yi Tianyu on behalf of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Even the Shen goddess was looking at Yi Futian. Her eyes were so deep that nobody could see what she was thinking, but obviously, she was a little surprised. How about the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Shen goddess even asked. Hua Qingyun gave Yi Futian a strange look. He overheard some of Qin He's conversation with Yi Futian yesterday. Did this guy really want to give up? So, what would Qin He choose to do? Yi Futian looked toward Qin He. Qin He was also looking at him. They smiled at each other as if they understood each other without speaking. Qin He knew that Yi Futian understood her. Friends were easy to make, but it was hard to find a person who truly understood her. However, at this moment, Qin He indeed felt someone truly understood her, and she enjoyed the feeling. Is there only the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Shen goddess asked. Qin He selected her spiritual partner, which made the whole Heavenly Mandate realm tremble, and all the top forces had come for her. However, in the end, only the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty stood out. Were others even afraid to have a try? No one had expected this situation. In the direction of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, someone walked forward and wanted to say something to Yi Futian, but Hua Qingyun waved his hand and stopped them. Just let it go. When Jiang Taichu saw the reaction of Yi Futian and Hua Qingyun, he didn't say anything and just watched it all quietly. So, Yi Tianyu was the only one who walked out. If only the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty stands out, then there is no need to choose, Shen goddess said. Her gaze fell in the direction of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Yi Futian of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven really did not want to compete. Didn't they care if Brahma's pure sky joined hands with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? After her words, the space fell silent. Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven still kept silent. Qin He, the Shen goddess said indifferently, looking at Qin He. At this moment, the atmosphere in this space was a bit depressing. People of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked indifferent, but they were smiling inwardly. Nobody expected that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven gave up on their own. They did not understand why Yi Futian did this. What he was doing was handing Qin He over to Yi Tianyu. Warriors of demon clans were also watching this quietly. Even though the human cultivation world had grown stronger, the demon clans would not be affected. Unless some unusual figures showed up, it was none of their business whether Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would be destroyed or not. Some demon clans were even glad to see it happen. Therefore, they didn't care about this result. Even the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven didn't keep it in mind, so why should they care? Yi Futian still had no response. It was as if he and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven came just to watch the show. At this time, Qin He looked at Yi Tianyu and said, smiling, I am honored by your Highness's admiration. I have also heard about your Highness for a long time. Previously, in the battles of Violet Heavenly Palace and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, you have shown marvelous performance. Today, I have the chance, so I personally want to spar with your Highness and learn about your cultivation. I wonder if your Highness can fulfill my wish. Was this Qin his last test for Yi Tianyu? If Yi Tianyu was defeated, perhaps he would not be qualified to marry Qin He. However, Although Qin He had strong combat strength, she still might not be able to defeat Yi Tianyu. Since you have shown interest, of course, I am willing to practice with you until you are satisfied, Yi Tianyu said with a smile. Qin He stepped forward and walked alone toward the bottom of the Shentian Hall stairs, then jumped down to the empty ground below. Yi Tianyu's body flickered, and he also landed there in a chivalrous manner. Everyone came to the stairs and looked down at them. Qin He and Yi Tianyu were standing opposite each other with extraordinary grace. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, was one of the most dazzling figures of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty today. Qin He was the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Qin He bowed to salute and said. Goddess first, Yi Tianyu said. He was personable and let Qin He go first. Qin He didn't decline. She waved her hands, and suddenly, the clouds and wind over the sky changed their color, and the wills of the great path converged. Behind Qin He, a sacred goddess showed up. This statue of goddess also appeared in the previous Shentian matrix with 3 heads and 6 arms, as high as 100 feet. Countless beams of divine light shrouded Qin He's body, making Qin He look more divine. Many people showed surprise. Qin He used such powerful force at the beginning, but what was her intention? When Qin He was drawing palm print, the goddess also did the same. The great Brahma heavenly voice appeared between the sky and the earth, resounding through the void sky. The great path was booming, and the wind and clouds roared above the sky dome. Numerous divine swords emerged, and as the goddess' finger pointed down, numerous swords burst into the air and thrust toward Yi Tianyu. What does she mean? Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Shangxiao Divine Palace frowned. Qin He's way of attacking was not like practicing at all. An idea occurred to many people. Maybe Qin He was unwilling to marry Yi Tianyu. Maybe she wanted to defeat Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu stood there, and the moment when he saw Qin He's attack, he understood something. There were not many changes in his eyes, but an outrageous spirit broke out from his body. A dazzling picture of heavenly mandate appeared behind him, making his body bathe in divine light. Both of them suddenly released extremely powerful forces. They were nothing like a couple who were about to marry. Yi Tianyu drew palm prints, and above the sky dome, there seemed to be a deity descending. A horrifying godlike figure appeared behind Yi Tianyu, holding up his hands. Countless palm prints blasted out toward the sky and collided with the approaching divine sword of cleansing. For a moment, the void sky oscillated, and the devastating air flow swept across the void air. What's going on? Countless people below Shentian Pavilion looked up at the sky above and asked. There seemed to be life forces of horrifying great path fluctuating violently as if a fierce battle was breaking out. Besides, they could vaguely see 2 peerless figures in the upper sky, a goddess and a deity. Who were they fighting? Many people below Shentian Pavilion were a little surprised that a fight had broken out in Shentian Pavilion yesterday. Today should be the day for Qin He to choose a spiritual partner. Why was there another battle? What was even more shocking was that the goddess figure was used in a technique of Brahma's pure sky, and the deity-like figure was a part of the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The one who is standing on top of the saint path is Qin He goddess, someone said. The other one is Yi Tianyu, someone also said. Qin He and Yi Tianyu were fighting. Many people were trembling inside. Were Qin He and Yi Tianyu fighting? Could it be her last test for Yi Tianyu? People looked up at the sky above Shentian Pavilion and saw the horrifying airflow gradually rising. 2 peerless figures showed up above the sky of Shentian Pavilion. People could be able to see them fighting, and just as they had guessed, these 2 figures were Qin He and Yi Tianyu. Are they mad? Many people thought to themselves, hearts beating hard when watching the situation on the battlefield. The divine sword of world cleansing and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty descended. Both of them collided with each other using the ultimate skills. This was no longer a simple practice, but a real battle. I remember the last time when all forces broke into the Shentian matrix, it also happened, people said to one another, but their eyes were fixed on the battlefield in the void sky. The divine light was shining, and the glory of the great path fell from the sky. Their battle became more and more violent, and people had noticed that Yi Tianyu was getting more serious, like a true god. His every attack was shocking. Even though Qin He was powerful, too, she was quelled. In the end, the divine light of all skies shone down and descended over Qin His body. Qin He was hit and flew away, and her delicate body seemed to be penetrated by the divine light. Blood oozed out from her bright red lips. Why did he hit her so hard? Many people thought and twitched inside. They did not forget what the heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince came here for. He came here to seek marriage with Qin He. But at this moment, he wounded Qin He. People all thought this battle was way too fierce and would hurt the relationship. Unless something had happened above. But they didn't know. At this time, above Shentian Pavilion, warriors who were watching the battle also looked solemn and looked up at the battlefield above the sky. Both of them looked radiant all over their bodies. Yi Tianyu was bathed in the divine light, and the power of the great path poured into his body frantically. It was as if he had become the true deity. Qin His temperament was like an immortal goddess, but at this moment, she was injured. There was no change in her eyes, and she was still staring in the direction of Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu also looked at her with a pair of golden eyes full of penetrating power. He just meant to practice, but Qin He attacked him mercilessly and fought with all her strength, so he had to take it seriously. From Qin His fighting attitude, he naturally understood something. At this time, although Yi Tianyu still looked calm, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Since Qin He requested to fight, then he had to do it. Is that enough? Yi Tianyu asked Qin He. Qin He stepped forward and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She still had a smile on her face, and her clothes fluttered as she said, "Your Highness is indeed a peerless figure, but Qin He can still fight with you." After the words, the glory of divine light fell, and more goddess phantoms appeared in the surrounding world. Suddenly, the goddesses waved her arms at the same time, and the vast world was all shrouded within it. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes after Yi Tianyu saw the scene, and he said, "Since goddess wants to fight, I should accompany you." The divine armor over his body moved with the wind. Yi Tianyu raised his finger and pressed it toward the void sky. Instantly, the sky and the earth roared, and the killing light transformed from the Chencho brush engulfed the void sky as his original body was moving forward in this devastative airflow. He only took one step and came in front of Qin He, and slapped his godlike palm print forward. The great path was roaring, and the void sky was trembling. Yi Tianyu's palm blasted out tens of thousands of divine light beams, and Qin His body was wrapped in the goddess figure. The goddess held the sword and collided with the deity's palm print, and the rumbling sound was like the collapse of the great path. All the arms exploded and shattered until the divine light also penetrated Qin His body. This time, it was more violent than the previous blow. Qin He flew back. Her body was slightly bent, and her face turned pale. It took her a long while to stop. The battle ceased. There was no sound over the Shentian Pavilion except for the sound of the roaring of the great path airflow. People all looked at Qin He. At this moment, they also understood. First goddess of Brahma's pure sky seemed to be expressing her attitude in this way, and she was by no means willing to marry him. Qin He, Shentian goddess glanced up at Qin He and said coldly, "Enough." Qin He slightly raised her head, and a bright smile appeared on her pale face, but this smile made people feel a touch of sadness. There seemed to be a bit of loneliness hidden in that beautiful face. "Qin He can fight again, master," Qin He said. Her calm tone seemed to hide her determination. In a quiet space, only Qin His voice echoed between the sky and the earth. Yi Tianyu's look turned cold, and he felt a little angry. He had said that although he was willing to arrange a marriage with Brahma's pure sky, he didn't care too much about it. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't matter much to him. If he really was looking for a spiritual partner, there were so many excellent women in the world for him to choose. Even if he couldn't find any in the heavenly mandate realm, he could go to other realms. However, for his clan, he did not mind having this marriage. But now, even though Brahma's pure sky had invited them to come, no one competed with him, and Qin He was defeated. Why did she put him in such a situation? How could they do that to the heavenly mandate dynasty? Should they fight again? The divine light over Yi Tianyu's body became even more dazzling. Many people looked up at him and trembled inwardly. They knew that Yi Tianyu was obviously angry. Bang! Yi Tianyu stepped into the void sky, raised his hand, and drew a palm print. With the blooming of the divine light, the palm print of the great path banged directly over Qin his body. This time, Qin he flew out feebly and hit a palace in the distance, and then fell towards the sky. This scene made everyone's heart beat fast. Yi Tianyu was attacking violently. As the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he also had his own pride. If it had not been for the revival of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, how could he treat a woman like that? But now, Qin he still had not given him the respect he deserved. Now she still wanted to fight, so he would accompany her. It's time for Goddess to make a decision. Yi Tianyu stood above the void sky and said to Qin he, looking a little bit aggressive. At this time, Qin his life force was weak. She got up from the ground, but her body was not stable. She looked up and smiled elegantly and sadly. I can still fight, Qin he said in a feeble voice. Apparently, she could no longer fight. But even at this moment, she still refused to compromise. She did not express her thoughts clearly, but her actions made everyone understand. She was unwilling to marry Yi Tianyu, and what she was doing was a silent protest. Qin he looked at Yi Tianyu and looked toward the direction of Brahma's pure sky. Her beautiful and sad smile seemed to contain her memories. Since she started cultivation, Brahma's pure sky was her home, and everything of hers was given to her by Brahma's pure sky. The title of first goddess of Brahma's pure sky gave her a lot of praise about her appearance and her spiritual achievements, and they also came from Brahma's pure sky. She could not refute or directly resist orders from her master, so she could only make a silent protest. This was not the way she wanted. Instead of accepting all this, she'd rather return everything to Brahma's pure sky, so she would not owe Brahma's pure sky anymore. Warriors of Brahma's pure sky were also somehow moved. Many people looked at Shentian goddess. Shentian goddess still sat there and took a look at Qin he, and then took a look at Yi Futian. Qin he went to the palace where Yi Futian stayed yesterday. What did they talk about? Goddess Qin, are you sure you can fight again? Yi Tianyu stood in the void, looking down at Qin he. Qin he looked up at Yi Tianyu, who was still bathed in divine light. She said, of course. Okay. Yi Tianyu didn't say much. Brahma's pure sky didn't say anything, but Qin he still wanted to fight, so what could he do? It seemed that he had to continue. Yi Tianyu was bathed in divine light, wearing the divine armor. The dazzling light made many people feel scared. Yi Tianyu raised his hand and thrust it toward Qin he. It seemed as if this strike was enough to destroy Qin he. Many people's hearts thumped fast. Yi Tianyu's movement was also very slow. It was as if he was waiting for something. However, Brahma's pure sky still did not say anything, and Qin he did not compromise. With his arm slowly lowering, his body also went down and headed straight toward where Qin he was. The gorgeous divine light engulfed Qin his body, making it almost impossible to see her figure. All warriors held their breath. No one had expected that things would end like this today. The things today were beyond everyone's expectations. Finally, the gorgeous light came. Boom! After a loud noise, the void sky trembled violently, and people's hearts thumped hard with it. Countless eyes stared at the front. The fairy-like figure was still standing there, not withering. In the sky above her body, a silver-haired figure showed up. His hair was white, and his clothes were white, and he was handsome and unparalleled. The sound of elephant roaring came out, and the horrifying aura of elephant shone between the sky and the earth, containing an appalling might. Yi Futian. Did he finally come out? Many pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Just now, at the crucial moment, Yi Futian came across the space and came in front of Qin he, blocking Yi Tianyu's blow. Yi Tianyu lowered his head, and his eyes fell on Yi Futian's body. The wills of the great path growled, and his expression was extremely cold. He said, I don't remember you coming out at the beginning. Since Yi Futian didn't come out at the beginning, he had given up the opportunity to fight. But he stood up at this moment. What did he mean? Shentian goddess was also looking at Yi Futian. Until this moment, she still didn't mean to intervene even though many disciples of Brahma's pure sky had shown their worry. Today, two supreme powers of the heavenly mandate realm have jointly persecuted a young cultivator. I feel pity for you. Yi Futian avoided directly responding to Yi Tianyu's words and said this ironically. His eyes looked a bit cold. Qin He went to him last night, and after their conversation, Yi Futian understood Qin his thoughts, and the two also reached a certain understanding. Everyone had speculated that Qin He might choose him, but neither he nor Qin He had such an idea. Therefore, he did not step out today, nor did Qin He choose Yi Tianyu, but instead, they experienced a great battle just now, which was her intention. Coerce. Yi Tianyi murmured, and said, I never coerced anyone. It was Brahma's pure heaven who extended the invitation to this feast, and it was Brahma's pure heaven that informed us Od Qin his intention to choose a companion in cultivation. So I came from the heavenly mandate realm and did all this. What is the meaning of this? As he finished speaking, he stepped forward and looked at Yi Futian. Since you didn't step out, you are not qualified to intervene in this matter. If Brahma's pure heaven wants to make an alliance with anyone, it's a decision that could be made directly. I don't think Qin He is qualified to decide for Brahma's pure heaven. Yi Futian looked at Shentian Goddess and said, I would humbly ask Shentian Goddess, what is the meaning of all this? For Qin He to pick a path companion meant that Qin He had the power to decide the alliance by marriage. But judging from all that had happened, he did not think Qin He had such a position in Brahma's pure heaven. Coupled with what he saw last night, there must be an ulterior motive for Brahma's pure heaven to do so, and it had nothing to do with Qin He. Qin He was just the one that Brahma's pure heaven decided to sacrifice for some yet unknown purpose. Shentian Goddess looked at Yi Futian, and instead of answering Yi Futian's question, she asked, Yi Futian, today Brahma's pure heaven is choosing a path companion for Qin He. Are you in, or are you out? Yi Futian gazed at the other and did not avoid the eyes of the Shentian Goddess. He looked very serious, and with a hint of indifference, he said, I do not deal in the sacrifice of another, and Qin He, she is also unwilling to make such a trade. Shentian Goddess looked into Yi Futian's eyes. Was he refusing? Everyone in Heavenly Mandate Realm had thought that today Yi Futian would compete with the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu, and because of Qin his preference, Yi Futian was the most likely to win Qin He over as her chosen path companion. But no one would think that Yi Futian did not participate directly, and Qin He was even more resolute. Their attitude was clearly witnessed by everyone. Even though it concerned the institution of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, they were still unwilling to go against their hearts and do something against their will. Qin He, especially, had even defied the order of her master, and had made a silent protest by fighting against Yi Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, until she could fight no longer. At this moment, Qin He took a step forward, her face was still pale, with bloodstains at the corners of her mouth. The step she took put her next to Yi Futian. The face of the peerless goddess was beautiful beyond compare, and the white-haired young man was full of spirit. In this instant, many witnessed an illusion. It was as if they were really a perfect pair. Moreover, everyone could see that they admired each other. Qin He had openly expressed her admiration for Yi Futian, and Yi Futian protecting Qin He did the same. But admiration aside, it did not represent feelings, nor was it entangled with selfish interests. That was not Yi Futian's intent, nor was it Qin his. Especially for Qin He, at this moment, she smiled and cast a glance at the white-haired young man beside her. Her admiration of Yi Futian came from her heart. He was so dazzling and outstanding. Everyone thought that Yi Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and Jiyu Dongliu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were the two most talented geniuses and representatives of this generation. But in Qin He's eyes, everyone had underestimated Yi Futian. Even though he had demonstrated great talent, the world still underestimated him. She thought that in the future, Yi Futian would rule over all in the Heavenly Mandate Heaven. Young Master Yi is right. All that Qin He has was given to her by her master. It can all also be taken back by her master. One came to Brahma's pure heaven to seek the way and see the way diminished at Brahma's pure heaven. There was no resentment or regret. It is just because of clan interest to arrange a marriage. This was not Qin his idea. Qin he glanced at the Sentian goddess. Her voice showed her determination. This was the path of her way, and she would guard it no matter the cost, even if it meant the destruction of her way. Her heart remained on its path. Many were silent upon hearing what Qin he had to say. The cultivators here were all cultivators of Saint Plane or higher. Even though in the heavenly mandate realm, cultivators of Saint Plane were plentiful, and were not considered to be at a high plane. Yet, it was a plane that had also undergone the test of the mindfulness of the path, and their hearts had experienced transformation. Therefore, they were all a little moved. There was a reason why Qin he was able to become the first maiden of Brahma's pure heaven. If she accepted the arrangement of Brahma's pure heaven and became path companions with the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, she would still be the magnificent Qin he even when the two became a heavenly couple. But at this moment, Qin he, with a touch of sadness, seemed to be even more admirable and deserving of respect. In the quiet space, many people had a lot of thoughts of their own, but none of them were easy to express. Even Sentian goddess was silent at the moment and did not speak. No one knew her thoughts, and no one knew the thoughts of Brahma's pure heaven. From the beginning until now, everyone was a little doubtful. They came here to see how the whole thing would turn out. Since Goddess Qin has already said so, then let it stop here. Although I am not a human cultivator, the matter of human marriage should not be forced. A voice interrupted the quiet space, and the one who spoke was the cultivator of the dragon gods, Long Chen. At this moment, under these circumstances, many people dared not speak, but Long Chen didn't care so much. The dragon gods of the demon realm was extremely powerful. Long Chen, as the purple blood divine dragon, had incredible talent. His status in the demon realm was comparable to that of Yi Tianyu in the world of human cultivation. Long Chen didn't care so much, so he spoke up. So, Brahma's pure heaven invited all the forces here with such great flair, tested the Sentian matrix, entered the Sentian pavilion, under the pretext that Qin he was to choose a companion. All the forces of the heavenly mandate realm came for this purpose, and this is how it ends. Yingzhou Mountain's demonic cultivators remarked, "What is all this? None of us could breach the matrix, so although we were not qualified to participate, if this is how things end, it really does look like a joke." The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan had always reveled in chaos, they had always wanted the situation to be more chaotic. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty is a supreme principality. Its crown prince is an excellent figure in his own right. He is not too concerned about it. If he wants to continue and push Goddess Qin further away, what good would it do? It would just sully the reputation of the two great powers. At this time, Gao Yuang 10,000 Divine Mountain also spoke up, seemingly to calm down the situation. Yi Tianyu had been standing above the void, surrounded by divine light, clad in the armor of a god. Of all the comments made, what was said by Gao Huang of the 10,000 Divine Mountain was actually the most realistic. Qin he behaved so resolutely that if he were to continue, the two peak forces of Brahma's pure heaven and heavenly mandate dynasty both pushing a peerless goddess into a desperate situation would definitely not be some glorious matter to boast of. But, was he the one who caused everything that happened to reach this point? Now, I, Yi Tianyu, look like the bad guy. Yi Tianyu suddenly laughed, with a particularly sarcastic irony. What did all this have to do with him? The heavenly mandate dynasty and Yi Tianyu were both innocent. He came because of Brahma's pure heaven's invitation. He tried very hard to do what he could, but now, he had become the one to be accused of doing something wrong. It was as if he was pressuring Qin he, like he wanted to destroy this beauty out of his own narrow-mindedness. How ironic. What a joke. The fault of Brahma's pure heaven seems to be my senior brother's fault. In the direction of Shangxiao Divine Palace, Yang Sui also spoke up, and his tone was laced with some sarcasm. Neither Yi Tianyu nor Qin he was wrong. They were both doing what they thought was the right thing to do, and they were insisting on their own way. All this chaos has been caused by Brahma's pure heaven. Brahma's pure heaven, aren't you going to say anything? Lin Yu also remarked, with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Shangxiao Divine Palace came to help Yi Tianyu to bring back the beauty as a contribution to Yi Tianyu's effort to revive the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. But now, what was this? There was nothing more that Shen goddess could say. All of this went beyond anything she could have anticipated. I, Yi Tianyu, am a true and righteous man. I have no concerns over lacking a wife. Since Goddess Qin is not in favor of the union, I will not force it. Yi Tianyu finally spoke his mind, causing everyone's heart to be slightly disquieted. Yi Tianyu was willing to give up. He no longer pressing Qin He on the matter. Senior brother, the people from Shangxiao Divine Palace, such as Yang Sui, wanted to see Yi Tianyu succeed. Many people admired Yi Tianyu in their hearts. Above the Shangxiao Divine Palace, Yi Tianyu was definitely the one and only. True and righteous men did not lack mates, but Brahma's pure heaven should not have contrived such a scheme. But even so, Yi Tianyu would no longer continue to entangle himself in this matter. This was his attitude on the matter. Although he had let it go, Yi Tianyu's eyes still fell on Qin He, or rather, fastened on Yi Futian. In the past, at the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, you intervened in the dispute between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and my Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Now, in Shentian Pavilion at Brahma's Pure Heaven, why do you interfere with the matter between Brahma's Pure Heaven and me, since you did not participate yourself? Yi Tianyu's eyes fell on Yi Futian. His eyes were extremely sharp. As he took a step forward, the void shook, and the divine light was radiant, shining toward Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian looked up at Yi Tianyu, and the hearts of many trembled slightly. Yi Tianyu had let Qin He go, and the whole affair stopped there. But Yi Futian intervened and ruined his chance. That was not something Yi Tianyu intended to let go. Chapter 1482, Battling Yi Tianyu. Goddess Qin is a good friend of mine, so this naturally has something to do with me. Yi Futian looked at Yi Tianyu and said. There was a sound of elephants chanting upon his body, which rang through heaven and earth. Above the Shentian Pavilion, everyone felt as if hundreds of thousands of elephants were running by. In an instant, the horrifying storm of the great path swept out and collided in the void. The hearts of many felt chilled. Yi Futian was facing Yi Tianyu. Did he also want to battle him? Yi Tianyu looked as if he was electrified, full of sharp edges. He said, "This is the Shentian Pavilion of Brahma's Pure Heaven. I won't fight here." As he finished speaking, he gave another look at Yi Futian and turned around to walk outside Shentian Pavilion. Yi Futian naturally understood what he meant. He stepped into the void and headed outside as well. Seeing the actions of the two, many above Shentian Pavilion followed them at once, and a sublime atmosphere moved outward all of a sudden. It was quite spectacular. Soon, only very few people remained in Shentian Pavilion. Qin He looked up over there but didn't move. Those from Brahma's Pure Heaven was still here. Goddess Shentian looked at Qin He and then said to the others around her, "Take Qin He back to Brahma's Pure Heaven." Her voice was still calm, and no emotions could be detected from it. No one knew her thoughts, even the disciples of Brahma's Pure Heaven could not tell. Yes. Several people walked toward Qin He. Qin He looked at Goddess Shentian. Her eyes still expressed some confusion and a hint of loss. Goddess Shentian looked at her and said, "Focus on cultivation in the future." When she was done, she walked outside. Qin He's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. She was still puzzled and did not understand what Goddess Shentian meant. Why ask her to focus on cultivation again? At this time, countless people beneath the Shentian Pavilion felt as if their hearts had been shaken. They looked up above the void and felt an inner shock. Could it be that Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and Yi Futian were finally colliding? Previously, everyone in the Heavenly Mandate realm thought that this time, when Qin He was selecting a path companion, it would be a game between the two of them. But no one thought it would be in the form of fighting. After all, the cultivation between the two was completely different. Even though Yi Futian was 1 in a million, he was still just an unblemished saint. The Crown Prince Yi Tianyu had already proven to be in the Nirvana plane, and may even be the strongest person under Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate realm. At their level, this realm was extremely difficult to cross. How could they fight, then? 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, someone said when they felt the surging momentum from Yi Futian. The two figures walked above the sky, leaving Shentian Pavilion, and came to the area outside. There seemed to be countless illusions of the divine elephants above the sky. The breath upon Yi Futian was already comparable to that of the Nirvana plane. With the help of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, Yi Futian's strength is indeed comparable to that of the Nirvana plane. This makes them equal when fighting one another, many people observed and remarked. The bones of the ancestors of the divine elephants had extremely potent power. After Yi Futian cultivated with the divine elephants and learned of this unparalleled skill, he was able to resonate with the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor and burst into supreme power. Yi Tianyu, likewise, also continued in the peak form as when he fought with Qin He. The life spirit of the divine picture of the heavenly mandate bloomed, the divine light of the great path continuing to converge toward his body. This made him the incarnation of the divine body of the great path, the one and only. The scene above the sky was utterly shocking. Yi Tianyu, known as the natural supremacy of the heavenly mandate dynasty, was destined to be extraordinary. He was shouldering the mission of reviving the heavenly mandate dynasty. Then there was Yi Futian, who had called himself the divine body of the heavenly path. What a battle these two men would have! The cultivators of those top principalities landed in different directions, but all were gazing at the battlefield, especially the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan and Zhong Yuan. They were highly interested in this battle. Today, Yi Tianyu failed to win the heart of Qin He and make an alliance through marriage with Brahma's pure heaven, but the chasm between Yi Futian and Celestial Gate of vast heaven had also deepened. This time, perhaps neither Yi Tianyu nor the heavenly mandate dynasty would not let the matter go. A violent, murderous force swept through the sky and the earth. Above the void, Yi Tianyu was clad in the divine armor of a god. His golden pupils were extremely sharp. His finger pressed toward the void, and a frightening Chencho brush appeared above the void, stabbing directly down from the sky. It broke through the air instantly as thousands of murderous airstreams turned into the divine light of the great path, aiming straight at Yi Futian. There was a sharp howling sound in the void, pricking everyone's eardrum. Even cultivators standing in the distance could feel that strong will of murder. If there were a chance, perhaps Yi Tianyu would kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his hand and blasted the great path to destroy everything, shattering the void. With Yi Futian's body as the center, a terrible scene appeared around him as thousands of divine elephants rushing past, stomping across the sky and smashing those killing streams. There was a terrible storm of the great path on the sky, and the two of them stunned everyone with just the initial exchange. The 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. Yi Tianyu could naturally feel the powerful momentum emitting from Yi Futian's body, which was faintly laced with the might with the imperial power of sovereign. The countless divine elephants that had trampled through the void contained the will of the demon emperor. The divine picture of heavenly mandate roared in the void, gathering the great path of heaven and earth. The world was enveloped by a picture, as the divine picture of the heavenly mandate was madly expanding, covering the sun and the sky and shrouding the battlefield where he and Yi Futian were. In a moment, an infinite number of murderous air currents fell from the sky, and many Chencho brushes appeared. In Yi Tianyu's palm, a divine brush seemed to have appeared. It would be able to cut through the great path. He, who was clad in the divine armor, appeared to be the descendant of the gods. In his hand, he held the pen and smashed it down from the sky. Under the attack of thousands of Chencho brushes, the entire sky seemed to be buried in the slaughter. Yi Futian's image became extraordinarily small in comparison. Yi Futian looked up at the countless divine brushes that descended from the sky, each of which contained the slaying power of the great path. It roared through the sky and slashed to his side. Yi Futian's face was somber, and the deed of thorough comprehension exploded. As the great path unified, an idol king appeared upon his body, a divine elephant of golden armor. With the sound of the elephant trumpet, it rocked heaven and shook the earth. It was as if everything was about to collapse. The hearts of many beat rapidly, and they were all in extreme shock. How strong! Everyone looked at the battlefield, especially those who were on the Shentian Pavilion before. They found that this battle was even more violent than the one between Yi Tianyu and Qin He, and the initial exchange of the two was enough to stun everyone. Yi Futian's body, which was enveloped with the divine elephant of golden armor, had now transformed into the divine elephant emperor. Tens of thousands of elephants trampled towards the sky, colliding with Qianqiu brushes. There were even an infinite number of killing currents and Qianqiu brushes that landed on the immense torso of the divine elephant of the golden armor, unable to shake it in the slightest. Spectacular. The people in the Brahma Sky City below watched this violent battle with trembling excitement. The scene in front of them was simply too sensational. The idol king continued forward toward Yi Tianyu. Obviously, Yi Futian did not intend to take a defensive position at all but instead took the initiative to attack preemptively to Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Bang! The method of divine elephant stomping the sky bloomed, crushing the void and trampling the great path. The divine elephant of golden armor moved forward. Its seemingly awkward body arrived in front of Yi Tianyu in an instant. I heard that you were born to be supreme, but your true strength is unknown, Yi Futian said loudly, dominant and overbearing. With his palms raised, he launched a punch at Yi Tianyu, and the void seemed to be shattered and pulverized. Between him and Yi Tianyu, everything was exploded and shattered. Yi Tianyu also truly felt Yi Futian's aggressive and dominant power. He stepped forward, and the giant Qianqiu brush also pierced ahead. Infinite murderous air currents converged into a storm of slaughter that continued to collide with the might of that strike. Boom, boom. The two forces converged, and the world was overshadowed. Bang. Yi Futian continued to take a step forward. The immense divine elephants once again trampled the sky, and the arm once again penetrated heaven and earth. As this strike was thrown, infinite shadows of the punch appeared, and each blow was able to shatter the sky. The power of the divine elephant void-splitting fist could crush an entire space. The divine picture of heavenly mandate released bright dazzling divine light, covering Yi Tianyu. With his body as the center, a storm of the great path started to rise. The heavenly mandate divine book bloomed, and hundreds of thousands of the slaughtering forces seemed to be swallowed up by the divine picture of the great path. Everything could be wiped out at any time. He stared at Yi Futian. His eyes were still proud. Divine art of heavenly mandate. Yi Futian looked down at him, his body was glowing with celestial light. With the celestial soul gathering, the celestial soul attraction was release. Behind Yi Futian, in addition to the tens of thousands of divine elephants galloping, there was a celestial soul that also manifested, emitting extremely and radiant celestial light. This scene made Yi Futian's temperament even more remarkable. Fae and demon united as one, showing a tantalizing demonic elegance. However, Yi Tianyu was not to be surpassed. The divine picture of heavenly mandate was bright and shrouded his body. The divine light of the great path flowed toward his body and put the armor of a god on him. This armor of a god actually took the shape of a gigantic demon. It transformed into the divine bird Kuanping battle suit. At this moment, there seemed to be a sacred divine beast of Kuanping that formed a battle armor. Its gorgeous and divine feathers opened, covering the sun in the sky, and the divine light split through the sky. Then a supreme collision. The hearts of many cultivators beat wildly. They did not expect that the battle between Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu could be so brilliant, or that Yi Futian, who had urged the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, was just like Jiyu Dongliu before. He was outstanding within the realm, comparable to that of Nirvana, as he battled Yi Tianyu with an indomitable stance. Above the sky, the battle will covered the heavens. Yi Futian's pupils were demonic and terrifying, and he sensed the spiritual souls of Yi Tianyu. He saw that Yi Tianyu's spiritual soul had put on the divine armor of Kuanping. It was radiant beyond imagination. Clearly, the divine method of the heavenly realm could also be used on the spiritual soul as a truly top-notch method. Yi Tianyu waving both wings, and caused a slaughtering storm above the sky. There were countless divine feathers of the Kuanping turning into golden slaughtering spears upon the divine armor of Kuanping, which instantly shot through the void and aimed toward Yi Futian. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of galloping giant divine elephants were directly penetrated and shattered. Yi Futian, who was possessed by the golden divine elephant, kept walking forward. When he stepped out, the sky shook violently. It seemed it would collapse in total destruction. At the same time, a terrifying might of suppression descended. It seemed to freeze the space. Many slaughtering spears above the sky became sluggish, their power had greatly weakened. But Yi Tianyu didn't stop giving up. The wings of the Kuanping opened up, and the divine wings that sheltered the sky continued flapping. The sky was blowing a storm of the great path, but it was the force of the wind that caused a hurricane in the Brahma Sky City. The hurricane brought the golden slaughtering spears to descend at the same time in Yi Futian's direction. Such force, even for troops in the hundreds and thousands, would be wiped out immediately. But Yi Futian did not stop. He was still walking in the storm, and each step was earth-shattering. When the power of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor was released, the power of the ultimate skills of the divine elephants also surged, resonating together. The galloping divine elephants had unparalleled power. His body rushed toward the center of the storm, and as a punch was thrown, the great path collapsed, opening up a great path of space. The golden divine elephants walked in this great path of space, crossing the void with a single step, and came in front of Yi Tianyu. The divine elephant of golden armor and Kumpan of the divine armor faced each other, and the people in the sky below looked up at the center of the storm. This was no longer a confrontation between Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu, it was more like a confrontation between divine beasts. Yi Futian raised his fist and blasted it forward without any flourishing movements. The bones of the divine elephant emperor inside his body burst out into divine glory and merged into the will of his fist. When this punch was thrown, Yi Tianyu, though clad with the divine armor of Kuanping that was protecting his spiritual soul, still felt the shock of the spiritual soul. Yi Futian's attack contained a terrible power that was able to penetrate anything. Divine elephant void-splitting fist, shattering the void. At the same time, Yi Tianyu's divine method bloomed, and a giant illusion of Kuanping appeared in the sky, grabbing at the giant divine elephant that appeared. They collided above the sky. Rumble, the sound of a horrible collision hurt the eardrums of the crowd. Looking up, the giant beasts collided, and the sky and earth broke apart. Moreover, this seemed to be just the beginning. Yi Futian was still pressing forward while attacking, launching punch after punch. He was facing Yi Tianyu, colliding with the great path. This white-haired young man had found no equal. With Yi Futian attacking like this, how could Yi Tianyu retreat? The attacks of the Kuanping's feathers could pierce the void. The crowd saw continuous and violent collisions above the sky, and neither warrior showed any intention of stopping. As the collision continued, everyone was shocked to discover that Yi Futian's attack seemed to be more violent and fierce. In contrast, Yi Tianyu seemed to have suffered some interference, as his power was weakening. As a result, it felt as if Yi Futian had taken the initiative to engage in a violent attack while Yi Tianyu was merely defending himself. Once, in the battle between Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianyu had not been suppressed and always took the initiative. Now, in his fight with Yi Futian, it actually felt that he was somewhat passive. What a shock this was! Could it be the might of the bones of the divine elephant emperor? Even so, Yi Futian's raw strength was still terribly powerful. Naturally, they did not understand why Yi Tianyu's offensive would be increased. Each of Yi Futian's dominant methods contained a powerful force to suppress and collapse. They directly blasted onto the spiritual soul through Yi Tianyu's body. Although the spiritual soul was clad with the will of war, under the continuous violent attacks, it was still extremely uncomfortable. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, Yi Tianyu's body was knocked back. He could have continued to fight, but he did not, he chose to retreat instead. This step back was a little embarrassing for him. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty retreated in battle with Yi Futian. But he had to take this step back, or he would still be suppressed. He needed to retreat so he could advance. However, Yi Tianyu's retreat, as he had thought, shocked countless people beneath the sky. Yi Tianyu retreated during the confrontation with Yi Futian. Could it be that Yi Futian is stronger than the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Jiyu Dongliu? Some murmured, feeling the whole thing to be surreal. Even though Yi Futian's power was great, perhaps his talent could be ranked in the top 5 of Heavenly Mandate. However, nobody had ever thought that he could be stronger than Yi Tianyu. It should be the mighty power of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. After all, it was the ancestor of the divine elephants, the royal mount of the demon emperor, an existence that shocked all generations alike, someone responded. Yi Tianyu just took a step back. He needed to pull away to use a stronger method. Someone looked up into the sky with an extremely sharp expression. Sure enough, Yi Tianyu's aura had become perceivably more terrible. The divine picture of heavenly mandate engulfed the great path of heaven and earth. Countless divine lights of the great path seeped into Yi Tianyu's body. The divine picture also integrated into the body, wrapping it and turning it into a part of the divine armor. With dazzling divine light falling down, his long hair that was behind him also turned golden, full of sharp breath. His robe fluttered as he became a god of war, which was the ultimate evolution of the divine art of heavenly mandate, the divine advent. Yi Tianyu wanted to morph into a celestial divinity. However, just as he devoured the divine light of the great path, the sound of elephant trumpeting was heard, and an incomparable figure appeared above the sky. Yi Futian's silver hair danced with the wind, possessed by the divine elephant, and a long staff appeared in his hand. This long staff seemed to have been formed by the celestial way, but it was shining with a brilliant golden light. What was even more terrifying was the power contained in the long staff. Stepping onto the sky, Yi Futian glanced at Yi Tianyu below and did not give him any time to gather his divine power. He just unleashed a strike with the staff. Shadows of the staff appeared and filled the sky. Among the many shadows of staff, there were also galloping divine elephants. The staff techniques were 9 strikes in the heaven, but powered by the immense strength of the divine elephants and incorporating the will of the elephant splitting the sky into it, its strength could only be imagined. Yi Tianyu raised his head to sweep a glance over the void. His rage surged to his crown, and his golden hair stood on end like spears. He shot out as if he were one of the gods. He raised his hand to point toward the void. His godlike figure was dazzling. As his finger pointed to the sky, moving his way forward, he broke through the great path, splitting through the sky. Countless shadows of the staff were now collapsing here. He wanted to open up an ancient path of slaughter, aiming at Yi Futian. Yi Tianyu had extreme killing will in his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Tianyu had caused the divine might of the great path to collide with the long staff. However, he did not retreat, which showed just how terrible Yi Tianyu was in the state of godly advent. Buzz! The storm of great path ravaged, and Yi Futian stepped down, following up with another strike of the long staff with even greater power. Behind Yi Tianyu, the divine wings of Kuanping appeared. They lifted up, cutting through the void to shatter the shadows of the staff. Its divine power was incomparable. In the area outside of Shentian Pavilion, countless people in the Brahma Sky City looked up at the sky, their eyes not blinking. They stared at the battlefield, watching this terrifying battle that could make the gods and ghosts weep. The sound of collisions blasted out again and again. Each time felt as if there was a collision in their heart, making them feel that their bodies were vibrating and their blood boiling. The staff technique is still getting stronger. Those below watched as the staff blast out endlessly, trembling. Even if Yi Tianyu had the body of a god, it seemed that it was reaching the limit. When the 6th staff strike blasted out, the supreme power blasted open the void. Yi Tianyu groaned as his body fell from the void. His face was pale, and his spiritual soul trembled. The divine elephant descended from the sky, trampling the void, and struck with the staff again. This strike unified hundreds and thousands of the staff shadows into one. Even though it was only one strike, it seemed to be one with the great path. It flew toward Yi Tianyu. However, Yi Tianyu, who looked like a god from heaven, dared not intercept this attack at this moment. At this time, he was comparable to the body of the god, but still summoned the body of Kuanping to attack. Boom! The shadow of the staff fell, the Kuanping was shattered, and the divine armor was torn apart. A violent power penetrated the defense and exploded upon Yi Tianyu. His body was knocked to the ground from the sky, and all the buildings were pulverized. Countless people backed away as cracks appeared underneath their feet. Yi Tianyu has been suppressed. The eyes of many were dull. They couldn't believe what they had seen. In the heavenly mandate realm, was there someone who could suppress Yi Tianyu? As the battle of the celestial gate of vast heaven, even Jiyu Dongliu had been unable to achieve it. Yi Futian leveraged the power of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions to suppress the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty and knocked him to the ground. One could only imagine how strong of an impression this scene had left on people. When the dust cleared, everyone looked at the ground. Yi Tianyu, who was bathed in golden rays, stood in the ruins. The ground was already shattered. Above the sky, a peerless figure stood there, extremely dazzling. He was the white-haired talent who once again shocked the heavenly mandate realm. In the fight for the great path of heavenly mandate, who could be invincible? Who could be matchless and rule the times? All the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven looked at Yi Futian, and there was some disturbance in their hearts. Jiyu Dongliu was taken back to the Fei clan and was nurtured as its future leader. Although the two major clans shared the same goal and agreed on the same point, to say that everyone was the same as the lord of the Jiang clan without any thoughts regarding their personal interest would be impossible. If Jiyu Dongliu's performance were disappointing, then Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would not wager everything on him. Last time, Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianzhong ended up in a draw. It was still something people of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven found comforting. After all, there was still a lot of room for improvement for Jiyu Dongliu. But they did not expect that today, Jiyu Dongliu's junior brother Yi Futian would also be someone who could rule an era. Unexpectedly, he had suppressed Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm. What kind of characters would these two brothers be in a few more years? What kind of landscape would be in the future for the heavenly mandate realm? Moreover, there seemed to be another figure named Yu Sheng, who had been cultivating with the dragon gods. Rumor had it that Yu Sheng had been accepted as a disciple by the dragon gods and had been cultivating with its top characters. Those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were also shaken to the core, and their eyes were extremely sharp, including those from Shangxiao Divine Palace. Their senior brother had actually been defeated, blasted to the ground. Even if the other party had the help of a magical divine item, his own strength was also incredible. Its attack could be considered terrifying. It seemed that one could not afford to underestimate top figures in the supreme realm. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian belonged amongst top genius talents. There were few people who could rival Yi Tianyu. All the cultivators felt the disturbance in their hearts, and this gave rise to all kinds of thoughts. Goddess Shen and the cultivators of Brahma's pure heaven were also watching the battle, staring at Yi Futian. At this moment, a slight sound was heard, and from the broken ground below, Yi Tianyu emerged. The divine light on his body was still bright and dazzling, which moved many people. Even such an attack could not hurt him seriously, and Yi Tianyu, in the state of godly advent, possessed the body of celestial divinity. He was indeed fearsome. Yi Futian looked down at Yi Tianyu, a well-known figure of the Nirvana plane and the most outstanding descendant of the peak Renhuang existence, who would one day be the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Yi Tianyu, who was hailed as a natural-born supreme, was indeed very strong. Yi Futian's attack was already at the peak of Nirvana plane, but even so, it had only slightly injured Yi Tianyu. Although he managed to suppress the other, he was unable to seriously damage Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu looked up and stared at Yi Futian in the void. He was expressionless, and there seemed to be no disturbance on his face. No one knew what he was thinking or how he felt at the moment. The void became a bit oppressed. Yi Tianyu's eyes never left Yi Futian, and then he stretched out his palms. In an instant, divine light dazzled. A divine pagoda appeared in front of Yi Tianyu, continuously expanding and enlarging in the void. Renhuang implement. Everyone's eyes sharpened. Yi Tianyu had now also released a Renhuang implement. Furthermore, the might of this particular Renhuang implement was extremely aggressive, as it continued flying toward the sky, turning into an immense and endless pagoda. The infinite divine light of the great path flooded into it, and the light of the divine pagoda headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at the pagoda and stepped into the void. The divine elephant roared and headed toward the pagoda. However, under the glory of the divine pagoda, every single one of the divine elephants was shattered into nothingness. The divine light permeated the sky, turning into a storm of destruction and murder. Boom! Yi Futian's celestial soul power was faintly restricted. This divine pagoda contained the power to suppress celestial soul, which was the prowess of Ren Huang. There was a loud roar inside of Yi Futian, and the power of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor surged to the extreme. An overpowering divine elephant appeared and stepped into the sky. The long staff in his hand swung toward the divine pagoda. Yi Tianyu's body flickered and appeared on top of the divine pagoda. His body became large and turned into a true celestial divinity. He held the giant divine pagoda in his hand and hurled it below. Illusions of the divine pagoda slammed down. It was as if they could destroy demons and saints. Under the shining glory of the divine pagoda, Yi Tianyu turned into the ancient emperor. It was like the ancient emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty had descended into the world, his towering figure releasing the mighty power of the great path. This implement, the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven, looked grave. The might of Ren Huang from this implement was extremely horrifying. Even if Yi Tianyu's current state could not release all its power, just a part of its might would be enough to put the fear into everyone's heart. Yi Tianyu obtained this thing from the ancestral lands. The implement left by an ancestor, and its power was far more than what was being shown. Since Yi Futian fought against him using the bones of the mount of the demon emperor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, then he would have to suppress him with the implement of his ancestors. Boom! There was a sound of a shocking collision above the sky. It was extremely horrific, and Yi Futian's staff technique was suppressed by it. The lights of divine pagoda rushed toward his body. It was like shadows of the divine pagoda directly ran through his body, shrouding that immense and boundless divine elephant, and his celestial soul was, likewise, suppressed. What a powerful implement! The cultivators around were all trembling. It seemed that Yi Tianyu was angered by being overwhelmed by Yi Futian and had now resorted to a superpowerful implement, determined to reverse the tides and wash away his shame. The light of the pagoda seemed to be manifold, covering Yi Futian's body. Each fold of the divine light was extraordinarily terrifying and seemed to want to refine Yi Futian's body. Boom! The divine elephant of golden armor walked on the sky, and Yi Futian was still resisting. His pupils turned toward the sky, and they were extremely fierce. They were both to fight again. Go! Yi Tianyu raised his hand and waved. Immediately, the towering divine pagoda traveled downward and landed on the sky above Yi Futian. Rays of the divine light of the pagoda descended frantically, wanting to bound and imprison Yi Futian within. Two terrible forces met and collided in the void, but Yi Futian was under terrible pressure and was likely to be suppressed. Yi Tianyu, you are an entire realm higher than your opponent, and yet after you were defeated, you now have to resort to such a powerful implement. Is this the way of the natural-born supreme of heavenly mandate dynasty? Hua Qingyun said sarcastically. At the level of Saint Plain, an entire realm was a vast difference in power, and the differences in strength could be 10 times or more, so it could only be imagined how difficult the gap was to overcome. Under such circumstances, as the peak existence of the naturally born supreme, fighting with Ren Huang implement, how could the fight be fair or just? It was important to note that Yi Tianyu was also the existence of the peak. Yi Tianyu ignored Hua Qingyun, as divine light rained from his body and fell upon the divine pagoda. It continued its slaughter on Yi Futian. In those indifferent and profound eyes, there was the intention to kill. Such an unfair battle. That's enough. Cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven spoke up. The might of Ren Huang was bloomed and released. However, almost at the same time, from the direction of the heavenly mandate dynasty, there was also infinite might of Ren Huang that bloomed. In an instant, this space was shrouded in the power of Ren Huang. It seemed that as long as the Ren Huang of celestial gate of vast heaven intend to make a move, then the Ren Huang of heavenly mandate dynasty would not stand idly by. Many cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty emit thoughts of murder. Between the vast space of heaven and earth, many observing cultivators remarked to themselves. Prior to this, Yi Futian had obstructed the alliance by marriage between Yi Tianyu and Qin He. He now had revealed his superior talent. At this moment, he had already elicited the intent to kill from the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Boom! Above the firmament, the glory of the divine pagoda was getting more and more terrible. The glory of the divine elephant on Yi Futian's body was becoming dimmer as a terrible force continued to rush into his body, turning his face pale. This pagoda of the sky could suppress celestial soul attraction. At this moment, a figure walked through the void, and many showed a strange look when they beheld this figure. However, the people from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not stop him. It was just someone from the Saint Plane. Who could compete with Yi Tianyu right now? Anyone who wanted to get involved would be easily suppressed. The man continued moving forward and was walking toward the pagoda. When everyone saw this, they all showed a strange look. Was this man seeking death? Even the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a look of jeer on their faces. What a complete lack of self-awareness. The man who walked out was Qi Shengang, who now had the ancient characters of the Great Path appearing on his body. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed. The words that indicated heaven and earth were on the top and bottom, respectively. A divine picture of the Great Path appeared around him, and Qi Shengang walked out from under the glory of the divine pagoda, blocking Yi Futian from the divine pagoda. Is he mad? The hearts of many trembled darkly, and the people from Celestial Gate of vast heaven showed a strange color. As far as they knew, this man was Yi Futian's master. His temperament was extraordinary, showing he was not someone who did this without reason. But the glory of the divine pagoda was mighty. For someone in the Saint Plane attempt to compete with his own body of flesh and blood, it was undoubtedly pure foolishness. Many people watched as Qi Shenjong was suppressed by the glory of the divine pagoda. However, as Qi Shengang stepped into it, the glorious rays of the divine pagoda were cut off. They descended upon his body instead and did not continue to bombard Yi Futian, apparently isolated by his body. The crowd found out, much to their shock, that Qi Shengang was standing inside. The pattern of the Great Path shrouded his whole body, and the power that was blasted down by the divine pagoda to kill seemed to turn into nothingness, unable to destroy him. The scene in front of their eyes stunned many people. How was this possible? Yi Tianyu's strength was already at the peak of the Nirvana plane. His combat power was top-notch, not to mention that he had the aid of the Renhuang implement. Someone from the Saint Plane, no matter how strong, would only face the fate of being obliterated under these circumstances. But Qi Shengang was actually dissolving his attacks. Rays of sacred light were released from Qi Shengang, which caused confused looks to appear on the faces of many Renhuang cultivators. Renhuang will. Their pupils contracted slightly. From Qi Shuanggong's body, they felt the will that belonged to Renhuang. It definitely did not belong to Saint Plane, but only to Renhuang. This man who had already entered Renhuang with 1 foot could break free of the Great Path at any time and level up his realm. Master, Yi Futian called out. The divine light of the Great Path upon Qi Shuanggong's body shot upward and shrouded the divine pagoda within. Suddenly the oppressive force on Yi Futian's body disappeared completely. He walked across the void and passed his master Qi Shengang and the divine pagoda. With a strike of the staff, he slammed down. The sky changed color, and the look on Yi Tianyu's face, who was controlling the divine pagoda, suddenly changed. In haste, he sent out a great palm print, which was crushed and pulverized. Yi Futian's staff fell directly on him, this time much more violent than the blow previously. The blast caused Yi Tianyu to spit out blood. He was sent flying, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Seeing this transpire, the hearts of many skipped a beat. Yi Tianyu's body flew, back and his mouth was bleeding. The staff attack made many people feel a crawling sensation on their scalps. If it were them, that strike would probably be enough to end them. Yi Tianyu was beat, once again, and the injury was not minor. Who was that? Someone wondered silently, glancing at Qi Shengang. He had stepped directly under the divine pagoda as someone in the saint plane, blocked Yi Futian from the attack of the divine pagoda, and even bound the pagoda there. Furthermore, he already exuded a trace of Renhuang will, with one foot firmly planted on the other side. It was not that he was just a half step away from Renhuang, but that he could possibly enter the Renhuang plane level at any moment. Many people in Violet Heavenly Palace looked rather sharp. Some of them recognized Qi Shengang, Yi Futian's master, who had shown his strength in the celestial demon city in the old days. His power was mighty. His realm was unexpectedly profound. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, probably had never suffered such humiliation before. This time, he was invited by Brahma's pure heaven, was prepared to marry the first virgin, Qin He, but Qin He would rather fight to the death with him than stay with him, which made him appear unnecessarily aggressive. Afterward, Yi Futian stepped forward to fight him, and this was the conclusion. In Brahma Sky City, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had suffered a humiliation that he had never experienced before. This should be the first time, but there was a flash of cold light from Zhong Yuan's eyes. He was the supreme body of the Great Path from the Violet Heavenly Palace. This was getting more interesting. The hatred between Yi Tianyu and Yi Futian was getting deeper, which would naturally be to the benefit of the Violet Heavenly Palace. After all, the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a common enemy. As he had thought, a strong and overbearing might bloomed. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, upon seeing Yi Tianyu being injured, finally made their move. The mighty authority of Renhuang shrouded the sky. A Renhuang pointer struck at Qi Shengang and Yi Futian, penetrating heaven and earth. Those Renhuang of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had also been prepared for this moment. Radiant celestial light was shining, and a figure crossed the void and descended. A celestial sword slashed out at the same time, colliding with the destructive Renhuang power. A violent storm blew between heaven and the earth. Its fierce pressure of might slammed on the bodies of both Yi Futian and Qi Shengang, and they were both slammed back. The divine pagoda flew back in an instant and headed toward Yi Tianyu, who put it away. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of might of Renhuang erupted at the same time, and as it swept through the sky, the people below really felt the suffocating divine might of the Great Path. They tensed, and their breath quickened. Was a major battle of Renhuang about to erupt? At this time, in Brahma Sky City, countless people looked up to the sky, and above Shentian Pavilion, there was a palpable pressure of Renhuang might. Yi Futian and Qi Shengang both retreated into the camp of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Under these circumstances, they no longer could continue in the battle. Even though Qi Shengang was not far from the Renhuang realm, the realm of those others was simply way too high. Even if he had already entered the Renhuang realm, it would still be difficult for him to participate. Yi Tianyu and the top figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace were here, and then there were the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, who followed them. Of course, Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun were also here, and the guardians of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were no weaklings either. Therefore, the pressure of might that erupted above the sky was horrific. So, Renhuang can intervene after being defeated. A voice was heard, and it was the cultivator of divine elephants. In today's battle, Yi Futian had shown the cultivators of the divine elephants that even human cultivators could fully exercise the inherited techniques of the divine elephants so well. He was even better and stronger than their top geniuses. Thus, it was no wonder the divine elephant emperor had told them to guard Yi Futian well. It seemed that, previously, when Yi Futian had returned with the divine elephants, the divine elephant emperor had already realized that Yi Futian had unlimited potential. This battle was enough to prove that he could exist side by side with the likes of Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianyu, and that he was no less worthy than the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Previously he had already had several brilliant battles, but the battle today would exemplify his record, which would soon be spread throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Today, Yi Futian interrupted the marriage between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Brahma's pure heaven Yi Futian. The divine elephants would be wise not to interfere, the cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said. His voice rang through the void, everyone in Brahma Sky City could hear him clearly. If it were not for the sake of being unwilling to involve divine elephants in this dispute with the Heavenly Mandate realm, perhaps the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would have already attacked Yi Futian a long time ago. Renhuang are not allowed to participate in friendly contests of the Saint Plane. This is a rule from the human world of cultivation. Now that your crown prince was defeated, you decided to mobilize your Renhuang to battle, and you intend to prevent me from intervening? The voice of the cultivator of the divine elephants was overbearing. As he walked, the sky shook, making roaring and booming sounds that were terrifying. Even though he said this, everyone knew that the fighting had already gone far beyond the scope of a friendly contest. Both Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu had already exerted their true strength. It's best that the forces of the demon realm not interfere in the matters of the human world of cultivation. The Renhuang from Heavenly Mandate dynasty continued, "Don't forget, the Heavenly Mandate realm demarcates the human world of cultivation and that of the demon realm. You are all here as guests, and we won't pursue the matter, but don't you meddle in it." That's right, the divine elephants shouldn't forget where they are. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace also piped in. They were the allies of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Bang! The cultivators of the divine elephants snorted coldly and continued forward. The void shook violently, and many of those in Brahma Sky City, whose cultivation was not as strong, groaned as their faces paled. If that random stomp were to land on them, its invisible might was enough to suppress them. The people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty are right. We are from the demon realm, so why should we participate in human disputes? At this time, a voice was heard. The cultivator who spoke was a figure of Demon Emperor from the Purple Gold Rat clan. They always thrived in chaotic times. The rise of the Purple Gold Rat clan was due to the chaotic environment. Now, if things would get more chaotic, it would undoubtedly be another opportunity. He clearly understood that the divine elephants chose this moment to interfere. They passed their special techniques on to Yi Futian in an attempt to place a bet in the world of human cultivation. This way, they could have a say in the changing future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, this was clearly something the Purple Gold Rat clan did not wish to see. "Why are you rats everywhere?" The cultivator of the divine elephant swept a glance over them, his eyes of the Elephant Emperor domineering and full of contempt. The divine elephants had always had a lofty position within the demon realm with noble blood to boot. The era of the divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions was the golden age when they were the top demon clan in the demon realm. The Purple Gold Rat clan was nowhere on their radar. This was also why the Purple Gold Rat clan was so sensitive. In the demon realm, many noble demon clans despised them. Even though they had true strength, respect and recognition still eluded them. The glory of purple gold glittered and bloomed. The body of the cultivator from Purple Gold Rat clan was radiant all over. As he moved forward, a demon emperor whispered coldly, "Even us rats would like to experience the power of the divine elephants." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand and blasted out his attack. Above the sky, an immense and boundless purple gold divine rat appeared, covering the sky and biting at the demon emperor of the divine elephant below. The demon emperor of the divine elephant frowned. This rat actually dared to engage him. But he instantly understood the intention of the other party. They wanted to deliberately keep them occupied so that the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could do what they wanted. Stepped into the void, an immense giant divine elephant manifested, and the great battle of demon emperors had the potential to split heaven and earth. At this time, the Renhuang existence of the Heavenly Mandate realm was moving forward in an arc. In an instant, the divine light of the Heavenly Mandate shrouded the sky, shrouding the vast, endless void within, completely locking down this space. They intended to keep Yi Futian here for the kill. Protect him. The cultivators from the celestial gate of vast heaven frowned. These Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty were really determined. It was much easier to kill lesser characters under their protection than to defeat all of them. Furthermore, they had arranged this layer of the Heavenly Mandate divine light of boundary, delaying them to get to Yi Tianyu on the outside for a while. "Be careful," someone said to Yi Futian. This was intended to take Yi Futian's life. The will to murder had taken hold of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and now, they wanted to execute Yi Futian here. Jiyu Dongliu was already a volatile factor, so it was best to get rid of Yi Futian. Otherwise, two peerless characters were sure to be a big problem in the future. The slaughtering divine light drowned out the void and shot directly toward Yi Futian. Ren Huang of the celestial gate of vast heaven stepped out successively and locked down where Yi Futian was. The celestial light, bright and radiant, cast a celestial matrix. However, at this time, there was a character of divine general from the other side, who raised his hand and pierced through the void, shooting straight at Yi Futian. They were not interested in a long fight, they just wanted to kill Yi Futian. Celestial light turned into a boundary and blocked the sky above. As that one finger fell, a divine light swept through the heavens. It was as if it had leveled the heavens. It was extremely fearsome to behold. The cultivators of the divine elephants were restrained by the great demon of the purple gold rat clan, and the situation seemed very unfavorable. In front of so many Ren Huang, Yi Futian appeared weaker, and he could not withstand their attacks. At this moment, a suffocating power of mighty of the great path suddenly came from above, pressing down on everyone. Divine light fell straight down, and the faces of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty changed. They raised their heads and looked up at the sky. A gorgeous face appeared. This face was perfect, and in the vast mandate heaven, such a face was difficult to find. But the majesty contained in those eyes could make people forget the shocking beauty of this face. Just a look was enough to make these Ren Huang and demon emperors feel inexplicable coercion, and the fighting ceased in an instant. Her Majesty. In Brahma Sky City, countless people worshipped the face above the sky, and many looked extremely moved, for they had now seen the Empress in person. If you want to be disorderly, get out of Brahma Sky City. An extremely arrogant and icy voice came from above. It was authoritative and dominant, disallowing for any doubt. The fight stopped in an instant. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked grim. Brahma's pure heaven was also responsible for today's blunder, but the overlord was not there, so who would be eligible to talk with Her Majesty the Empress of Brahma's pure heaven? No one dared to question her. Warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked at the stunning solemn face and cupped their hands, saying, "We apologize for the offense. It's time to bid farewell." Even though they were not happy about it, they couldn't say anything. Their status was not comparable to that of Brahma's pure sky, so they didn't dare to turn hostile against Brahma's pure sky. After all, it was about the political geography of the heavenly mandate realm, and no one could afford the consequences. After speaking, the warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty restrained their life forces. Not only them, but warriors of other powers also restrained their life forces. No one dared to keep fighting. "We are sorry to disturb your majesty," warriors from Violet Heavenly Palace and other forces said. They all cupped their hands to bid farewell, and then they all flashed and left quickly. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Many warriors of Shangxiao Divine Palace stared at the Empress's face, their hearts troubled, but they didn't say anything and left with the warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Even though they came from the Shangxiao Divine Palace, the Empress of Brahma's pure sky was a big figure at the top of the supreme path realm. They belonged to the younger generation and dared not act presumptuously. They didn't have the capital to try, and even their elders were the same. In a blink of an eye, most people of top forces had left, but some warriors were still here, such as Yi Futian and others of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian gazed at the face in the void sky and didn't look away. He even wanted to ask something. The Empress seemed to be aware of it, and her majestic eyes glanced at him. Soon, she gradually dissipated and vanished. The might over the sky also dissipated, and soon the void sky restored its calmness from before. However, the war that just happened and the Empress's solemn appearance were still imprinted in the minds of countless people in the lower sky above the Brahma Sky City. Today's battle would surely spread throughout the heavenly mandate realm. Even Her Majesty had been shocked. Many people looked excited since this was the first time that they had seen Her Majesty's face. Even though they lived in Brahma Sky City, it was still very difficult to see Her Majesty, and Her Majesty rarely showed up in public. Usually, she either cultivated in the Brahma's pure sky or traveled in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. After the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had left, Yi Futian didn't retract his gaze. He still stared into the void sky, and his deep eyes looked like he was lost in thought. After a long while, he took back his gaze and said to the Renhuang figures and demon emperors in front of him, with his hands cupped, "Thank you all very much, your majesties." During the battle that just happened, these Renhuang-level figures took the lead to protect him. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he would be unable to cope with those Renhuang figures of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. From now on you must be careful. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty intends to kill you, a Renhuang figure of the celestial gate of vast heaven reminded Yi Futian. Just now, everyone could clearly tell that people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were trying to kill him. A tree outgrowing other trees in a forest was more likely to be destroyed. Yi Futian's relationship with Jiyu Dongliu and his stance had already put him on the opposite side of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. In such a situation, killing him before he grew stronger was naturally the best and easiest choice for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. When Yi Futian reached the Renhuang realm, if they wanted to kill Yi Futian at that time, they would need to use more manpower, and it would be much more difficult. "Thank you for reminding me, sir. I will be more cautious," Yi Futian said, nodding. He frowned slightly. This time, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had clear murderous intent, so from now on, they might try to assassinate him more frequently. Since they had done it once, they wouldn't care about doing it again, even at the risk of offending the Divine Elephant clan. Yi Futian wondered if he should be proud or not. After all, this meant that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty took him so seriously that they took such a big risk to get rid of him. "Let's go back, too," said a warrior of the celestial gate of vast heaven. "I still have something to do," Yi Futian said. He shook his head slightly. He turned his gaze and looked toward where people of Brahma's pure sky stood in the distance. Yi Futian took a step forward and walked towards the place where Shentian Pavilion was. The Shentian goddess looked at Yi Futian, who was walking towards her. A different look flashed in her eyes. "Yi Futian is here to salute you, goddess." Yi Futian stopped in front of Shentian goddess and said, "What else do you want to ask?" The Shentian goddess said coldly, as if she was dissatisfied with Yi Futian because of the previous events. "I want to ask again if Jiyu is in Brahma's pure sky." "Goddess, please don't conceal anything," Yi Futian bowed down and said sincerely. Jiyu appeared twice in his mind, and it should not have been an illusion just because he missed her so much. Moreover, all that had just happened made him realize that the thing was not very easy. Why did Brahma's pure sky want to choose a spiritual partner for Qin He? Qin He, as the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, had an extraordinary status. Why would they force her? From the perspective of Brahma's pure sky, they didn't seem to want to join hands with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Also, what the Empress of Brahma's pure sky just did could be considered as helping him. He still felt that all these things were related to Jiyu. The Shentian goddess looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes looked as calm as before, and there was no change in her gaze after hearing Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian's eyes looked extremely deep. When he asked the question, he fixed his eyes on the Shentian goddess as if he wanted to capture something from her eyes, even if it was just a hint of emotional fluctuation. However, Shentian goddess's eyes were so calm, revealing no change. It was as if she had just heard an unrelated name and some unrelated words. "What are you talking about?" Shentian goddess said softly. Nobody would be suspicious of her indifferent tone. She still denied it. Yi Futian stared at her. Why didn't she have a look of suspicion? Shentian goddess really knew nothing about it. He didn't believe it. "I boldly request to go to Brahma's pure sky to meet with Her Majesty," Yi Futian bowed and said. The Empress, undoubtedly, was the one who knew most about all these things. Last time, he didn't get any answers, but he still wanted to try it. "Her Majesty has no time to see you," Shentian goddess said. "I don't mind what you have done today. Now, go back. I want to see Qin He," Yi Futian said again. "She has returned to Brahma's pure sky," Shentian goddess said and left directly, ignoring Yi Futian. She just walked into the void sky and left with other goddesses of the Brahma's pure sky, leaving Yi Futian there, dazed. Qi Shengang and Yaya came to Yi Futian's side. Qi Shengang asked him, What is on your mind? Master, I felt the presence of my wife twice during my cultivation, and both situations were related to Brahma's pure sky. Yi Futian looked at Qi Shengang and said. A surprised look flashed across Qi Shuanggang's face. He had heard about this thing, and in Yi Futian's capacity, it was impossible for him to be wrong. Maybe, she really was alive. I want to go to Brahma's pure sky, Yi Futian said. Then you should go, Qi Shengang nodded and said. Since he had doubt, he should try hard to find the answer. Yi Futian nodded, and after bidding farewell to others, he walked away and headed in one direction. Some people came with him, some people left. Xia Qingyuan also followed him. Was Hua Jiyu really alive? At this moment, she had conflicting emotions, which made her somewhat hate herself. Why did she have inner conflicts, especially for her ruthless side? Brahma's pure sky was located to the north of the Brahma Sky City and was above all of Brahma Sky City. Standing at the foot of Brahma's pure sky, Yi Futian looked up at the mountain and the endless stairs in front of him. Clouds and mist were flying over his head, and in the clouds, a celestial city could be faintly seen. His body flashed, and he walked upward. Many warriors gazed at him along the way until Yi Futian came to the sky outside of the gate. A goddess stopped him and released warning might, glaring at him indifferently. She did not speak and did not need to say anything. Who didn't know that this was the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky? Yi Futian is here requesting to see Her Majesty. Yi Futian looked up toward the heavenly gate and shouted loudly. He knew that, even though he was outside the Brahma's pure sky, the Empress of Brahma's pure sky claimed to be able to perceive everything in the 3,000 realms. Although she was not there, her mind could directly reach the sky above Shentian Pavilion, so his voice must have been heard by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. The goddess outside the heavenly gate showed surprise when hearing Yi Futian's name. Not long ago, Qin He had returned to Brahma's pure sky, and they heard something from her. Now, what was Yi Futian's purpose of coming to Brahma's pure sky? There was no response from Brahma's pure sky, and Yi Futian's voice seemed to be entering the land of nothingness. Yi Futian requests to see Her Majesty, Yi Futian continued. However, there was still no sound. He said this, again and again, making the goddess outside Heavenly Gate frown. A lady stepped forward and said coldly, Yi Futian, enough. Yi Futian's shouting had disturbed some people's cultivation. Some Renhuang figures' wills had swept down. Apparently, they had also heard of Yi Futian's voice. Yi Futian had perceived them, too, but he still did not leave and continued shouting loudly. He wanted an answer. He needed to know whether Jiyu was here or not. However, it seemed that everyone would just ignore him. In the land of Brahma's pure sky full of clouds and mist, in front of a fey palace, a person, who looked very thin, was kneeling on a futon. At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Qin He looked up and saw a figure in front of her. Qin He is here to meet Her Majesty. Qin He bowed her head and said. She wondered why the Empress wanted to see her, but no matter what punishment it was, she wouldn't care. The Empress stood there quietly, looking at Qin He. She was silent for a moment and then said, From now on, you can cultivate with me. Qin He paused a second and looked up at the Empress, but the Empress had turned around and entered the Fey Palace, shrouded by mist. Qin He did not show much joy, and she was just a little confused. What was all of this about? The Empress of Brahma's pure sky stepped into the Fey Palace. There was another figure here in this fairyland, sitting quietly. She was also extremely beautiful, stunning like an immortal, and she seemed to be in the dormant state of cultivation. The Empress of Brahma's pure sky looked at her and said, You disappointed me. If I knew, I would have chosen her, not you. The figure didn't seem to hear her and sat there quietly. She even ignored the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky when she talked to her. There would be no second person in Brahma's pure sky who dared to do so. Still, Yi Futian didn't get to see the Empress. He was ignored at the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky, and from time to time, some cultivators sent might to him as a sign of warning. After a long while, he stopped shouting but just looked up at the heavenly gate. Now, no matter how outstanding his talent was, he was just a cultivator of Saint Plain and was not even qualified to talk to the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Could he do anything to them even though they refused his request? There was nothing he could do. He could just stand outside the gate of Brahma's pure sky and watch. He didn't know what the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky would think of him. Is Jiyu in the Brahma's pure sky or not? Futian murmured to himself. It was like an enigma. If Jiyu had been here, she would have found him by herself, unless she was in trouble, so she showed up in his mind twice. Was she trying to tell him that she was still alive? Maybe, he guessed it. However, if Jiyu was really in Brahma's pure sky, who was imprisoning her? Did the lady of Brahma's pure sky do this? But why did Her Majesty trap Jiyu? He had asked people of Brahma's pure sky several times, including the saintess, the goddess, and the empress, and whenever he asked, the answer given to him was the same. No one acknowledged the existence of Jiyu. At that time, Jiyu summoned a wisp of the empress thought, but she was very weak at that time and not in the holy plane. If the empress paid attention to her for this reason and brought her spiritual soul to the Brahma's pure sky, she didn't have to let Jiyu stay with her. Even though Jiyu, as a cultivator, had potential, she couldn't be more promising than those goddesses in Brahma's pure sky. They even didn't care about sacrificing the goddess Chinhi, so would they care about Jiyu? He didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. Futian looked up at the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please let me know if Jiyu is in Brahma's pure sky. I will come to visit again later if I have the chance." After these words, Futian turned around and walked away. Seen from behind, he looked quite lonely. Even though he knew Jiyu might be in Brahma's pure sky and wanted to go inside and take a look, he could not do it. He didn't have this feeling of powerlessness even when he confronted Yi Tianyu and other people. Xie Qingyuan stood behind Futian and felt a little sad to see this lonesome figure walking ahead. However, Futian couldn't do anything, not to mention herself. Even if her father Emperor Xie had come here in person, the Brahma's pure sky wouldn't change their attitude, either. This was the disparity between different areas. Emperor Xie was an emperor of a realm, but in the Supreme Path realm, he was not that important. She turned her head and took a cold glance at Brahma's pure sky. Although she had some inner conflict, she felt sad when she saw Futian like this. She also hoped that one day, Futian would be able to forcibly enter the heavenly gate, and no one would dare to stop him at that time. Many warriors from Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and other forces turned around and also left with Futian. They went away and gradually disappeared into the distance from the Brahma's pure sky. There were still many divine thoughts sweeping down from the Brahma's pure sky, and all of them were withdrawn at this time. Many people knew nothing about it, and only a few people faintly knew some inside information, but perhaps only Her Majesty knew most about the details. Futian and his companions left Brahma Sky City. Besides them, other top forces from elsewhere had also gradually left. The storm had finally come to an end, but the final outcome was unexpected. Futian fought with Yi Tianyu, but Qin chose neither of them. In the end, this attempt to seek marriage was not successful, but the conflict between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Futian was intensified, and the world witnessed the rise of another top figure. Futian was another hero like Yi Tianyu and Jiyu Dongliu, peerless and gallant. After this battle, people of Brahma Sky City regarded Futian as a hero like Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Tianyu, but unfortunately, Futian was not of Nirvana Saint Plane in that battle. If he had been, people could tell from the battle between Futian and Yi Tianyu which of them was stronger when Futian had not used the bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. In the Battle of Brahma Sky City, there was still some controversy since no one could say clearly how much enhancement the bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions had brought. Therefore, it could only be said that Futian was also one of the top figures and stood alongside Yi Tianyu. However, there was still doubt as to who was the stronger one. After all, even when Yi Tianyu was injured in the battle, he still showed remarkable combat strength. Although Futian went all out, he could not seriously hurt him, and it was only when his master joined forces with him that he gave Yi Tianyu a hard strike. Even so, their performance was still truly amazing. Jiyu Dongliu and Futian were brothers, and this generation of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven they represented had won over the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, plus they had Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Yi Futian's brother Yu Sheng. Such a lineup was horrifying enough. In the future, the celestial gate of vast heaven would have another heyday. If so, would the heavenly mandate dynasty be more stressed? In addition to the heavenly mandate dynasty, Shangxiao Divine Palace also regarded the celestial gate of vast heaven as a serious threat and would never let them rise to the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Especially now, the strongest descendant of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the ultimate form of Great Path Zhong Yuan, had been proven to be incapable of defeating Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu, so they could not afford to gamble on the future. When the news began to spread in the heavenly mandate realm, people of top forces all had returned. In the south vast heaven, above the celestial gate, Yi Futian was focusing on cultivation. At this moment, there was a fairy light flowing around him. A celestial soul condensed and was formed, resonating with the sky and earth. With the fairy light cleansing his body repeatedly, the power of the celestial path seemed to be merging into him. At this time, in addition to the fairy light, a dazzling golden aura flew around Yi Futian's body, just like the light of Ren Huang. He stood up, waved his hand, and blasted out his fist. Each of his punches trembled the distant void sky and seemed to penetrate the space. Yi Futian repeated the movement again and again, and his body was coated with dazzling golden light. After a short while, he opened his eyes and murmured, "It's still wrong." After all, the cultivation of mystical ways could not be achieved overnight. At the highest level of celestial soul attraction, the celestial soul entered the cultivator's body. His physique would be strong as that of an immortal, and such a body was called the celestial form. Every move of the celestial form attack contained the might of immortal skills, which meant that each of his random attacks would incorporate the immortal spirit into it, and there was no need to deliberately control the immortal skills. It was the stage pursued by all warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven. In the heyday of the celestial gate of vast heaven, the 12 immortals had all cultivated to such a level and owned forms of celestial paths. All of them were figures with outstanding talents in the cultivation of mystical ways. He was obviously still far behind and had not been able to reach this level. At this moment, there seemed to be a strong life force coming out. Yi Futian gave a different look since cultivators of the celestial gate generally did not create noise like this. He moved his gaze and looked toward one direction, where there were bright beams of imperial light rushing into the sky, extremely beautiful. They made the wind and clouds above the sky roar and caused storms of the Great Path. The storms of Great Path contained glorious aura, and the might of Ren Huang erupted from it. The might of Ren Huang, Yi Futian thought to himself and looked surprised. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly became bright. Yi Futian walked into the void sky directly toward that direction and seemed a little excited. And then he saw a figure rising up in the wind, shrouded with the aura of Ren Huang, which made his figure even more magnificent. "Master," Yi Futian smiled and called. The person was Qi Shengang. It was the first time he had seen someone enter the Ren Huang level, and it was his master. When they fought to leave the Great Li dynasty, Qi Shengang had already taken a half step into the Ren Huang plane, and after that, he rose again from the collapse. After he was deprived of cultivation, he jumped to the top of Nirvana plane and was halfway toward Ren Huang plane. After defeating the ninth servant, the city lord of the Crimson Dragon realm, he followed Yi Futian into the heavenly mandate realm and cultivated for more than 2 years. Today, Qi Shuanggang's cultivation had finally reached this stage. Nothing dramatic happened. It was as if it was just a matter of course, and he entered the Ren Huang realm. Qi Shuanggang's body rose up and landed in the sky above the celestial gate of vast heaven. His body appeared in the center of the storm of Great Path. In the sky above the celestial gate of vast heaven, clouds were tumbling. Many people in Haotian City had noticed and looked up in the direction of celestial gate, but they were not too surprised. Although there were not many Ren Huang figures in the celestial gate, usually, every few years, some people could set foot in the Ren Huang plane, so people were not that surprised about it. But they didn't know who had entered the Ren Huang plane this time. Many cultivators in Haotian City smiled. First, there was Jiyu Dongliu, and then Yi Futian, and now another figure had entered the Ren Huang plane. So many years after the celestial gate of vast heaven experienced destruction, its fortune once again prospered, and it was likely to usher in a glorious era again. Many people in Celestial Gate also paid attention to Qi Shuanggang's entry to Renhuang Plain. Many cultivators believed in fortune. After being silent for so long, they could also feel that the celestial gate of vast heaven seemed to be surrounded by luck again. The sound of entering Renhuang Plain was far louder than entering Saint Plain. Although, when entering the Renhuang Plain, there was no catastrophe as there was in the Saint Plain, Renhuang needed time to cast the imperial body and soul. The scene in the void sky was appalling. After a long while, the situation returned to calm, and a figure slowly descended from the sky and landed on the celestial gate. Yi Futian and others ran to him. Yi Futian took the first step and called, smiling, "Master." Master, Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan also smiled and said. When they cultivated in the Great Li dynasty, they had never expected that Master would break into the legendary plane in such a short period of time. Renhuang, in realms like Great Li, was equal to the lord of a realm. Congratulations. Many warriors at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven also congratulated Qi Shengang. Thank you very much. Qi Shenyuan smiled and bowed his head, then looked at Yi Futian and other disciples. Things always happened like this. When he cultivated in the Great Li, he did not have a very strong obsession with achieving anything. Even later, after he experienced great changes, like Yi Futian's incident, Emperor Li's suspicion, and being deprived of cultivation, he still had nothing to ask for, and never thought about the later things. Not to mention entering the Renhuang Plain. However, excessive joy was of no need. Everything had its time, and even though he had not deliberately pursued it, now he had also set foot in the Renhuang Plain. It didn't mean anything. As Yi Futian's stage became broader, the road they chose was getting harder. He did not know what would happen in the future and would not think about it. He would just wait and see. In front of a magnificent palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there was a bright golden divine matrix. Over the sky dome, countless stars fell down. A map seemed to appear in the starry sky. There was a boundless area on the map, divided into 2 realms. Among these 2 realms, there were 10 locations that were the brightest and full of glares. Shimmering stars fell on that map, and below it, a figure sat in the matrix. Outside the field, there were several figures standing there, watching silently. At this time, the person in the matrix stared up at the sky, and in an instant, all the stars began to rotate, and countless stars continually flew in the vast land of 2 realms. Over the map, many marked coordinates flickered. They kept changing as time passed, just like the transition in history. There was a place where the starlight became extremely dim, as if it might become completely silent at any time. The scene made some people's eyes suddenly turn sharp, and a feeling of coldness flashed in their pupils. It seemed that the outside rumors were not true. Even though they had 2 extraordinary cultivators, nothing had changed. The starlight was still flowing, and they were waiting as if they were waiting for the dim starlight to disappear completely. However, after a long while, suddenly, countless beams of starlight converged towards the same place, which had already been dim, and, as time went on, the place became brighter and brighter until the light overwhelmed everything, and dazzling divine light erupted from it. It even dazzled many people's eyes. In addition, there were several other places where the light was dazzling and some places where the starlight was dim. Suddenly, it seemed that they all became clear and distinct. How come? People outside frowned and murmured. The dazzling starlight gradually covered everything as if it would engulf the entire map. Finally, a clear sound came out, and the vortex of stars shattered. Countless glimmering stars flew around, and the map disappeared. The person in the matrix watched the disappearance of everything and frowned. Everyone's heart was slightly stirred. After a moment of silence, he stood up and turned around, looking at the people next to him, and sighed in his heart. "How is it, sir?" a majestic figure asked with an imposing bearing. He was the imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, he called the man in the matrix sir, which showed that the man's identity was also unusual. "Your Majesty has already seen it," said the figure. The imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, with a bit of indifference, said, "Sir, Does the picture mean that the celestial gate of vast heaven would have great luck? That person nodded slightly and sighed. The celestial gate of vast heaven's fortune will greatly prosper and even absorb the heavenly mandate's fortune and outshine all other forces of the heavenly mandate realms. How is this possible? The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked emotionless. Of course, he did not want to accept such a result. Not only him, but others beside him also whispered at each other. Recently, there were rumors in the outside world that the celestial gate of vast heaven's fortune was prospering. The celestial gate of vast heaven had Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, and now Jiyu Dongliu also came with Yi Futian. Besides, it was said recently that someone had just reached the Renhuang Plain. Although entering Renhuang Plain was not an important issue here, so many things that happened together started to get people's attention. Thus, the imperial lord paid a great price and invited the person with transcendent status from outside to observe the luck of heavenly mandate realm. However, what the person saw was actually the prosperity of the celestial gate of vast heaven, which was the same as the rumor from the outside world. Cultivators absorb the fortune of the sky and the earth and live with luck. Even though celestial gate of vast heaven has good fortune, we can still forcibly extinguish their qi and take away their luck, the imperial lord said. He suddenly resumed the domineering spirit. His voice was indifferent, and his tone was full of pride. He was the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Although he believed that fortune was important, he didn't have blind faith in it. As the saying went, men could win over heaven. That was to say, human beings could alter their destinies, and naturally, fortune could also be changed. Otherwise, how could human beings seize the fortune of sky and earth? What do you think, sir? The imperial lord asked, his voice still very polite. Of course, the man nodded and said, "The art of fortune-telling is only a way of prediction, and it is not absolutely accurate. Between the sky and the earth, there are people who go against heaven. Their fortune is unpredictable, and they can change their own future. Fortune is changeable, and prophecies are just prophecies. They do not represent what would happen in the future. The results may be different if you predict during different time periods." "Thank you, sir," the heavenly mandate imperial lord said, and felt much relieved after hearing his words, and he made up his mind. In fact, he was very clear that although fortune could be changed, it was easy to adapt to the current trend and difficult to overcome the trend. Now, the good fortune was on the other side, and if they wanted to change it, they had to go against the trend, and it was not easy to achieve. He would not be blindly confident about it. Of course, even though it was difficult, he would still make every effort to do it. The inheritance of the heavenly mandate dynasty passed from generation to generation, and they used to be the king of the heavenly mandate dynasty in the past. Now it was in the current imperial lord's hands, so he would definitely not let it end here. If celestial gate of vast heaven had its heyday, it would be the end of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Not only did he understand it, but the person who predicted the fortune was clear about it, too. What he foretold was the luck of the whole realm, which required a lot of energy to predict. The trend of the whole realm would be stable and unshakable, and even though it was easy to change a small pattern of it, it was extremely difficult to change the situation of the whole realm. The heavenly mandate dynasty wanted to go against the trend, which was not an easy thing. However, this was not a thing he needed to think about, and the heavenly mandate dynasty would do it by himself. "Sir, how about my child's life?" the imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty continued asking. Before, the person did not tell him. The transcendent figure looked at him and asked, "Do you really want to know the answer?" The imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty nodded and said with a solemn look, "My son Yi Tianyu has been gifted since he was a child. He was born with supreme power. I believe his fortune will be strong, and even if not, he could still change his life. I can only say he lives in a wrong time." The person responded to him in these words and then cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I should leave now." He turned around and walked away, disappearing in a moment, as if he had never been here. Living in the wrong time. The imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty stood there, looking ahead. His eyes constantly changed, and he didn't look very well. His son Yi Tianyu was a rare genius, a peerless figure, born to be supreme. He would take over his throne and become the imperial lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the future. However, that person claimed that Yi Tianyu was living in the wrong time. He couldn't help but think of Jiyu Dongliu, Yi Futian, and all the rumors circulating today in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Everything seemed to match. But he didn't believe it. Even if Yi Tianyu lived in the wrong time, he would change his destiny. Don't tell him about this, the imperial lord ordered. He was worried that this would affect Yi Tianyu's state of mind in cultivation, but after he said it, his expression froze on his face. He turned around and saw a person standing there quietly. This area was the very core of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty that few people could enter, so he was not on guard and didn't spread his thought. Before, he just focused on the fortune teller and didn't pay attention to the outside. Yi Tianyu suddenly showed up and had heard what he said just now. "Do you believe in fate, father?" Yi Tianyu asked the imperial lord. The imperial lord looked at Yi Tianyu's sharp eyes. Yi Tianyu continued, "I don't believe in my fate, it can be controlled only by myself, not by others." "Good," the imperial lord praised him. "My son is a rare genius. Even if you are trapped by the fortune of your life, you can go against heaven and change it. Why fear it?" "When will you go back to Shangxiao Divine Palace?" the imperial lord asked. "What do you mean, father?" Yi Tianyu asked. "You get ready and go back to cultivate in the Divine Palace. I hope you can set foot in the Renhuang Plain as soon as possible," the imperial lord said. Yi Tianyu paused a second and looked at his father in surprise, then nodded and said, "Yes, father." "Go to cultivate," the imperial lord said calmly. Yi Tianyu requested to leave and then left. "Your Majesty," people around the imperial lord looked at him and whispered. Their eyes flashed with wonder, and they had all faintly guessed something. "Send someone to the Violet Heavenly Palace to inform him of what happened here today. Let him convene people of the Violet Heavenly Palace to discuss," the imperial lord looked forward and said. "Besides, send some people to the demon realm and meet the major demon clans, especially the Purple Gold Rat clan." "Aye, Your Majesty," they nodded and answered. They had all understood the intention of the imperial lord. "Also, don't forget to send people to other forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm," the imperial lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty added. He then muttered, "No one wants to see one force's fortune outshine everyone else." In the past, the reason that many major forces came to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was that Jiyu Tianxing of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was too outstanding. Today, time had changed, and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had been silent for many years. No one expected that they could restore its vitality and once again owned the good fortune. He didn't believe it. No matter how good their fortune was, just wipe it out, then how could they talk about luck? He didn't intend to take action so fast, but now, he could only do it as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. The threat should be stifled in the cradle, and he could not watch they grow stronger. It didn't take long for all the warriors from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to cross the space and head towards all parties of the Heavenly Mandate realm. At the same time, Yi Tianyu and the people of Shangxiao Divine Palace launched the Super Space Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They walked across the void space and left the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They would return to Shangxiao Divine Palace. The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted to provoke a war and would not let Yi Tianyu stay here. After all, Yi Tianyu was only of the Saint Plane. Suddenly, the entire Heavenly Mandate realm seemed to be shrouded in a cloud of darkness. Warriors sent by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had gradually arrived and informed all the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm of what they'd seen about the fortune of Heavenly Mandate realm. Many forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm began to make plans, and some of them were about to take action. The balance of the Heavenly Mandate realm had been maintained for many years. Especially after the battle between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the balance had reached the ideal status. The two strongest forces, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, were both greatly weakened, and the world of human cultivators and the demon world also remained calm. This was a situation that all forces wanted to see. Therefore, It could be said that only the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate dynasty were the biggest losers of the battle. Because of this, a battle between peak forces was hard to break out when the strengths of all parties were balanced. Last time, when the two major forces, the heavenly mandate dynasty and the Shangxiao divine palace, came to Futian city, a war still did not break out. But now, the balance that had lasted for many years seemed to be disturbed. And it had to be disturbed. If no one took the initiative to break it, according to the astrological prediction, in the future, the celestial gate of vast heaven would seize the fortune of the heavenly mandate realm, become the most prosperous force, and restore its glory in Jiyu Qianqing's era. Maybe they would even surpass it. Violet Heavenly Palace was the one that least wanted to see this situation because it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, as soon as they received the message, the Violet Heavenly Palace immediately sent people to visit the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to discuss the plans. After Brahma's pure sky got the news, they seemed very calm and didn't do anything. The same was true of the 10,000 Divine Mountain, perhaps because the Lord of the Jiang clan had made the commitment to them. In the demon world, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would definitely not go visit the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Gods clan because of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The Demon God Court was not very concerned, either. However, the Purple Golden Rat clan and the Yingjiao Mountain were excited about this, especially the Purple Golden Rat clan, which always had ambitions and wanted to ruin Jiyu Dongliu. But if Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven restored its power to that of Jiyu Qianqing's era again, Jiyu Dongliu would stand at the peak level. At that time, if they wanted to lay a finger on Jiyu Dongliu, it would be an extremely difficult thing or even impossible. Now, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty seemed to be ready to take action. The Purple Golden Rat clan and Yingjiao Mountain both sent warriors to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to discuss plans. The frequent communication between the top forces of the human cultivation world and the supreme demon clans was not a usual thing, so it naturally attracted many people's attention. Soon the news could no longer be concealed, and it gradually spread in the Heavenly Mandate realm and soon passed to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. In an instant, the whole Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was shocked, and in Futian city, countless warriors felt a little uneasy. Many warriors gathered in front of the Celestial Gate and wanted to find out about it. If a war broke out, the consequences would be horrible. At this moment, below the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, countless warriors gathered. They looked towards the direction of Celestial Gate, and someone said, "I heard that inside the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there were spatial wills of great path rushing straight into the sky, and the cross-realm supreme teleportation matrix was launched. They must have sent Yi Tianyu and other top young figures away, so they were already ready to take action." Indeed, after being silent for so many years, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven finally has Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian, who have shown peerless talent. Obviously, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty begins to feel anxious. Although they have not yet reached the step of war, they have lost the patience to wait. Everyone had made their guess, and many people could see through the situation today. How should we Celestial Gate cope with this? Some people said, worrying about the Celestial Gate. Last time, those two major forces came here to suppress us, but Futian Celestial City was united as one and overcame it. Today it is the same, why should we fear the war? Someone said with indignation. However, the people around him shook their heads and said, this time is different. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wants to urge the entire Heavenly Mandate realm to be hostile to us Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. I wonder if there will be other forces involved. If so, it is meaningless even for Futian City to participate in the war. This level of battle still largely depended on the strength of top cultivators. It seems that, as we have guessed, fortune is on the side of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and now the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is frightened. Many people nodded. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty would do so only because they were afraid. They encouraged other forces to join them so that they could wipe out the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and exterminate the threat. Once the war started, any kind of result might happen. In the past, Jiyu Qianqing and Heavenly Mandate dynasty were good examples. No one could guarantee that warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could safely retreat. Otherwise, they would not let Yi Tianyu immediately return to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Apparently, They were worried Yi Tianyu's safety. Above the celestial gate, the misty pavilion halls were also shrouded by a faint depressive atmosphere. People of the celestial gate of vast heaven got the news earlier than the people of Futian city. At this time, in front of a palace hall of celestial gate of vast heaven, many warriors gathered. All of them were elders of the celestial gate with unusual temperaments, and they were here to discuss the issue. In front of the palace hall, two figures stood there. They were lords of the Jiang clan and Hua clan. I assume you all have heard about the thing from outside. What do you think? The head of the Jiang clan asked. He wanted to ask what people had in mind and if they had any good ideas. Should we try to contact the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Gods clan to let them join us? Someone suggested. These two forces of the demon world were somehow related to Yi Futian. Two lords were silent and did not say anything, just watching these people. Today, countless cultivators were gathering in the Futian city outside the celestial gate. How about we? Another person said. Warriors expressed their thoughts, but two lords still looked nonchalant, as if they could frankly accept all this. At the beginning, when they took Jiyu Dongliu back to celestial gate of vast heaven, they had expected that today would come. Good. You are dismissed. At this moment, the lord of Jiang clan said. There was a strange look on everyone's face, but they still nodded and requested to leave. Soon, warriors of celestial gate all left, and only these two lords stayed. What do you think? The lord of Jiang clan asked the lord of Hua clan. The lord of Hua clan shook his head and said, in this situation, I am afraid that we should not start a war. Not to mention, we may be defeated. Even if we can repel the enemies, how would other forces think of us? Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian have just begun to show their talents. Then, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited someone to tell the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm, which indicates that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty indeed wants to kill the two of them first. I didn't expect it, either, the Lord of Jiang clan sighed in a low voice. He hadn't expected that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited such a powerful figure to tell their destiny. In this way, the uproar would happen much earlier than planned, and many of their ideas would be disrupted. Is the matrix ready? The Lord of the Hua clan asked. The Lord of the Jiang clan nodded his head and said, in the past, Tianxing fought to the death and didn't reveal the truth until the last moment of his life. Now, so many years have passed, and finally, this matrix can be used again. I don't know why, but I feel sad. If possible, I don't want to restart it in my whole life. As he talked, he looked toward the Lord of Hua clan and said, thank you for all the years of suffering. At that time, the three of us swore an oath to bring the celestial gate back to the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now, the opportunity has come, the Lord of Hua clan smiled and said. It seemed that his state of mind was affected by the crisis. However, on the contrary, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was eager to destroy them, and the rumors they spread were enough to prove that the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven was very bright. If so, let us continue to live up to the promises of the past, the Lord of the Jiang clan said to Lord of the Hua clan with a smile. Sure, the Lord of Hua clan nodded and said. They smiled at each other as if, at this moment, they had returned to the time when they were both young. Let's go. They walked forward at the same time and directly crossed the void sky. With just one step, they came to the top of the celestial gate stairs and looked down toward the numerous warriors in the lower sky. Many people were stunned when they saw these two people's appearance. All warriors took a bow and said, we are here to salute you. Go back and focus on your cultivation, the Lord of Jiang clan said loudly, and his voice spread through the void sky. Everyone could hear it clearly. Go back. The warriors all froze. They did not understand. What did the Lord mean? At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Warriors of several top forces came, and the warriors who took the lead were from Wang Yanbing's family. The Lord of the Wang clan was at the forefront, and he looked up and said to people of the Celestial Gate, if we deploy all the powers of the Futian city, we could afford the war. And gamble on people's lives and Futian city's fortune. The Lord of Hua clan looked at the people and asked. Remember, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven is the Celestial Gate of Futian city. Even if the Celestial Gate disappears, as long as Futian city still exists, and there are cultivators left in the Futian city, the celestial gate will last forever. Next, everyone, immediately go back and focus on cultivation. The Lord of Hua clan announced loudly. People were puzzled but still left. Just go, the Lord of the Jiang clan waved his hand and said. People hesitated and began to discuss, and some people started to leave. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Warriors of the Wang clan walked up into the void sky and said, I still have some cultivation skills. Before, I always wanted to compete with you, but now it seems there is no need. Hearing what he said, the two lords also smiled. This was how warriors of the Celestial Gate should do, in the Celestial Gate style. I should go, too. I have saved a bottle of old wine for this moment. Let's have a drink, the Lord of Hua clan said with a smile. The other two people nodded, then turned around and went back to the Celestial Gate. In the distance, Yi Futian and Qi Shengang stood there quietly, looking at these figures with composure. Yi Futian also applauded for them secretly. They were figures with real composure and confidence. Master, Yi Futian looked at Master Qi Shengang beside him and called. Master had been able to roughly foretell one's fate, and now he had entered the Renhuang plain. Was he also able to see through all this? Just let it be, Qi Shengang patted Yi Futian's shoulder and said. Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu were both people with great fortune. Although the celestial gate of vast heaven would go into crisis, it would also be reborn. Yi Futian watched Master walking away, speechless. The war was coming, but they were all so calm. He shook his head and also walked away. However, a few days later, Futian city would be shrouded in an atmosphere of horror. Chapter 1490, The Battle of Celestial Gate. In Futian city, countless people looked up at the sky, and everyone could feel an oppressive atmosphere in the city. Above the sky dome, there seemed to be an invisible storm. Under the pressure of the might, the bright sunshine disappeared in an instant. The air became lifeless and depressing, making people feel unsettled and hard to live. It's coming, everyone murmured, their hearts trembling. They all knew what it meant. For a few days, there had been all kinds of rumors in the Heavenly Mandate realm, especially in Futian city. It was said that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited an unusual figure to foretell the fortune of Heavenly Mandate realm, and the figure said luck was on the side of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. For this, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had begun to contact top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm to besiege the Celestial Gate again. This time, nobody knew how many forces would come. The might was getting stronger and stronger, but the people of Futian city still had not seen anyone coming. Finally, above the sky, some godlike figures came into view, who exerted pressure and headed towards the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Although battles in the world of human cultivators usually covered a wide range of space, fighters still followed the rules and hardly killed innocent people. Although Futian city was under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Gate, there was no direct relationship between them. People of Futian city didn't belong to the Celestial Gate, so the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could not kill civilians of the city. This was against the path of heaven and would damage their fortune, becoming an excuse to let other forces undermine them. As for the hostility between them and Celestial Gate of vast heaven, it was the grudge between two sects, the dispute between two forces, and should be a normal thing. During the chaotic period, such a battle happened frequently, but during peaceful times like today, this kind of top-level battle was not common. In addition to these godlike figures, from another direction of Futian city, countless divine thunder dropped down from the sky, annihilating the void sky. The sky was shrouded by clouds of thunder. It was as if the doomsdays had come. The violet heavenly palace is here, countless people whispered, hearts tremoring. However, it was also within expectation. The violet heavenly palace was the strongest ally of the Shangxiao divine palace, and they were direct participants of the past incident. Because of this grudge, Violet Heavenly Palace would not let go of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven and would try their best to ruin it. So, after they knew about the prophecy, the Violet Heavenly Palace also made up their mind to immediately destroy the Celestial Gate. Warriors of these top forces were all extremely decisive figures. Once they made up their minds, They would take action immediately and could even launch an immense war. People of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven all had perceived the intimidating and horrifying life force. At this moment, everyone over the Celestial Gate looked solemn. At the front of Celestial Gate, two figures stood side by side. They were the two lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Jiang Chengzi, the lord of the Jiang clan, and Hua Jiangshan, the lord of the Hua clan, were standing there, their clothes fluttering in the wind and their bodies shrouded by the celestial light. Numerous people of the Celestial Gate looked toward these two figures as if they were real immortals, detached from the world. "How long haven't we fought side by side?" Jiang Chengzi asked, looking up at the sky. "It's been too long, I can't remember it," Hua Jiangshan replied. Indeed, it had been too long. "This feeling is quite good," Jiang Chengzi smiled at Hua Jiangshan and said. "Get away. I have no feelings for you," Hua Jiangshan replied. Jiang Chengzi laughed. At this time, the celestial aura shrouded the space. He just wanted to fly straight up to the sky and fight since he hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. It was as if, suddenly, he was young again. Countless people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven heard of the conversation between these two lords and showed strange looks. Usually, these two lords were solemn people and rarely made jokes. Except during formal meetings, people rarely heard them conversing. People didn't expect their relationship to be so good. Many people's hearts felt warm. These two major clans of the Celestial Gate, in fact, sometimes also had disputes. Now seeing their lords having conversations like this, warriors all felt a bit ashamed of themselves. There was a reason that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven could pass down in this way. Otherwise, the interior would collapse even before the outside forces invaded. At this moment, an extremely sharp life force came. A figure with a hard body like a divine weapon stepped forward. He looked forward as if nothing was in his eyes. He was a peerless weapon. He was the lord of the Wang clan. Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan turned their eyes to him, and the lord of the Wang clan said in a low voice, "Sorry, did I bother you?" Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan were speechless. Other people were also speechless. However, there was no time to joke around at this moment. Terrifying life force fell from the sky. A group of godlike figures appeared in the distance and released the same life force from their bodies. All of them wore imperial robes and were full of pride. The person who took the lead was the imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and he came here to lead the fight in person. If he wanted to destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, how could he fail? In the hand of the imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there was a gigantic pen, which was the authentic Qianqiu brush, a horrifying Runhuang-level weapon of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty that could extinguish everything with one stroke. Boom! From the other direction, the sound of dull thunder roared. The divine thunder descended from the sky and shrouded the entire Celestial Gate. A group of people appeared over the sky, and the warrior who took the lead held in his hand a supreme Runhuang-level instrument, Violet Heavenly Divine Hammer. The divine hammer was huge. Endless divine thunder dripped down from it, like apocalyptic light. In addition, from another direction, a gust of demonic qi came, and the demon warriors of Yingjiao Mountain had reached. This time, so many great forces joined hands to enter Celestial Gate with the purpose of destroying the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Yingjiao Mountain was not involved in this turmoil. Although they had a grudge with Yi Futian, they didn't have much hatred for him and did not need to participate in this. However, the Purple Golden Rat clan had participated, so Yingjiao Mountain did not want to miss this opportunity, either. Nowadays, Yingjiao Mountain was relatively weak among all the top powers. If the Purple Golden Rat clan prospered with this opportunity, Yingjiao Mountain would be put in an embarrassing situation. Therefore, they must join this battle and fight for their fortune. In addition to these forces that were ready to participate, many top figures had also reached the Haotian city. Most of them were just going to watch the battle. After all, this battle was directly related to the life and death of a top power, and this supreme-level war would directly affect the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm in the future. Finally, warriors of 10,000 Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky decided not to participate but would just look on. They were a bit shocked to see such a lineup. From the situation, they could tell it would be hard for the celestial gate of vast heaven to survive this time. Would the celestial gate of vast heaven be destroyed before it was restored to its heyday? The warriors of the divine elephant clan had also arrived. Above the sky, the divine elephant emperor came in person and looked down at the sky below. Although Yi Futian had inherited from the divine elephant clan, they couldn't directly participate in this great turmoil. However, if Yi Futian was in danger, they would help him. Moreover, in this battle, celestial gate of vast heaven should also have some cards. Destructive might befell. In the direction of the heavenly mandate dynasty above the sky, the imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty raised a brush and made a stroke toward the void sky. The sky dome was split into two, and a beam of killing light came down from the sky dome and chopped toward the place where celestial gate of vast heaven was. Just one stroke seemed to be able to destroy the celestial gate of vast heaven. He had no reservations and just launched the strongest attack. The destructive force, even the after-effect of it, was hard for any Saint Plain warriors to endure. Since the war had started, they would show no mercy and just want to uproot the celestial gate. Boom! At this moment, a boundless and dazzling matrix was lit up in the celestial gate of vast heaven. The vast and boundless celestial gate burst out with infinite celestial light. On the top of celestial gate, a complete pattern of the divine matrix appeared and rotated above celestial gate. The Duetian diagram. The scene made all the warriors stunned. This was the Duetian matrix transformed from the Duetian diagram, which shrouded the boundless area of celestial gate. The fortune of the celestial gate and the might of the great path were soon swallowed into the matrix, and even the aura of the great path between the sky and earth fell down wildly, and everything was swallowed by the Duetian diagram. Did Jiyu Tianxing leave this? Many people showed surprise. This was Jiyu Tianxing's ability, which did not belong to Jiang Chengzi or Hua Qingshan. Could it also be what Jiyu Tianxing had arranged? Boom! A frightful sound came, and in Haotian City, countless people's hearts beat fast, and blood was roaring in their veins. Thunder rolled in the sky, and the thunderstorms of catastrophe appeared in the sky, especially the sky above celestial gate of vast heaven. It was completely covered by the lightning matrix of doomsday. In the other direction, a divine spear thrust out from Yingjiao Mountain, and with one strike, it opened the sky. Numerous beams of spear light penetrated the void sky and thrust down. Under the ground in front of celestial gate of vast heaven, the sound of rumbling came out, and cracks constantly appeared on the ground. It was as if there were many figures moving underground, and there was a faint divine light shining from it. Warriors of the purple golden rat clan, people thought. These rat warriors walked through the ground and wanted to go directly to the interior of the celestial gate to destroy it. Warriors of the four forces took action at the same time, and all of a sudden, the entire celestial gate was completely covered. The Duetian diagram swallowed the fortune of the great path and spun around the celestial gate. Everyone seemed to be standing over the Duetian diagram, while Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan stood at the center of the matrix. Boom! Countless fairy phantoms surround their whole bodies. Jiang Chengzi rose against the trend in the Duetian diagram, raised his hand, and launched an attack towards the sky. A loud roaring sound came between the sky and earth, and countless palm prints covered the sky and blasted toward warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Hua Jiangshan also started to move. He stepped into the void, and the life force from his body kept rising and becoming stronger. The lord of the Wang clan also took action. The celestial light was shining around him. He drew palm prints with both hands and let out a shout. In the matrix, hundreds of millions of divine swords appeared and thrust at the sky dome. At the same time, some divine swords flew to the front of the celestial gate and then went down. They smashed madly into the ground and thrust towards the warriors of the purple golden rat clan underground. All of a sudden, a supper battle broke out, and the people who took part in were all top figures. It was difficult for others to participate in a battle this level. Even Runhuang level figures could only assist, and for Saint Plain warriors, they were not qualified to stand aside, let alone participate. If they got involved in it, they would likely to be wiped out instantly. Launch the matrix, Jiang Chengzi, shrouded by celestial light, said toward the lower sky. Many people showed surprise. Launch the Matrix. Wasn't the Jewessian Matrix the Matrix he had launched? Where was the other Matrix that celestial gate of vast heaven wanted to open? Above the celestial gate of vast heaven, the whole gate was trembling. Extremely dazzling fairy light erupted, and in an instant, countless dazzling rays of light shot in all directions. Even top figures' eyes were temporarily blinded by the light. What is that? Many people murmured while covering their eyes. When they narrowed their eyes into slits and tried to look at the scene again, they saw a three-dimensional star atlas with countless light beams of the Great Path shooting out of it. Besides, this three-dimensional star atlas was being integrated into the Jewessian Matrix. Jiyu Dongliu was sitting in the Matrix and was also at the center of the star atlas. There was a gust of strong life force coming from his body, and a phantom of a peerless figure could be faintly seen. It seemed to be Jiyu Tianxing. Around Jiyu Dongliu's body, many illusory figures showed up, all surrounded by the flowing fairy light. Not only that, but many Runhuang-level warriors came to form a circle around him and madly infused their energy into Jiyu Dongliu's body and launched the Star Atlas. What is this? Those top figures thought, puzzled. They found that countless warriors of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were stepping into the Jewessian Matrix and standing at the eyes of the Matrix. Each eye of the Matrix was corresponding to one position in the Star Atlas. Boom! The world was roaring, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was collapsing and shattering. All the force of the Celestial Gate seemed to be swallowed up by that terrifying Matrix, and the Star Atlas became bigger and bigger, radiating toward all the 9 skies. Boom, boom, boom. The great path in the sky seemed to be resonating with it. Countless beams of divine light shot down and shone with the divine light emitting from the Matrix. They continued moving into the distance and extended in infinitely distant places. Some warriors looked up at the sky and saw beams of light directly come out of the sky, and all of a sudden, the light beams seemed to go out of sight. All of Futian City was shaking, and infinite life forces of Great Path rushed into the Matrix and merged with it. Above the sky dome, a figure was standing there. It was as if she stood alone outside the sky, but at this time, beams of light shot from the side, and in an instant, the light extended to the infinite distance and shot out of the sky dome. Her perception reached into the distance, stretching out madly, and she found that her perception could not catch up with the movement of the light. The path diagram, she looked down at the Matrix in the lower sky and murmured. The Star Atlas that merged with the Jewessian Matrix launched a new Matrix. It was rumored that when Jiyu Tianxing traveled outside, he obtained a treasure which had the coordinate positions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Some people even said that if the secret of the treasure was unraveled, it could lead to the Great Path of all 3,000 realms in any place. However, because no one had seen it, and Jiyu Tianxing had never used it in front of people, the gossip only lasted for a while, and later, the world forgot it. Now, it seemed that the rumor many years ago was true. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace blanched a little, and they also felt the terrifying power of the heavenly might. People of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven wanted to escape. Let's do it, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shouted. His finger pointed toward the sky, and the Qianqiu brush dropped down from his hand. Numerous killing light beams shrouded the endless area and chopped down. The Qianqiu brush came from the sky and thrust toward the super matrix. Boom! The thunder of doomsdays engulfed the sky, and the catastrophic thunder covered tens of thousands of miles of Futian City. In the sky above the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the thunder of catastrophe was even more terrifying. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace held the violet divine hammer in the sky and smashed down the hammer. In just one moment, an extremely stout purple divine thunder penetrated the void sky and blasted down into the lower sky. Everything below it would be wiped out in the heavenly thunder. Everyone in Futian City felt a chill go down their spine. The attack was too horrible, and if it had targeted Futian City, numerous people would have disappeared from the world in a flash. Those who were standing a little close could not dare to watch the battle anymore, and all fled. This level of war could no longer be watched from a short distance. Even the aftermath of the fight might endanger their lives. "Let's open a way," someone said in the endless divine light. A few figures rose from the Juetian matrix. They were Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, one of whom headed toward the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the other went to the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The lord of the Wang family headed toward the warriors of Yingzhou Mountain. 3 beams of divine light pierced through the sky, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Yi Futian was also in the matrix. When he looked up at these 3 figures, he felt stirred. The celestial gate of vast heaven was worthy of the word celestial in its name. Warriors were all staring at the upper sky. They saw Jiang Chengzi pass through the destructive thunderstorm, Hua Jiangshan's finger thrust toward the Chenqiu brush, and the divine weapon transformed from the lord of Wang family colliding with the long spear of Yingzhou Mountain. 3 glowing beams ran through the sky, and the people in the matrix just saw the thunderbolt matrix of doomsdays above the sky dome be destroyed. All the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace had to scatter. Even the lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. In the void sky, a beam of light shot toward the void sky, and drops of blood flew down. The situation in the other 2 directions was the same. The arrays formed by warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Yingzhou Mountain were directly separated, and many of the warriors were even injured, which showed how strong the attack was. The celestial gate will last forever. At this moment, a voice came from the matrix in the lower sky, and the sound made the void air tremble. The moment these words were said, another beam of celestial light rose straight into the sky toward those warriors. "The celestial gate will last forever," another voice came. "The celestial gate will last forever." The voices came one after another, and the bright rays of divine light shot out. A terrifying scene appeared. Many Renhuang figures transformed into intimidating light beams of the Great Path, attacking warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. So many gallant heroes of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven all turned into immortal phantoms at this time and pierced through the void sky. Warriors from the Shangxiao Divine Palace and the Violet Heavenly Palace were all hit hard. Many Renhuang figures let out low moans, and even the Imperial Lord and the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord were injured in the first round of attacks. Warriors of the Celestial Gate punched out their strongest blows with the power of the Matrix, which penetrated the void sky, and then left. But some of them were also seriously injured before leaving. Roar at this moment, a giant figure of the purple golden rat king appeared over the crowd. It opened its big mouth, blocked the road, and swallowed a Renhuang warrior. Jiyu Dongliu looked up at the sky and glanced at the purple golden rat king. The next moment, countless beams of spatial light shot directly onto the sky dome, and all the rays in the matrix thrust out at the same instant. A series of sound came out, and many Renhuang figures' bodies in the upper sky were stabbed. Their bodies exploded, and a lot of blood dripped down from the sky and disappeared in the light. What is that? Many people were shocked. Roars that trembled the space came from the sky dome, and people saw that the purple gold rat king was stabbed by countless beams of divine light. Many bloody cuts appeared on his huge body. He shrank his body and ran away instantly. He moved out of the way. Sacred light shrouded the celestial gate of vast heaven, and the matrix rotated and headed toward the sky dome along with countless beams of divine light. A group of figures showed up from all directions and headed straight into the clouds. At the same time, the entire matrix emitted countless beams of terrifying light, shooting toward every direction of the sky dome. "The day when the celestial gate returns will be the day of your annihilation," voices said at the same time, extremely solemn. The divine light in the surroundings seemed to open the way, and so did all the warriors who fought. As for the center of the large matrix at this moment, countless warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven directly merged into the divine light and disappeared between the sky and the earth in a flash. No one stopped them, and they would head toward the most distant place without interruption. "Stop them!" An angry shout came from the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He was shocked to find that all the warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven were shrouded in the matrix. At this moment, they turned into countless beams of divine light and shot towards the sky. They wanted to take away the whole celestial gate. Many warriors launched attacks, but the terrifying divine light next to them directly blocked their attacks, protecting the infinite divine light in the large matrix and left. They could have gone beforehand, but they did not. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to exterminate the Celestial Gate. How could they just let them go without paying the price? Although this might lead to injuries and even death, and some people might lose their chances to leave the Heavenly Mandate realm because the Great Path of Space was attacked, they still did so with no hesitation. The path diagram will send them away from the Heavenly Mandate realm, many people murmured, trembling inside. The whole Celestial Gate would move. The day when the Celestial Gate returned, they would be annihilated. Those unstopped divine light beams rushed directly into the endless void sky and disappeared. It was as if they opened a road of great path and took away all the warriors of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked up at the void sky, but his majestic face looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. He remembered the time when the figure foretold the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The fortune of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven was almost destroyed. It was extremely dim, but it still existed. Wasn't the prophecy what was happening at the moment? Everyone from Celestial Gate of vast heaven left, and the Celestial Gate collapsed. Their fortune was almost extinguished, but the people of the Celestial Gate all left. People in Futian city also looked up at the sky. They saw countless beams of divine light shine directly through the sky, and an infinite bright light appeared on the sky dome. All of them disappeared with the divine light. Could this matrix take them directly out of the Heavenly Mandate realm? That bright path matrix might make it possible. This matrix is so powerful, but why didn't they use it in Jiyu Tianxing's battle? People thought, shocked. During the battle of that year, the technique of the matrix was not mature. Jiyu Tianxing had been studying this matrix at that time, but he passed away before the matrix succeeded, leaving it to his two friends. Can those who were blocked by the attack also leave the Heavenly Mandate realm? Someone whispered. No, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate dynasty yelled after hearing the whisper. His face turned pale, and he immediately turned around and walked away. He ordered, "Let's go back." The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace also realized it. The three big figures who attacked previously rushed out and were obstructed by terrifying forces. They left after forcibly breaking their arrays. Those three figures were most likely unable to leave the Heavenly Mandate realm, or had they never thought of leaving? What's going on? People asked each other. They didn't get it when seeing the warriors depart from the sky. All the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Shangxiao Divine Palace were evacuated in a very short time. It was as if they were worried about something. The two clan lords and the Lord of Wang family didn't leave, someone said. They are still in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Before, the three top figures launched an attack with the power of the Matrix and directly separated the enemy's arrays. The power that erupted at that moment even wounded the Imperial Lord and the Lord of Violet Heavenly Mandate, but at the same time, they must have also suffered the same. The extremely strong force of the collision caused the road of Great Path to the Sky Dome to be incomplete. Only the Celestial Gate army that was protected in the middle was able to enter the complete road. The Celestial Gate warriors who fought in the beginning were trying to escort them. As for other warriors, they might have been hindered, but they intentionally did so, most likely because they did not want to leave. The Celestial Gate of vast heaven had been passed down for many years. Today, it collapsed under the siege of many top forces, as if it had to repeat the past. How could the Celestial Gate warriors reconcile themselves? In the past, they had paid a terrible price for it, and the Jiyu clan was totally destroyed. Now, would it happen again? Couldn't the Celestial Gate of vast heaven obtain good fortune and be at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm? They must let them pay a painful price, even if the cost was the breakdown of the Celestial Gate. This was the battle they had chosen. After hearing the voice, people's hearts trembled slightly. Didn't the three warriors leave the Heavenly Mandate realm? If so, where would they go? Now that Celestial Gate was no longer here, they would have nothing to worry about. It was not hard to speculate where they were going. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Shangxiao Divine Palace, and the other two clans from the Demon Realm wanted to destroy the Celestial Gate and let the Celestial Gate turn into ruins. If there had not been the Matrix, nobody of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven could survive, since they wanted to completely get rid of the Celestial Gate. In this case, what would Jiang Chengzi do when they left? The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, these two forces, were closer to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven than to the Demon Realm. If these two forces can't catch up with them, I am afraid they will have big trouble, someone said, watching the figures disappear from the sky dome above. Because the top forces came with the purpose to destroy the Celestial Gate, they had deployed their best warriors, including the Imperial Lord and the Palace Lord themselves, to prevent anyone from escaping. Currently, the defensive power of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Heavenly Temple of Violet needed to be weakened greatly. The purple-golden rat emperor's face was gloomy. Although his bearing was outstanding, due to the natural ugly appearance of the purple-golden rat, he looked even more eerie. His body was stained with a lot of blood, however, he was greatly traumatized. "Let's return to the Demon Realm first," he said. Immediately, warriors of the Purple Golden Rat clan also evacuated and returned to the Demon World, just in case anything happened. Warriors of Yingjiao Mountain also started to evacuate. Soon the four allied forces had all left. Many warriors of other forces were still here, lost in thought. The battle of the top powers involved too many issues, and if they were not careful, they would face backlash. This was also the reason why wars rarely broke out between top forces. Many people secretly left through the sky. They could feel that the super matrix of Celestial Gate had evacuated all the warriors of Celestial Gate. Perhaps, they could cross the realm borders, and the path matrix was used to record the coordinates. Combined with the large matrix, the treasure obtained by Jiyu Tianxing at that time could shuttle between different realms. Soon, the warriors from all sides of the Heavenly Mandate Realm left, and only the people of Futian City were still here. They looked at the place where the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was located. Now the gate had collapsed, and all the celestial aura disappeared. All the fortune and energy had been integrated into the large matrix and launched it, consuming all the power of the Celestial Gate. The Celestial Gate, it's gone, people sighed. At this time, the area around the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven seemed extraordinarily quiet, and countless people looked at the front silently. Here was the sacred land of Futian City, the symbol of it. Today, it was a ruin. In the distance, there were still figures flashing. All of them were people of Futian City. Seeing the sight in front of them, everyone felt the desolation, as well as a tinge of sadness. Didn't the fortune teller of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty say the Celestial Gate would be full of good luck? Someone said with a sigh, looking up at the sky. Since they had good luck, why did it end up like this? Was the fortune of the Celestial Gate really disrupted by the war? As long as the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven are still alive, the Celestial Gate will still exist, someone said loudly in a somber voice. Previously, including the two clan lords and many Renhuang figures, many top figures broke into the opponent's arrays and escorted the people of the Celestial Gate to leave. What these people did was to save air hope, and they didn't mind staying here. As long as hope existed, the Celestial Gate existed, and fortune would be on their side. Indeed. Jiyu Dongliu obtained the power between the sky and the earth, gathered all the fortunes of the Origin Mountains, and received Jiyu Tianxing's teachings. He alone owned a great amount of fortune of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Now he left, but by the time he returned, he would revive the Celestial Gate and call on all the Celestial Gate warriors to return. The Celestial Gate lasts forever. One after another, these voices came, filled with endless hope. That was the hope for the future. They remembered what the Celestial Gate warriors had said before departure. In the future, the return of the Celestial Gate would mean the elimination of all those powers. Today, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace participated in the battle to destroy the Celestial Gate, and in the future, they would have a price to pay. Fortune was not easy to be extinguished. Those forces couldn't take it away. After this battle, People in Futian city also seemed to have undergone some changes in their states of mind. Their willpower seemed to become firmer and more unified. They finally understood why their two lords refused to participate in the Battle of Futian city. It turned out that they had long thought about everything and did not want the people of Futian city to be involved. At this time, in the heavenly mandate realm, a bright beam of divine light appeared, but the light became dimmer and dimmer until it dissipated. A figure showed up. The figure had outstanding temperament and was covered with a snow-white robe. His long hair was partly white. Although he was middle-aged, he seemed to have experienced vicissitudes. At this time, there was a bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. The white robe on his body was also torn and stained with blood. The figure was the lord of Hua clan, Hua Jiangshan, one of the two clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He glanced down at his robe and whispered, "It's dirty again." Then, he took off his shirt and took out another white robe from the storage ring. Hua Jiangshan was a neat freak. He put on the new robe and dusted it several times, and only then was satisfied. He also wiped off the bloodstain from his mouth and then looked into the distance. There seemed to be dazzling celestial light in his eyes, which penetrated the infinite space. He stepped forward, and suddenly countless white shadows appeared over the sky dome. They were many broken shadows, like countless phantoms of Hua Jiangshan. The scene was shocking. A bright beam of white celestial light appeared over the sky dome and ran across the void sky at an incredibly fast speed. Vroom. The white celestial light came from the sky dome, which was so fast that nobody could see his figure inside. A Saint Plain warrior was cultivating in a mountain in the south of Heavenly Mandate Realm. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. "Who's there?" he shouted. A beam of white fairy light passed directly above his head. He could see nothing but a beam of white light, which frightened him. How could he be so fast? He was of Nirvana Saint Plain, but he didn't even see clearly before the figure disappeared. In the Thunder Punishment City of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were warriors guarding every entrance of the city. At this time, a beam of white light landed outside the city. "Who's there?" Several soldiers shouted and rose up, trying to stop it. Hiss! The white light faded away, and the two soldiers who tried to block him froze in the air, and then their bodies fell into the lower air. Their eyes widened, as if they didn't believe they were dying. They were warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace guarding the Thunder Punishment City. Who dared to kill them like this? What's that? In the City of Thunder and Punishment, countless people looked up at the sky and murmured with confusion. A beam of white light just flew over their heads and headed directly toward one direction. It was heading toward the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace. On the top of Violet Heavenly Palace, several old men were cultivating. At this moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, as if they had sensed a very dangerous life force. One of them shouted, "What brings you here, sir?" They rose and looked towards the distance. Their voices spread across the Violet Heavenly Palace, shaking every Heavenly Palace cultivator's heart. The white light was still shooting straight towards the Violet Heavenly Palace. A Runhuang-level warrior was moving forward. The thunder light engulfed the sky with astonishing force. He stepped out and launched a destructive punch of the great path toward the white light. The sky and the earth made loud roars. Boom! The white light and the purple light brutally collided. It was so fast that people's eyes couldn't even follow it. Finally, the white light stopped and turned into a hazy figure. The hair of the figure in white robe fluttered in the wind, and the fairy light flew around his body. He pointed a finger forward. The divine light annihilated the sky. The Renhuang figure let out a scream, and his body gradually disintegrated. SPHTT blood splashed out, and the Renhuang figure's body was shattered directly. The figure in the white robe continued moving forward, and his white clothes were stained by blood. Boom! A gust of horrifying life force shrouded the entire Violet Heavenly Palace, and some figures broke into the air and came. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace trembled. Some people were coming to attack the Heavenly Palace. Hua Jiangshan, an old man, said with a trembling voice. The Palace Lord had led people to besiege the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, but why would Hua Jiangshan, one of the two clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, show up here? Boom! The horrible might shrouded everyone. Hua Jiangshan took a step out and pointed his finger forward. In a short time, the celestial light of the great path directly penetrated many warriors' bodies. Many people groaned, vomited blood, and showed extreme fear. How could this be? Hua Jiangshan continued moving forward and laid down a finger again. He killed a person in front of him, and the blood splashed on his face. But at this time, he seemed to have no feeling, and his eyes were cold, with no trace of emotion. Today, his hands were doomed to be dirty. Some people said that a celestial cultivator could turn into a demon with just one thought. He had been cultivating in celestial laws for many years, but today, he had become a demon. Launch the Matrix! A loud yell came from the violet heavenly palace. The warriors who stayed in the heavenly palace gathered together around the palace. In a flash, the destructive might appeared over the sky dome and swept across the vast sky. The terrifying divine thunder over the sky dome covered the entire Thunder Punishment City. People in Thunder Punishment City were shocked, and their hearts kept trembling. At this moment, all of them looked up at the sky and stared in the direction of the heavenly palace. What happened there? They wondered. A while ago, a dazzling beam of white light ran across the sky. Was it because of the white light? Someone broke into the violet heavenly palace. The palace lord led people to Futian city today and attacked the celestial gate of vast heaven, someone murmured. His face suddenly turned pale, as if he had just realized something. The battle against a top force could backfire on them. Had it backfired on them? However, this time all the top forces had joined hand. How could they let warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven escape? Even though they escaped, why did the top forces not chase after them and let them attack the violet heavenly palace? They were puzzled and didn't know what happened. If the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lord of the violet heavenly palace had known that there was such a super matrix in the celestial gate of vast heaven, they must have acted more cautiously, but there was no if in reality. At this moment, Thunder Punishment City had truly become the land of thunder punishment, and heaven seemed to want to release the power of thunder punishment and wipe out everything. The warriors of Violet Heavenly Palace ran madly toward the void sky and entered the super matrix of thunder punishment. It was the matrix of world destruction and was guarded and controlled by several senior Renhuang figures of the Violet Heaven Palace. Although the Palace Lord took the best warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace to besiege the celestial gate of vast heaven, it was impossible for Violet Heavenly Palace to leave no warriors behind. In fact, many Renhuang figures were still here. Hua Jiangshan glanced up at this catastrophic super matrix, which was the guarding matrix of Violet Heavenly Palace. He had directly broken into the palace before they had time to launch the guarding matrix to defend the sect. But after they launched it at this moment, the power was still appalling. The celestial light was shining brightly into the sky. Numerous fairy shadows appeared over Hua Jiangshan's body and headed towards the sky dome. Numerous fairy shadows constantly descended below the matrix. It was as if they wanted to support this super matrix with flesh and blood. Boom! The fairy shadows merged and involved Hua Jiangshan's body in a supreme immortal shadow. The shadow kept expanding, and he took a step upward. A celestial ladder created by mystical ways was released. He seemed to be stepping on the celestial ladder. With every step he took out, his life force became more powerful, and his figure became stronger. It was as if nothing could stop him. The great path over the sky roared, and Hua Jiangshan's body turned into a supreme celestial form. He pointed a finger toward the void sky and penetrated the thunder, annihilating the great path, and fell directly over the terrifying matrix of doomsday. In just one moment, above the sky dome, countless beams of celestial light like lightning appeared in the large matrix covering all the skies. Countless wills dropped from the sky above the matrix, which resonated with the two forces below. A rumbling sound came out, and the matrix was trembling, and many cracks appeared on it. Boom! With a loud noise, countless bolts of thunder and lightning exploded. At this moment, the sky seemed to fall, and the doomsday was coming. The Violet Heavenly Palace was split into many parts, and countless buildings collapsed. In Thunder Punishment City, Numerous people let out yells of despair and were destroyed in the aftermath of the matrix. Nobody attacked them deliberately, but the thunderous matrix was so horrible that the forces could not be controlled when the matrix collapsed, causing many people to die. Figures of the violet heavenly palace were shaken in the sky. Blood oozed out from their mouths, and their faces turned pale. They launched attacks with all of their strengths. The appalling Renhuang might overwhelmed the sky, and the Renhuang figures were all staring at Hua Jiangshan. They must guard the violet heavenly palace. Infinite thunder and lightning penetrated Hua Jiangshan's body, but he still stood there, stepping forward in the void sky and making all warriors' hearts tremble. Many broken images appeared, and at this time, Hua Jiangshan turned into the ultimate celestial form. Plork, plork, plork. One after another, many Renhuang figures were eliminated. When Hua Jiangshan stopped, his finger was pointing at the center of a senior warrior's eyebrows. Blood splashed on him, but Hua Jiangshan looked quite calm. It was as if he was completely undisturbed. Dead, all dead. Elder. Master. There were many voices coming from everywhere in the space. People of the violet heavenly palace looked up at the sky, all in deep despair. Hua Jiangshan, the lord of Hua clan, one of the 2 clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, naturally stood on the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Except for those few giant figures, almost nobody could fight with him. The Renhuang warriors who cultivated in the violet heavenly palace were all peerless figures with fame, but at this moment, they all died at the hands of Hua Jiangshan. How sad this battle would greatly hurt the vitality of the violet heavenly palace. And it was not over. Hua Jiangshan glanced down. At this moment, the sky above violet heavenly palace became extremely silent, and only the cold wind was whistling. Lord of Hua clan, aren't you going to let the young warriors go? A voice said. Above the silent violet heavenly palace, a figure walked out. He was the supreme form of violet heavenly palace, Zhong Yuan. He walked out and looked at Hua Jiangshan. Today, in the heavenly palace, Hua Jiangshan had gone on a killing spree. The violet heavenly palace had never suffered such a heavy loss. Hua Jiangshan raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a big invisible hand gripped Zhong Yuan and raised him in the air. Zhong Yuan stared at Hua Jiangshan. You don't need to look at me like that. You know better than anyone what the violet heavenly palace came to the celestial gate of vast heaven today for, Hua Jiangshan said calmly. People of the violet heavenly palace looked pale. Of course, they knew why they had come. In the past, all the people of the Jiyu clan were exterminated. This time, all the top forces joined hands to go to the Celestial Gate because they wanted to repeat the past and let the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven become history and disappear from the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, now, Hua Jiangshan was here. Hua Jiangshan's white clothes were stained with blood. Hua Jiangshan looked at Zhong Yuan's face, and at this moment, he did not see fear from Zhong Yuan's face, but Zhong Yuan just looked at him indifferently. This made Hua Jiangshan smile. He said, after all, the supreme form of the violet heavenly palace is not a despicable person. Today, I am supposed to kill everyone in the violet heavenly palace. But if I do this, the violet heavenly palace will not be able to witness the future. So today, I will keep you alive to let you one day see who will stand at the top of the heavenly mandate realm. After these words, he let go of Zhong Yuan. Even though Zhong Yuan was the supreme form of violet heavenly palace, he still let him go. As he had said, today, the violet heavenly palace came to exterminate everyone in the celestial gate. Now, he had started his killing spree like a demon, and he had nothing to worry about, but he still didn't kill Zhong Yuan because he wanted to let the violet heavenly palace witness the return of the celestial gate. As for Zhong Yuan, the supreme form of Great Path, there were Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian in the celestial gate, so Zhong Yuan would not be a threat to them. Vroom. He took a step forward, reaching the top of the violet heavenly palace, and then stomped down. All of a sudden, above Thunder Punishment City, the towering castle of the violet heavenly palace was shaking violently. Many cracks appeared, and it began to collapse. Countless giant rocks rolled down, and the heavenly palace was reduced to ruins. Today, the celestial gate of vast heaven disappeared, But the violet heavenly palace should also be wiped out in the same way. After doing all this, Hua Jiangshan flashed away and walked into the void sky. The Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace took away their best figures, so although this battle would greatly weaken the Violet Heavenly Palace, it would not hurt their foundation. Those who went to the celestial gate of vast heaven were the strongest figures. But even so, from now on, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be restless because of it. A super battle also broke out in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but the foundation of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was deeper, and many allied imperial forces surrounded it along with countless warriors. The power of the Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was also very terrifying. Jiang Chengzi had his killing spree there and killed a lot of warriors and then left. He couldn't completely break the defense of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had suffered a significant loss. He left just because he didn't want to give them a chance to fight back. If he waited until the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty returned, it would be impossible for him to escape. The Lord of the Wang clan was not as strong as Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, and he was not so lucky, either. After he forcibly broke into the arrays, his path of teleportation was blocked. After teleporting for a short distance, unfortunately, he was caught by the thought of the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, who rushed back home at full speed. Warriors of their level could easily cover thousands of miles with his thought, which was a terrifying power. At this moment, in a place of the Heavenly Mandate realm, a figure turned into a divine weapon and quickly flew forward. However, a person behind him kept chasing him. It was the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Other warriors had received his order and were running back to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty at full speed. Although he was worried, as long as these warriors all went back, it didn't matter even if he was absent for a while. There was killing intent in the eyes of the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Both people's speeds were extremely fast, and the Lord of the Wang family was completely transformed into a real weapon of the gods and shuttled between the sky and the earth. "Do you think you can escape?" the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shouted. He thrust out a palm from a distance, and the great path between the sky and earth roared and swept across the distant void sky. However, this palm slapped over the divine weapon and made the speed of the Lord of Wang clan even faster. The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate looked sullen. But at this moment, the Lord of Jiang clan felt a sense of crisis. He frowned, and suddenly, the ground was split into half directly, and a horrifying demon aura swept across the sky. Soon, a horrifying purple-golden rat descended and devoured the great path between the sky and earth, and was even about to swallow him as well. The Lord of the Wang family immediately stopped and threw out a divine weapon. A terrifying dark crack appeared in the void sky, followed by a flash of blood. The Lord of the Wang family had to stop, but his body was dripping with blood. One of his arms was bitten off, and the blood was flowing down madly. Boom! A violent attack hit behind him at the same time, making him vomit blood. There was no way to go. All of a sudden, warriors of both forces arrived. "I feel pity for you, having joined the Celestial Gate and seeking your death," the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said coldly. The Lord of Wang clan could have just been an outsider. "Seeking my death?" The Lord of Wang family looked up at the sky and suddenly laughed. He suddenly felt relieved. For many years, he had regarded the return to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven as the biggest obsession. Now he could let it go. "I, Wang Yu, deserve to be a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Wang family can live up to the glory of the Celestial Gate." He said this loudly, roaring to the sky. The sky shook, and countless divine weapons descended from the sky. The divine light of Great Path penetrated his body, and the weapons dissolved. The Heavenly Mandate Realm world had been calm for many years since the battle between Jiyu Tianxing of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the old and new Imperial Lords of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. But now, another war broke out and shocked the Heavenly Mandate Realm. This battle involved the 5 supreme forces and made countless people in the Heavenly Mandate Realm feel unsettled. In a brief period of time, every detail of this war swept across the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm, including the demon world. It had become a real sensation. The scale of the war was the largest in the Heavenly Mandate realm since Jiyu Tianxing's period, and the influence was also the strongest. In this battle, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was destroyed. The Celestial Gate launched a super matrix and moved all the warriors of the Celestial Gate away. But some warriors who guarded them did not leave, and even the top 3 figures of Celestial Gate were left. Jiang Chengzi of the Jiang clan went to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and many people were severely injured or killed by him. But what was even worse was the Violet Heavenly Palace. Hua Jiangshan, the lord of Hua clan, went astray and became a demon. His white clothes were stained with the blood of many Renhuang figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace. It was said that Zhong Yuan and other people's lives were controlled by Hua Jiangshan, and with one thought, he could have exterminated all the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, Hua Jiangshan did not do so, which made many people in the Heavenly Mandate realm think that Hua Jiangshan, who went to the Violet Heavenly Palace, was a kind person. Most people would have chosen to kill them if they had been in his situation. However, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was not so lucky. Wang Yu, the lord of the Wang family, wanted to bring his family back into Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven but failed. However, he still went to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven when the Celestial Gate was in danger. Wang Yu, during a tragic battle, was disarmed but had severely injured the king of the Golden Rats. He soon passed away, but he had lived up to the glory of the Celestial Gate. It was as if he had never left. Although he had some flaws in the past, this tragic battle still showed the loyalty and valor of this top Renhuang figure. He indeed lived up to the glory of the Celestial Gate and deserved to be a cultivator of the Celestial Gate. A super battle ended. After that, the top forces such as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Divine Palace crazily searched for the Renhuang figures of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, who had not left, and found that many of them had been killed. However, after that, they also found it out that Hua Jiangshan and Jiang Chengzi also killed many of their Renhuang figures. These 2 people still hadn't left the Heavenly Mandate realm, which made the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace restless. Besides, it would be challenging to besiege and kill these 2 lords. As long as they acted secretly, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Shangxiao Divine Palace could hardly kill them. The Imperial Lord and the Palace Lord also had concerns. They would no longer dare not leave alone to assassinate them unless they had already been found. Everyone understood that this would be a long-term war, and the Heavenly Mandate realm would not be peaceful. As for the vast majority of people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, it seemed that they had really been sent away by that super matrix and were no longer in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was rumored that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace had already begun to send people to other realms to search for those people's information, and they seemed to try to use this to threaten Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, who were hidden in the dark. Everything that was happening in the Heavenly Mandate realm confirmed the prophecy of the demon realm that the Heavenly Mandate realm would change. Today, it had changed. The Celestial Gate disappeared, and the Violet Heavenly Palace was rebuilt. Was this the beginning of the change? Each of the many things that happened in the Heavenly Mandate realm recently seemed to touch people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The whole Heavenly Mandate realm was still shrouded in the shadow of that battle. At this time, there were many traces of the Great Path on the ground in a place of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Many people came here to see the remnant wills. At this moment, 2 rays of celestial light came down. The crowd looked up and immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped moving and looked at these 2 figures that showed up. Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan. They stood in the void sky and perceived the remaining wills in this space. They could hardly feel it, and there were only some traces on the ground that were caused by the aftermath of the battle. Here was the place where Wang Yubing was disarmed. Wang Yu died here. They walked down and came to a place. Over the ground, there was a trace of white light, which was a fragment of a broken sword. The sword fragment still contained very strong sword wills, and no one dared to approach it. Jiang Chengzi walked there, took the fragments, held it tightly in one hand, and looked forward. Jiang Chengzi, the lord of Jiang clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Hua Tianshan, the lord of Hua clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Both of them spoke at the same time in a somber voice. They announced loudly, "Today, the Wang clan is granted to enter the celestial gate of vast heaven and become a part of the celestial gate." After these words, both of them turned into two beams of celestial light and disappeared, as if they had never been here. However, above the sky dome, the echo lingered for a long time. The Wang clan was granted to enter the celestial gate, and all the disciples of the Wang clan would become members of the celestial gate. People were in shock for a long time and felt their blood boiling. Wang Yu lived up to the glory of the celestial gate, and the celestial gate of vast heaven would not disappoint him. Today, Wang Yu's wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. However, the day when the celestial gate returned, what would the scene be like? No one knew. The storm of the heavenly mandate realm was rising, and who knew about the future? The thing that happened in the heavenly mandate realm, after a while, even spread to other realms. When the super matrix of celestial gate of vast heaven was opened, people of the celestial gate of vast heaven were sent to many different realms. In the higher heavens realm, the most sacred place of cultivation was the Shangxiao Divine Palace. It was very solemn. In the Shangxiao Divine Palace, over a palace hall, someone was looking into the distance. The person was wearing a gorgeous golden suit, and his eyes were tinged with golden divine light. He was the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu. The news of the Heavenly Mandate realm had reached the higher heavens realm, so he had also received the news during his cultivation in the Divine Palace. In the beginning, when his father asked him to leave, he had already known that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would lay a hand on the celestial gate of vast heaven. Otherwise, father would not let him go immediately. At that time, he had an inexplicable feeling. Of course, he hoped that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would revive and destroy the celestial gate, but at the same time, he did not want Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian to fall so early. These two opponents on his way of cultivation motivated him to keep moving forward and never relax. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, both of them would become gallant figures of this era. However, in the end, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty failed. The celestial gate of vast heaven opened a super matrix and sent their warriors away. It was said that they were sent to many different realms. Today, where were Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind Yi Tianyu. Someone said to him in a low voice, "What are you thinking about?" After she said it, the person came to Yi Tianyu's side and looked into the distance with him. Her voice was so beautiful that everyone would be curious about her appearance when hearing her voice. Her face was also extremely gorgeous and would not disappoint anyone. "Nothing," Yi Tianyu said and smiled at her. This lady was also a core disciple of Shangxiao Divine Palace. She was extremely talented and was also a princess of a top force in the higher heavens realm. She had heard that Yi Tianyu encountered some setbacks in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and even his marriage proposal was refused. "You are thinking about your family thing, right?" "I have heard a little bit," the woman smiled and said. "The storm in the Heavenly Mandate realm suddenly rises up. Maybe all these 9 realms would be affected by it. We must work harder." "Yes," Yi Tianyu said and nodded. The 9 realms had been calm for many years, but commotion could rise again at any time. The Heavenly Mandate realms was a good example. Even though he was a disciple of Shangxiao Divine Palace, a peerless and talented figure, in reality, his current plane was still not enough compared with other warriors of top forces in the 9 realms. There was an area in the higher heavens realm called Taishan region, and the main city of Taishan region was Taishan City. The most prestigious restaurant in the city was named after Taishan City, which was called Taishan Restaurant. This restaurant had received a lot of big figures. The restaurant was very large and magnificent, just like a royal palace comprised of many towering buildings with extremely luxurious embellishments. There were many special seats set in the lofty buildings and in the garden outside. At this time, a fragrance of the wine came from the restaurant garden. The scent was so alluring as if one would be charmed just by taking a sniff of it. The Taishan restaurant always served the best wine, and all wine and dishes were all very expensive. Ordinary people never dared to enter. In such an expensive restaurant, music was indispensable. There was a pavilion in the garden. Peach trees around the pavilion were blooming, and leaves were slowly falling down, covering the area. Someone was playing zither in the garden. The scenery was beautiful, and so was the zither. The zither music was in harmony with the scene, adding a serene mood to the restaurant. Some guests were drinking and looking towards the pavilion. In front of an ancient zither, a figure in white clothes was sitting there, with long black hair loosely falling around his shoulders. His face was flawlessly handsome and made people want to praise his unparalleled elegance. He was indeed so in such an atmosphere. Mr. Shen's accomplishment in music is indeed marvelous. I wonder how powerful it will be when used with the music spell, some guests in the restaurant discussed with a smile. I heard that not long ago, some guests had a dispute here, and Mr. Shen soothed their emotions with the music of zither and easily solved the dispute. I don't know who his master was, but his master must be an unusual person, someone said softly. All the laws in the world were interlinked, and since he could master the skill of playing zither at such a high level, he must be an extraordinary person. Not to mention that Taishan restaurant invited him. It is said that Mr. Shen cultivates in zither sword and could use the music of zither to release superb power of the sword. Right. If there is a chance, I want to see it. When everyone was talking, the music of zither stopped slowly. Someone sitting near the window looked toward the musician in the pavilion and said, "If Mr. Shen is interested, would you like to become my zither teacher?" Many people followed the voice and looked up. The person who spoke was a lady with a flawless body and a glamorous face. Nobody could move their eyes from her, but she, as an empress-level figure, had an intimidating might in her body. The music master looked up toward her, rose, and smiled. "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty, but I don't want to leave yet." The empress looked at him with a smile, and then her body flashed away. Suddenly, several warriors also rose into the air at the same time. A sedan chair appeared in the void sky. Her delicate feet stepped into the void sky, and she entered the sedan chair. She took a look at the young man and left. The young man silently put away the zither, then rose up and left. He was Futian, who had changed his appearance. He came to the higher heavens realm from the heavenly mandate realm. Futian returned to the backyard of Taishan restaurant. A young man and a young woman came to him, both with extraordinary temperament. "Mr. Shen, I didn't expect that your zither music would receive praise from Empress Ji." "That is great," the man looked at Futian and said with a smile. Before, the figure who invited Futian to become her zither player was Empress Ji, a figure who had a great reputation in Taishan city. Empress Ji was a big-hearted and extremely charismatic person, a goddess figure in countless cultivators' eyes, but they could only look up at her and dare not to fantasize about her. Even though Empress Ji was not married yet, she was the empress. Mr. Shen's zither music is very unusual and refined and has a very deep artistic mood. The moment the music starts, people can engage in the atmosphere. "No wonder Empress Ji also appreciates your music skills," the lady said and smiled lightly. She looked at Futian's handsome face, but somehow, could not see through him. According to his temperament and his mastery of music, Futian seemed to come from a famed family and should not be of ordinary status. Although he called himself the zither sword master, everyone had only heard of his zither, and no one had ever seen him draw a sword. There seemed to be a mysterious life force around him. Moreover, with his accomplishments, Futian should not be willing to just work as a restaurant zither musician. Although Taishan restaurant was not an ordinary restaurant, everyone knew who the owner of this restaurant was. "I am flattered," Futian responded with a smile. The two looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled bitterly. So far, they did not understand what Futian wanted. If he were an ordinary person, it would be good to be a zither musician in the Taishan restaurant, but Futian was not ordinary. His cultivation plane and his mastery of music had proved this. "Brother Shen, would you like to visit my teacher with me and become his disciple?" repeated the young man. His teacher was the owner of Taishan restaurant. In the Taishan region, no one dared to look down upon the owner of Taishan restaurant. His status in the Taishan region was extraordinary. Taishan restaurant was the top restaurant in Taishan city, And no one had dared to make trouble in Taishan restaurant, all because of the transcendent status of the owner. The lord of Taishan City and the owner of Taishan restaurant were actually brothers. This was a fact that everyone knew, and it was not a secret. Of course, in addition to their status and strength, they also had a super powerful master. Therefore, it could be said that if the owner of Taishan restaurant wanted to take a disciple, it would become a very big sensation, and countless people in the Taishan region would crave this opportunity. However, Futian seemed very indifferent when he heard the young man's words. He shook his head expressionlessly. He didn't come to the restaurant for the lord of Taishan restaurant. His reaction is what I expected. The young man looked at Futian and thought. Futian had declined a few times. Futian didn't come to the restaurant to visit his teacher. Even though the young man just tentatively asked about it, Futian directly declined and shook his head casually, without any hesitation. So, what did Futian come to Taishan restaurant for? They didn't see the slightest clue during these days. I'm going for a walk, Futian said with a smile and then went outside. His habit was the same as before. The young man and young woman took a look at each other. Let's go, the young man whispered and then went out. Outside the restaurant, Futian was heading forward. As the main city of Taishan realm, Taishan City, this ancient city, was extremely prosperous and had countless warriors, even including many Runhuang-level figures. It could absolutely be counted as one of the most powerful zones in the entire higher heavens realm. The Taishan region had a relatively condescending position in the higher heavens realm because a supergiant had been living on the top of Taishan mountain. It was a terrifying top figure of the higher heavens realm. Because of him, this place was called the Taishan region. Although he did not establish a sect, his status was as prestigious as that of Haotian City in the celestial gate of vast heaven. He was a peak figure in the realm, and all the disciples he had raised were all extremely famed figures. Among them, there were the lord of Taishan City and the owner of Taishan restaurant. Futian carefully watched the scenery in the city. In the ancient city, Saint Plain warriors were everywhere, as if in the Nine Supreme Realm, the Saint Plain was just a common thing. Presumably, this was due to the regional advantage of copious spiritual resources. Futian sped up, and with just one step, he entered the void sky. He disappeared from the place in an instant as if he could flash away anywhere in the air. After he left, two figures appeared where he was before. They released their thoughts but only found out that Futian's trace had vanished. So fast, they said. They looked at each other, shook their heads with bitter smiles, and then came back. The speed of the musician was also appallingly fast, and just in an instant, they couldn't find him anymore. Let's go to the realm of ruin, the man said. Going to the realm of ruin, the woman looked at him and said with a smile. I heard that the young sister of the city lord residents would also go there. Don't think too much. It is said that a great warrior has appeared in the realm of ruin recently. Many people were planning to challenge him. There are indeed many of Uncle's disciples ready to go there, the young man said casually while they were both walking in one direction. The realm of ruin was a very famous place in Taishan City, and it was a trial place for countless cultivators of Taishan City. The entrance to the realm of ruin was located in the center of Taishan City, where there was a very mysterious place. The front of the place was like a hazy land of ruins covered by invisible light. If one went near it, it would become an invisible existence. In front of the illusory ruins, there was a gate, which was the prestigious gate of the realm of ruins. Through this huge gate of a height of 100 feet, one could enter the realm of ruins, which was an independent space large enough to accommodate a city, such as Taishan City, easily. The history of the realm of ruin was extremely ancient. It was said that there was a relic a long time ago. Countless warriors had been there to explore the treasures, but after many years, the realm of ruin had now evolved from the land of treasure hunting to a trial ground. Numerous cultivators entered the realm of ruins for trials to judge at what level their strengths were at, which was extremely helpful for their understanding of cultivation methods. At this moment, outside the realm of ruin, a group of figures arrived. Everyone in the group had a very extraordinary temperament. The person who took the lead was a woman with a pair of eyes which seemed able to talk to you, and she fixed her gaze on the two young men in Taishan restaurant. "Sister Luo Yu," the young man called with a smile. Immediately, everyone looked toward the young lady. Had Princess Luo Yu arrived? The daughter of the city lord, his most precious girl. Luo Yu naturally also noticed the young man. She looked calm and nodded gently. She asked, "Are you also going to enter the realm of ruins?" "Yes, go take a look," the young man responded with a smile. The lady next to him looked embarrassed. Did he just want to take a look there? "Okay, good luck, brother," Luo Yu said and walked toward the huge gate of Realm of Ruin. The moment when she stepped into that gate, a strong sense of thought surged. Later, Luo Yu disappeared. Not just her, but the people who followed her also lost traces and entered the Realm of Ruin. I don't know if there will be a good show. Princess Luo Yu was also free to come here. In addition to her, several other powerful characters have also entered the Realm of Ruin this time, right? People discussed outside. It was said that all this was related to a mysterious swordsman in training. Inside the Realm of Ruin, the scene was completely different from the outside world. Here was a real independent space, and it was also a great land of ruins, vast and boundless. In one place, there was a gust of sword force passing by and thrusting toward a person's head in an instant. After the sword passed, blood splashed out, and the man froze there, looking at the figure in front of him, completely baffled. The figure changed his thought and disappeared from the Realm of Ruin. The swordsman in training who defeated him was dressed in white, and his face seemed to be covered with mist. He could not see his true appearance. Many people who entered the Realm of Ruin would do so to avoid the grievances in the Realm of Ruin being taken to the outside world. The figure in white was Yi Futian. When he came to the Shangxiao Divine Palace, he first entered the Taishan restaurant and later immersed himself in such status every day. He played zither to purify his heart and cleanse his state of mind, going to the Realm of Ruin to temper his own swordsmanship and improve his comprehension in battles. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Many figures descended from the void sky and showed up in different positions in front of Yi Futian. Every one of them had a very strong life force, and they were all cultivators of unblemished plain. When their life force bloomed, a violent storm wrapped around Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved his palms, and suddenly a row of swords appeared in front of him. He glanced at the figures in front of him and raised his hand. The swords came out and penetrated through the void sky. Boom! Several figures walked up at the same time, and their spirit was amazing. They tried to stop the swords, making the swords shriek and slow down their high speed. Yi Futian took a step forward, and his sword will grew stronger, like a sword-shaped storm. He pressed his finger forward, and the sword screamed as if he couldn't control it anymore. The sword attacked those warriors at the same time. In only one moment, several warriors were penetrated by the sword force, but behind them, a Nirvana plane figure appeared, surrounded by the horrifying force. Vroom! Yi Futian walked in the void and headed towards the Nirvana saint. When he took the step, the sword crossed the sky and shot straight to that figure. That warrior raised his hand and blasted out, making the sword will collapse. The winds howled, and behind Yi Futian, numerous sharp swords appeared. Each sword seemed to contain one life. "Go," he ordered and pointed one finger. A series of swords thrust out. The Nirvana plane warrior moved forward and strode in the void sky. His fist punched out, and the void sky trembled violently. All the swords were shattered. Yi Futian waved his hands, and around his body, numerous swords surrounded him. Each sword was devouring terrifying sword light as if the swords had formed a sword matrix. Vroom! Yi Futian followed the swords. Numerous swords destroyed everything and attacked the warrior. The void sky screamed when he stepped out, and the surrounding space seemed to be exploding and shattering. A terrifying storm of the great law swept across heaven and earth. The warrior punched his fists at the same time and smashed the swords crazily. However, the sword light circle of the great law seemed to be endless, and the sword will even seemed to attack the warrior's soul, which made him extremely unsettled. Finally, Yi Futian raised his finger to the other side, and the tens of thousands of great law swords were integrated into one at the moment. The great law was penetrated, and the Nirvana plane figure let out a low groan. His face turned pale. He looked up at the man in front of him in shock. Who was he? How could he, as a cultivator of unblemished plane, so easily defeat a warrior of Nirvana plane? It was as if anyone who stood in front of him could be killed by his sword. Yi Futian's shape flickered, and his body turned into a sword. It continued moving and passing the other. He came upon a massive stone pillar. Below the stone pillar was a land of ruin, and on the top was a disc, upon which Yi Futian sat cross-legged. The realm of ruin was discovered many years ago. It was regarded as a relic. This stone pillar was able to stand for many years without collapsing, which was enough to prove its sturdiness. His white robe fluttered, and the sword will flowed upon him, creating a repressive flow of sword will around him. They were like sword mudras, but also like a sword runes, rotating around his body. But each of the sword mudras that was formed by the sword rune contained powerful sword will and sword spirit. It was as if they were alive, circling Yi Futian's body. The news of the battle at the heavenly mandate realm had reached the higher heavens realm. Yi Futian had also heard about the situation while at Taishan Tavern. Wang Yu, the lord of the Wang clan, was killed in battle. The two major clan lords of Celestial Gate were still at Heavenly Mandate Realm, leaving the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace no time to rest. Judging from how the battle ended, the truth was that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not suffer significant losses, but the Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty paid the price. The Celestial Gate was leveled and forced to move. It was definitely a fate that the people of Celestial Gate found hard to accept. Who would be willing to leave their home? The disintegration of the Celestial Gate was a kind of sorrow, but escape was also a kind of sorrow. In this supreme path realm of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even though Saint Plain indicated extreme talent, which would enjoy great renown in times of peace, but in the time of war, it would be the first on the enemy's hit list. During times of hostility, the most talented would be the first to be eliminated in order to remove any potential threats. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was going to kill the third senior brother and him. The prospect of the Celestial Gate was only going to be ever more prosperous, and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty couldn't afford to wait any longer, hence the death blow. He clearly realized that only strength was all that mattered, so now he came to the higher heavens realm. He was very clear about what he needed to do. The realm of ruin was the best place of trial for those of the Saint Plain in Taishan City. Any cultivators of the Saint Plain could come here to test themselves and without fear. Many were made famous in the realm of ruin, known by all. However, he came here for the purpose of tempering and improving his strength. These days, many had been defeated by his sword, so in the realm of ruin, many wanted to find him for an exchange. Nowadays, he no longer needed to take the initiative to find opponents since opponents would come to him. Several figures came out of thin air, and some came through the ruins. Around the stone pillars where Yi Futian was, there were also some shorter stone pillars. There were people standing on them. The eyes of many were focused on Yi Futian. These people all appeared very silent. Some had hidden their faces, while some were exposed to the world without disguise. Who are you, and under what major clan are you cultivating with? Someone who came through the ruins and looked at Yi Futian and asked. There was a misty atmosphere hovered in front of Yi Futian. His entire visage was hidden in the mist so that it appeared very vague and unclear. No one could really see his face. Judging from his battle record, he should be somewhat well known in Taishan City, but no one had heard of anyone who cultivated in the sword technique he used. Yi Futian still sat there quietly without opening his eyes. It was as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. He was only focusing on his own cultivation, giving a sense of mystery and an extraordinary temperament. More sound of footsteps was heard again, and everyone turned their attention to the newcomer. Suddenly, in the ruins, many backed away and opened a path. Princess Luoyu is here. Princess Luoyu was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City and possessed an extraordinary status. It was rumored that in the future, it was very likely that she would cultivate at Taishan Mountain. She was a truly excellent lady among ladies. Those by her side were no ordinary characters, either. A strapping young man on her left had a battle-axe slung across his back. Just a glance and one could feel his dominant and overbearing personality. His name was Deng Hu. Though his name seemed insignificant, his strength was extremely aggressive, as he was known as the Storm Saint, whose storm battle-axe was known for its power to inflict terror. In Taishan City, he had no opponent within his plane. The one on the right was a handsome and elegant young man with a gentlemanly demeanor. His name was Lin Yuan. These two men were both trusted disciples of the Lord of Taishan City, and they were both very strong. Now, it seemed that they had both come for this swordsman. Interesting. A voice spoke, and a middle-aged man clad in black appeared next to Yi Futian. When people saw him, their hearts tightened. He had also come. This man did not disguise his face, and in the realm of ruin, he was among the few strongest people and had few rivals in the Saint Plane. However, he did not come to fight, but purely to watch the show. These days, almost every day, this swordsman would enter the realm of ruin. After many days of exchanges with these people and demonstrating his extraordinary talent, most people had heard about this, so they all wanted to see who this character was. It is him. Behind Luo Yu, a woman looked in the direction of Yi Futian, her eyes hard, and said, "His sword is very fast." Princess Luo Yu looked stoic. She glanced at Yi Futian. The speaker was her cousin, whose cultivation was also unblemished plain. Upon hearing that she had met a master swordsman in the realm of ruin who had finished the match in one strike, her cousin was so scared that she immediately left the realm of ruin because she was afraid that if Yi Fu were serious, she wouldn't even have the chance to get out. The space of the realm of ruin was a curious place. They could be moved out of the realm as soon as they moved their minds. Therefore, they could boldly go through the trials here and battle. When their safety was endangered, they could always leave with a mere thought. Very few had lost their lives here. But that last time when she fought Yi Futian, if his sword was meant to take her life, she had no chance to get out, as there was no time for a single thought. Yi Futian's sword was unimaginably fast. "I heard that your sword is very fast," Princess Luo Yu said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his eyes to look at the speaker, and said quietly, "It serves." "Do you remember her?" She pointed to the woman next to her, who had been defeated by Yi Futian. "She looks familiar," Yi Futian responded, which embarrassed the woman. She had a deep memory of Yi Futian, but to him, she was just somewhat familiar. "It seems that you, sir, have had many victories in the realm of ruin," Princess Luo Yu said again. The more people that he defeated, the less he would remember those he defeated. Yi Futian did not respond. He did experience many battles in the realm of ruin. The people in the unblemished plane were typically being vanquished quickly, as not many could afford to continue exchanging with him. Although she looked familiar, she did not make a deep impression. "I am Luo Yu of the City Lord's residence at Taishan City. I've come to see your strength," Princess Luo Yu introduced herself. Although her status was lofty, she did not possess a dominant or arrogant demeanor. In the realm of ruin, the status was a lot less important than strength. "Sounds good," Yi Futian nodded. Although the City Lord of Taishan City was just the master of a city, in actuality, it was considered to be quite a powerful principality. Judging from the position of Taishan region in the higher heavens realm, Taishan City was equivalent to the 8 major thunder clans of the Violet Heavenly Palace in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and it would be the strongest clan amongst the 8. His master, Lord Taishan, was a giant figure in the higher heavens realm. This Taishan region was named after Lord Taishan. The owner of Taishan Tavern was also a disciple of Lord Taishan. Therefore, it could be said that Princess Luo Yu was also a disciple of Lord Taishan, so her status was undoubtedly high. The princess does not need to get personally involved. "We also want to experience the strength of this mysterious swordsman personally," someone next to Yi Futian said. Many people wanted to take their shot today, and it would look like they also did a favor for the princess. It was a win-win situation. "My thoughts exactly," another person said. "So, who will be first?" someone asked. This swordsman was well known, and it was not easy to defeat him. The one who made a move first wouldn't necessarily get any advantages. "All of you, all together," Yi Futian said. The group of people revealed a surprised look. Together. This mysterious swordsman was truly audacious. Please, then. A figure walked up, the power from his body bloomed, and suddenly, the space became incredibly heavy. Violent banging sounds were heard, and along with them was an extreme sense of oppression. He walked toward Futian. Each step he took was akin to that of an ancient god. Everyone could clearly feel the power of the oppression, and many people's blood seemed to be frozen in their veins. Futian was expressionless. Suddenly, a character sword mudra flew out in front of him, turning into a brilliant light. It traveled through the air, its speed fast to the limit. The cultivator didn't hesitate and blasted out with a punch. The bright aurora of the fist shattered the void. Many shadows of the fists became one with an absolutely domineering stance and aimed the sword mudra. There was a sharp piercing howling, and one after the other, the fist shadows were pulverized. A ray of light directly penetrated the row of fist shadows, and then shot straight at the man, right between the eyes. Buzz. A ray of light was shining, and the figure disappeared. The sword mudra arrived with a roar and landed where he was, and then stopped. Clearly, the opponent had already escaped from the realm of ruin. This, many felt a sobering effect inside. How humiliating. The sword mudra that was released actually stopped, circled the void, and returned to Futian's side. Just a sword mudra alone was more than what the other party could bear. The character sword mudra around Futian's body suddenly burst into dazzling divine light. With Futian's thoughts, all the sword mudra traveled through the air at the same time and aimed directly at all the cultivators who had just walked out to meet him. All of a sudden, an extremely violent air current of the great path erupted in this space. All the cultivators made their moves at the same time to release the might of Wei, and each of the figures was dominant and powerful in their own right. But puffing sounds were heard continually, and those bright sword mudras were like the divine light of the great path, flowing endlessly between heaven and earth. Wherever they passed, they left nothing living behind. Everything was destroyed, just as the Wei. In an instant, many were injured and flew back, and some were scared to withdraw. The people in this plane were simply unable to compete. Futian slowly got up. His body was dazzling all over. The sword light surrounded his body, and a sword appeared behind him. The light of the sword soul was incredibly brilliant, just like a king of swords. All methods of the ward were similar. Some powers, after they had been comprehended and understood, when applied to swordsmanship, were equally as powerful. How could these idiots from Taishan City understand? What a strong sword. Everyone around wore a grave look. At this moment, in the realm of ruin, many who were around were geniuses in Taishan City, whose strengths were inordinate, but when they saw Futian's sword, they still felt a little astounded. The sword that was formed in the shape of the sword mudra contained an extremely powerful sword will, as if it had the life of sword spirit. It could defeat the enemy instantly. Its power was extremely overbearing. Those who were in the same unblemished plane as him could not exert their strength at all and was defeated with a blow. Princess Luoyu stared at Futian. Just as her sister had said, this man's sword was very strong indeed. Although he hadn't shown how fast the sword could be, what power he had shown was already terrifying. The light of the sword circulated around his body, and Futian, at this moment, was like a sword himself. The sword spirit that appeared behind him was his life spirit. This was a very pure cultivator of the swordsmanship. A trace of the might of the Wei flowed over Luoyu, and she was somewhat eager to try. She wanted to see Futian's strength, but Deng Hu and Lin Yuan took half a step forward and said to her, "Junior sister, let us test his sword first." Deng Hu and Lin Yuan were both of Nirvana plane, and they were extremely strong. It was as they were the disciples of the city lord of Taishan City. They had studied many powerful scriptures of methods, and were famous even in all of Taishan City. Now to say that they wanted to engage with someone in the unblemished plane, it would appear that they were bullies. But this swordsman was indeed strong, which was seen by everyone. Even someone of the Nirvana plane may not be able to defeat him. Luoyu hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Deng Hu stepped forward and came to the place above the void, facing Yi Futian. He had a very strong sense of pressure on him. It was as if one could feel his overbearing prowess through the space. Deng Hu of the City Lord's office. To fight against you in my current plane seemed kind of unfair, but your sword is really strong, so there is no choice but for me to experience it, Deng Hu said as he took off the great axe behind his back. He held the battle axe casually, slung it over his shoulders. An invisible storm suddenly came out of nowhere, raging in this void, like sharp blades that made everyone feel as if every inch of their skin was being cut by a knife. Many who were around felt cold all over. Deng Hu was known as the Storm Saint, and at his level, not many in Taishan City could rival him in battle, so never mind someone from the unblemished plane. There had never been such a battle like this before. He had crossed planes to challenge others because no one could cross the plane to fight him. Are you ready? Deng Hu asked Yi Futian with a loud and overbearing voice. Please, Yi Futian replied. The disciple of the city lord of Taishan City was already someone of extraordinary status. His master was Lord Taishan himself. With his arm still on his shoulder, Deng Hu moved forward and up. Suddenly, a terrible storm blew from heaven and earth, and the will of these storms turned into tangible entities, like many lines that were capable of cutting through space, scraping toward Yi Futian. The sword mudra around Yi Futian's body swept out, his body as the center. A storm of swords formed, and the two extremely suppressive forces met and collided, making an extremely sharp and harsh sound. The storm was getting stronger, and in an instant, it annihilated this space. Even the stone pillar, on which Yi Futian stood, was completely submerged by the storm. The sword mudra could not prevent the storm from invading. Deng Hu took a sudden and violent step down, which seemed to contain extremely domineering power to suppress him as he trampled down. In addition, the storm was sharper than swords, cutting through the void, wanting to cut Yi Futian's body into pieces. If the person who stood in the storm, at this moment, was an ordinary figure of the Saint Plane, being killed right away would be a very probable outcome. Aren't you ready to make your move? Deng Hu seemed to have been giving Yi Futian a chance to make the initial attack, but Yi Futian was not at all in a hurry. The sword will encircled his entire body, resisting the force of the storm, and he was immersed in the storm. Deng Hu's left hand stretched out. It suddenly made a grabbing motion in the space, and with a loud bang, a dull sound exploded between heaven and earth. Yi Futian's space seemed to be squeezed by the storm as the terrible storm continued raging. It was as if wanting to tear his body into pieces. An extremely domineering will of the way suppressed his body. Buzz. The sword spirit behind him chimed, and countless sword mudras surround the sword itself. The sword that was transformed by the sword spirit became sharper and sharper until it turned into a giant sword, piercing the space. Whack! Yi Futian spat out the command, and the sword will hacked at the way, split the storm in two, and countless sword mudras continued moving forward straight ahead. They turned into countless airflow of swordsmanship, and directly slaughtered toward Deng Hu, who was in the void. Deng Hu smiled. No simple person would enjoy such a prestigious reputation. This man had caused such commotion here. Naturally, he was not a simple character. With his arms forward, the battle axe carried a terrible storm. There were countless storms above the sky surrounding the battle axe. Each storm was like an extension of the battle axe. This battle axe was not some high-level magical implement, but it had become well known in the hands of Deng Hu. Therefore, it was known as the battle axe of storm. Countless storms lingered above the battle axe. Deng Hu stared at Yi Futian while he wielded the axe in a strike, which opened up the heaven and collided with the sword Yi Futian wielded. In an instant, its domineering will had destroyed the sword qi, which demonstrated its prowess. Yi Futian put his hands together with the sword in front, and countless swords mudras now united into one. At this moment, the sword qi was at its greatest, and from his body, rays of sword lights exploded into the sky, aiming for the storm in the void. Go! Yi Futian let go his grip, and a sharp, harsh sound was heard. The sword was incredibly fast, and it directly broke through the light of the battle axe and slaughtered toward Deng Hu in the void. Seeing this, Deng Hu revealed a look of surprise. He stomped into the void as his body twirled, and another axe strike was unleashed. Countless storm lights now transformed into an invincible axe that tried to cut through the void, aiming toward that sword and Yi Futian. The battle axe and the giant sword collided, and terrible light of destruction radiated out. In the next moment, the sword dissipated. It was as if split into countless swords in an instant, cutting through the void like a sword matrix, heading toward Deng Hu. Any of these swords was extremely fast. It was as if it contained the will of space, directly crossing the void and slashed toward him. Buzz! A sword light crossed near his neck, and he felt a chill all over his body. With a great shout, the battle axe started to spin, and immense light of the battle axe wiped out all existence. But the swords seemed to have eyes, seemingly able to avoid its strike, and continued their attacks without ceasing. Is the offensive power of his sword this strong? People were shocked in their hearts. That was Deng Hu, the Storm Saint, a disciple of the city lord of Taishan City. Many glanced at Yi Futian. His entire person seemed to be inside a sword veil, which took the shape of a sword, just enough to shroud him inside. His eyes closed, and with the great path of the vast heaven and earth resonating together, the swords on the surrounding swordsmen were all trembling. It was as if they were not under the control of their owners, and even the sword chi in the bodies of these swordsmen was also moving toward him. It was not only here, but also in many places inside the realm of ruin, many figures flickering over. They were surprised when they saw what took place in front of their eyes. With a great roar, Deng Hu spun in the void, and the world was cut in a thread. Many sword mudras were pulverized into nothingness. He glanced at Yi Futian. As an existence of the Nirvana plane, and a disciple of the city lord, this battle seemed to leave him in disgrace. Even though Yi Futian's talent was extraordinary, he should be able to easily crush him, given his status. The battle axe of storm was raised, and at this moment, thousands of storm lights gleamed between heaven and earth like thunder. The hearts of many skipped a beat. Before Deng Hu's axe had a chance to strike, they had already felt its majestic temperament. Deng Hu is about to release his exclusive skills. Many people's hearts were beating fast. They had no idea how strong this strike would be when it was used. Yi Futian looked up into the void. His expression was normal, still tranquil. The sword spirit appeared directly in the sword that was held in both his hands, puffing out miles of sword light. Pest! Deng Hu's axe was slammed down, and a light appeared above the firmament. A line, from top to bottom, chopped down to the place where Yi Futian was. Soul lost. Yi Futian spat as his sword struck. It could make someone lose their soul. Above the void, the line and the sword collided with one another. It was as if it was the impasse between the axe and the sword. Go again, Yi Futian commanded, and another sword was born from his body, traveling through the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword continued to break through the air, and the void seemed to be crushed and shattered, extremely suppressed. Bang, bang, bang. Will of the way collapsed and shattered. The light of the battle axe was broken and destroyed. With a loud bang, that giant axe light also collapsed with it. The sword broke through the air and descended in a moment in front of Deng Hu, who was in the void. Deng Hu's battle axe slammed down again, but in that instant, he felt that hundreds of thousands of swords passed through his body, and his spiritual soul trembled greatly, penetrated by the infinite sword will. Buzz! The crowd only saw a flash of light, and Yi Futian's figure descended. His palm slapped on the sword, and traces of sword lights pierced through the void. Deng Hu snorted, and his body was knocked out. Deng Hu was defeated. Everyone who saw this changed their expression. Their hearts were greatly shaken, and their bodies surged with excitement and the desire to try themselves. Was this person's combative power really this great? As he had felt everyone's reaction, Yi Futian's hands formed a seal in the void. At this moment, the void of the great path was filled with sword will. No matter they were, the real sword might was everywhere. Swords emerged from the void directly and surrounded Yi Futian's body, hanging upside down in the sky. As Yi Futian's mind moved, the swords immediately pointed to each of the cultivator, and everyone felt the oppression of their spirit souls. "My one sword is enough," Yi Futian said, and even his voice seemed to contain sword will. When his voice fell, everyone felt that countless sword will had descended on their bodies, and the real swords descended soon after. In this instant, even though they were cultivators of the Nirvana plane, they also gathered powerful forces together to resist this strike. Boom, boom, boom. This sword strike was meant for everyone, including Luo Yu. Surging sword might appeared around Luo Yu. She also cultivated in the art of swords. However, when Yi Futian's sword arrived, she felt that she was pierced by hundreds of thousands of swords. Poof! A silent groan. The sword will seemed to penetrate through her body, her mind moved, and she disappeared. Not only her, but many people disappeared from where they were, and it was the same with Yi Futian. Outside the gate of the realm of ruin, many figures, who were being sent out from the realm, appeared. Strong waves of the will of Wei fluctuated, and many were still in the state of battle. Luo Yu also appeared in another location. She glanced over and assessed the people around her as if she was looking for something. It was not just her, but others were searching, looking toward this space outside the realm of ruin, wanting to find the trace of that mysterious swordsman. That guy was really strong. A rough voice spoke, and it was Deng Hu. His attitude was aggressive, still carrying the battle axe on his back. His eyes swept across all directions of the land and lingered for a moment on quite a few people. He was the true disciple of the city lord of Taishan City, and his talent was considered outstanding, but he was defeated by someone who came from another realm in the unblemished plane. This type of combat prowess was incredible, especially that last sword strike, which was able to hack away the spiritual soul through sheer air. When the sword will exploded completely, it shook everyone's soul and spirit. It had been as if they were about to be torn apart. In the end, he wiped out all the cultivators with a single sword strike and claimed that a single strike was enough. When did such a powerful person appear in Taishan City? He murmured in his heart. His deep eyes swept across the crowd, but he still couldn't find Yi Futian's trail. Previously, Yi Futian had concealed his face, but his temperament and breath could still be felt. At this time, amongst those who appeared outside the realm of ruin, there was no trace. "Are you still here?" At this time, a voice spoke up. It was Luo Yu. Those who participated in the battle and the onlookers in the realm of ruin obviously knew who she was referring to, but many people outside the realm of ruin were somewhat puzzled. Who was the princess looking for? No one responded. It was exceptionally quiet outside the realm of ruin. Did anyone saw a swordsman coming out of the gate of the realm of ruin? Lin Yuan asked the onlookers. If he had come out, then those who were outside of the realm of ruin must have seen him. Many people shook their heads. They had only seen a group of people being sent out one after another, but no one behaved like a swordsman. Just now I was outside the gate of the realm of ruin, all of you almost came out one after another, and there were many, someone remarked. Many who watched the battle before knew that there was nothing to see inside, so they came out. So, he should still be there. Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp, sweeping across the surrounding crowd, but he still could not find him. Your swordsmanship was excellent. Why not show yourself? Luo Yu continued to implore. I actually saw that among all who had come out earlier, someone left quietly, seemingly good at the way of space, an older man, who stood in the void, said. Luo Yu's face turned grave. Someone left. Yes. The old man nodded. This man came out with everyone else, and left directly through space, masking his breath. Even his face was obscured. It's most likely him. Luo Yu's look changed slightly. Why was this man so mysterious? Was there something that he could not reveal? This person's swordsmanship was superb. He must come from a famous clan. Is it possible for Princess Luo Yu to guess who he is? Someone asked. They were also one of the cultivators who was vanquished by Yi Futian. As the lady of the city lord's office at Taishan City, she was bound to be well informed and know some powerful figures with great swordsmanship. Sword technique that attacks the spiritual soul, Luo Yu mumbled. The strongest swordsman in Taishan region was on Taishan Mountain, but as far as I know, there was no such disciple on Taishan Mountain. Taishan Mountain was where the master, the city lord of Taishan City, cultivated. The sacred land of Taishan region had the strongest sword techniques, but Taishan Mountain did not have such a cultivator. Not to mention, if the other was someone who cultivated at Taishan Mountain, there was no need for disguise. The other seemed to use the realm of ruin as a place of trial, and maybe he will come again tomorrow, next to Luo Yu, her younger sister said. Luo Yu nodded. From the realm of ruin, someone came out again. They were 2 disciples of Taishan Tavern, and they both walked toward Luo Yu, saying, "Did junior sister cross sword with that swordsman?" Luo Yu nodded. "How was it?" asked the youth. "Very strong." Luo Yu nodded, causing the youth to show a color of surprise. He said, "Too bad, I missed it." "You didn't miss anything, junior brother Ma. You wouldn't be able to fight him, either," Deng Hu said next to him. The young man looked at Deng Hu, as he was the junior brother Ma referred to by Deng Hu. His name was Ma Yi, and like Deng Hu, they were both from Taishan Mountain, so he could be considered Deng Hu's junior brother. "This person is very strong," Luo Yu said, looking at Ma Yi. "All of us at Taishan Mountain must work hard to cultivate." Ma Yi looked at Luo Yu, somewhat surprised. This junior sister of his was the precious daughter of the city lord, who had a lofty heart and was extremely proud. Her talent was outstanding, and listening to her tone, it seemed that the battle that took place previously had touched her deeply. "If you say so, then he must be really strong. If there is chance, I must meet him," said Ma Yi. "Now, there is an interesting person in Taishan Tavern, who was very good at Guqin and played superbly. Even for us, we would be entranced by it. Are you interested in listening?" Luo Yu was slightly surprised. Though she was a fan of music, she had just seen such an outstanding swordsman. She did not have much interest in music right at this moment. "Uncle hasn't been to the tavern for a long time because of the many affairs he was handling, so I would like to invite junior sister and 2 senior brothers to catch up at the tavern," Ma Yi continued. The woman beside him gave him a look. Ma Yi was really trying hard to court his junior sister. But as a woman, she was more sensitive, and as a bystanders, she could see that Luo Yu didn't share his feelings at all. What's more, even if Luo Yu had these thoughts, the person she would choose must be a disciple who cultivated with the masters on Taishan Mountain or the best among the branches of their clan. Ma Yi's talent, good though it was, left much to be desired, falling short of Luo Yu's expectations and standards. "Very well, we may as well take this opportunity to visit Uncle." Luo Yu nodded gently, and the group departed, heading toward Taishan Tavern. In an attic behind Taishan Tavern, Yi Futian sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation. Thanks to these days of cultivation, his swordsmanship finally made a breakthrough, and he was able to wield the sword of the broken soul. Next, if he concentrated and solidified his comprehension, his swordsmanship would not be less than his other abilities. This way, as a musical swordmaster, it would be enough for him to take firm root in the upper heavens realm. Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had mobilized the Super Grand Matrix to move the Fey clan, but all the cultivators were sent to different locations. He had no idea how many people were in the upper heavens realm. Even if there were many, how vast was the upper heavens realm? Now, they could only each work hard on their own to cultivate. In this situation, he had to act cautiously. Otherwise, if the people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty got wind of his whereabouts, they would undoubtedly send Renhuang cultivators to come and kill him. Even the Overlord himself would issue the license to kill. After Brahma Sky City, the determination of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to kill him had become extremely strong. Presently, he had no idea of the whereabouts of the master, eldest senior brother, Wu Chen, and Xia Qingyuan. It was good fortune that Yu Sheng was cultivating at the Dragon Gods. If Yu Sheng came out of closed cultivation and learned of the news related to them, perhaps he would be angry. But Yu Sheng was discreet, he was not worried. "Is young Master Shen here?" At this moment, a crystalline voice was heard, and Yi Futian got up and looked down below. He saw a beautiful woman standing there. It was the woman who had been with her brother, Lingling. "I am," Yi Futian replied. "Today, the master is hosting a banquet to entertain a distinguished guest. Could young master add to the occasion with your music?" The woman smiled and asked. It was not that she did not respect Yi Futian, but that Yi Futian was the tavern's musician. Now, the housemaster of the tavern was having a banquet. For him to play was just part of his responsibility. Moreover, although he was only a musician in the tavern, everyone was respectful and polite to him. At least, on the surface, the disciples of the housemaster had not been rude to him. This was a presentation of their level and breeding. Very well, Yi Futian nodded and walked out of the attic, and came to Lingling's side. Thank you, young Master Shen. Lingling nodded with a smile, then led the way. The two quickly came to the banquet site. When Yi Futian saw the guest, there was a slight disturbance in his eyes, but no one had noticed. This guest was someone he had just met not too long ago. It was Luo Yu. The housemaster of Taishan Tavern sat at the head, and this was the first time for Yi Futian. To his surprise, the housemaster of Taishan Tavern was an empress, who was elegant, noble, and full of grace. Common men hardly dared to look at her directly, but her eyes were very gentle, and she glanced at Yi Futian. Greetings to the housemaster. Yi Futian bowed his head to pay his respect. He had heard that the housemaster of Taishan Tavern was the junior brother of Lord Taishan, but he had not heard any mention of her gender before. Sit, the housemaster said casually. Thank you, housemaster. Yi Futian nodded and found his place. He then took out his guqin. The sound of guqin was heard instantly. It was extremely ethereal, quiet, and soothing. Has uncle heard of anyone who is an expert at this kind of swordsmanship? Luo Yu asked the housemaster. Apparently, she was talking about what had happened in the realm of ruin. Although his disciples couldn't possibly be in the Taishan region, nor would he deliberately hide his identity, the housemaster replied. So, is it possible that it was a casual cultivator? Luo Yu continued. I am not sure, he said with a smile. I didn't expect that there would be a swordsman that would be unforgettable to you. I just felt that it would be a pity if such a swordsman did not cultivate at Taishan Mountain, Luo Yu said in a low voice. Indeed, there are a lot of top-notch methods over there, the housemaster smiled and said. Her master was Lord Taishan, a legendary man in the upper heavens realm who collected the treasures of the world. Some said that Lord Taishan was the cultivator who had the most extensive collection in all of the upper heavens realm. But, Luo Yu, don't mind it too much. A truly excellent person will show their brilliance sooner or later. It can't be hidden, the housemaster continued with a smile. She cast a glance casually at Yi Futian. This musician in her tavern was not a simple character. Luo Yu didn't think much of it and continued to chat about other things for a while. I heard that the heavenly mandate realm has undergone major changes, with top principalities starting fights. Has uncle heard of this? Luo Yu suddenly asked again. I have. Why? If you are interested, why not ask your father? Asked the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. He has been out practicing recently, Luo Yu responded. Is that so? Several months ago, a great battle did erupt in the heavenly mandate realm. The celestial gate of vast heaven, heavenly mandate dynasty, and the violet heavenly palace suffered a considerable impact. Moreover, Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, had been cultivating at violet heavenly palace, and is said to possess outstanding talent. The swordsman you saw in the realm of ruin may not measure up to his level, the housemaster said. Luo Yu nodded. How many geniuses were there in the land of the 9 realms? Even Taishan Mountain had some enthralling characters. The swordsman in the realm of ruin was indeed very strong, but whether or not he could compare with those at the peak was something else. Perhaps, Luo Yu whispered. Luo Yu, what do you think of the guqin? The housemaster of Taishan Tavern asked. Luo Yu turned her attention to Yi Futian, who was playing quietly. Yi Futian lowered his head while strumming the strings. It was as if he was completely unaware of the conversation between the two. His music had already completely integrated into the mood of the banquet. If no one had mentioned it, Luo Yu had almost forgotten it. It was not that the music was poor but that it was so elegant that it lured the listeners into feeling that it was part of the banquet, just like the wine and food. It's remarkable, but hard to pinpoint just what made it so breathtaking, Luo Yu replied in a low voice. She glanced at the musician. His temperament was gentle and graceful, extremely handsome. Though he seemed to be quite ordinary, in some ways, he was particularly striking, just like his music. Young Master Shen is the tavern's musician, and guests of the tavern all praise his superb skills, the woman next to her said with a smile. Great truths are always simple. The housemaster of Taishan Tavern smiled. She looked at her disciple and asked, "What's his name?" She didn't directly ask Yi Futian, clearly because she didn't want to interrupt his cultivation, and she also wanted to test his concentration. "Master, his name is Shenjing," the woman responded in a low voice. Shenjing, simple and unassuming. The name is just like the person. The housemaster of Taishan smiled. At this time, Yi Futian's music slowed down as he came to a complete stop. He bowed his head slightly and said, "Elder's praise is hardly deserved by Shenjing." The housemaster of Taishan looked at Yi Futian and smiled. To play the music without being distracted, your music reflects your emotional state, gentle and humble, handsome, and full of grace. But humility itself is a different kind of pride. You must have seen and experienced many things. She was also a lover of the guqin, or she would not have hired a musician in the tavern. With her current cultivation, she was able to detect someone's personality from their music. Although she did not exhibit her authority and majesty, she was a well-known character within the Taishan region. Even in the entire higher heavens realm, disciples of Lord Taishan were high in rank, never mind just Taishan region. Those who were ordinary would feel a trace of restraint when they met her, but Yi Futian's music sounded extremely stable, no trace of unsteadiness could be detected. The identity of this musician was probably more than what met the eye. Of course, she did not have much interest in digging. No matter what his true identity was or whether or not he deliberately approached her, it didn't matter much. In Taishan region, no one dared to plot against her. This was a kind of self-confidence. Lord Taishan, whose status in the higher heavens realm was known by all. Yi Futian quietly acknowledged the other. He did not expect that by playing a simple song quietly, he had allowed the other to see so much. Here is a little small something for a talent like you. When the opportunity arises, I will recommend you for a tryout at Taishan Mountain, the housemaster continued with a smile. She did not intend for Yi Futian to respond, which surprised the others at the banquet. Luo Yu also gave Yi Futian a serious look. Although she could feel the excellence of the music, was Yi Futian's music that outstanding? Taishan Mountain was a holy land of the upper heavens realm. Everyone there was not simple. Even if there were to be a musician there, only the top ones could qualify. Obviously, her uncle greatly appreciated Yi Futian's musical ability, hence the thought of recommending him to Taishan Mountain. Ma Yi and the other also looked at Yi Futian with some surprise. Clearly, they did not expect their master to have this idea. Yi Futian himself also regarded the other party with some surprise and saw a smile from the housemaster of Taishan when she looked into his eyes. It seemed that his mood could still be affected. When Yi Futian detected the eyes of the other, he immediately collected his thoughts and replied, "Much gratitude for Elder's commendation. I only said that I would recommend you. Whether or not you can go to Taishan Mountain still depend on your level," the housemaster of Taishan smiled. But Luo Yu knew that since her uncle had spoken, there was not much of a chance that this matter wouldn't go as she wished. Her uncle was the youngest disciple of the Grandmaster and was also a woman. Because the Grandmaster mainly spoiled her, the Lord of Taishan, her wishes, especially for such trivial matters, wouldn't even be questioned. Yi Futian nodded slightly only to hear the other party continue, "You are an expert in melody. Have you heard that Taishan Mountain has one of the 10 famous divine melodies in Divine Prefecture? If you were able to enter Taishan Mountain, perhaps you may have the opportunity to experience it." Yi Futian had never heard of such a thing, but after all, he had just arrived and could not have known about so many things here. His dark eyes gazed at the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. Yi Futian got up and bowed slightly. "As you wish," the housemaster of Taishan smiled casually. "I will bid my goodbye." Yi Futian turned and left, and there was a slight turmoil in his heart. After he came to Taishan Tavern, he had rarely communicated with the others. He had only exchanged a few words with Ma Yi and his junior sister. Yi Futian understood that those two were the disciples of the housemaster of Taishan Tavern, whose status in Taishan City was very notable. Although they were appreciative of his musical ability, it was more out of curiosity, and they didn't care too much about his existence. As for the housemaster of Taishan Tavern, he did not even know that it was a woman, only that the housemaster of Taishan was a disciple of Lord Taishan. Obviously, he did not anticipate that the housemaster of Taishan would see through him so clearly. What was even more surprising to him was that the housemaster of Taishan knew of his intent, but still didn't seem to mind. She even actively wanted to help him, which made him somewhat thoughtful. There were many legends and geniuses in this world, and one should never be too full of oneself. The truth was that were many who were much smarter than himself. Yi Futian came to Taishan Tavern as a musician, indeed aiming for Taishan Mountain. Only at the top places could the best people be met and the best view be had, which would only be that much more helpful for cultivation. But he never expected that the housemaster of Taishan Tavern would recommend and introduce him so quickly. After Yi Futian left, everyone at the banquet looked at the housemaster of Taishan with surprise. Ma Yi asked in a puzzled way, "Master really intends to recommend Shenjing to Taishan Mountain?" The housemaster of Taishan nodded. As far as she was concerned, she would not deceive a younger, junior person. Yi Futian also understood that in front of a powerful Renhuang, there was no value in deceiving him. But master, why? Ma Yi didn't quite understand. Just as Yi Futian thought, although Ma Yi was very curious about him, he didn't really consider him to be at the same level. Even Ma Yi could not enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate. Luo Yu and the others were also puzzled. Although the musician's performance was outstanding, would it worth introducing him to Taishan Mountain? This tavern has been in operation for many years. Many people from various walks of life have been through here. This is the first time I've seen this man, but his melody revealed many things that the eyes cannot see. Shenjing gave me a feeling that he has more than meets the eye, and I want to see if I am right or wrong, she smiled and said. Uncle was aware that he wanted to enter Taishan Mountain? Lin Yuan asked. Obviously, he was a bit more astute. The housemaster of Taishan nodded. If he came intending to enter, then why does uncle still help him? Luo Yu asked. Cultivators of the world, which one of them does not have a purpose? Take you, for instance. Which one of you doesn't want to enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate? The housemaster of Taishan smiled. Don't worry too much about that as long as it doesn't affect you. Besides, it was only as a musician, not as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. What he can accomplish in Taishan Mountain will depend on his own efforts and abilities, and it also confirms my judgment. It is a minimal effort to help others, so why begrudge it? And I will still receive his gratitude. Luo Yu has been enlightened. Luo Yu nodded slightly when she heard those words and lost in thoughts. According to her father, her uncle's talent for cultivation was extremely high. From this small matter today, she could see uncle's generosity. It's late. Luo Yu, are you staying here at the tavern for a few days, or are you going back to the city lord's office? Asked the housemaster of Taishan. Luo Yu will not disturb uncle's cultivation, Luo Yu replied. The group got up and bid their goodbyes and left. What happened today touched Luo Yu in her heart. One instance was with that swordsman in the realm of ruin, who defeated all others in the Saint Plain with a single blow. Then, there was what she had just seen in the tavern. Although it seemed inconsequential, she could still learn from it. As the night descended, the tavern was bathed in the quiet beauty of the night sky. Somewhere in an attic of the tavern, sounds of the guqin playing could be heard, which seemed to add more color to Taishan Tavern. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.